Welcome back to the eFiba Season 2. We've had such great action in the past, and it all is for the moments like today, because we've got not one, not two, not three, but we've got 4 regional finals going down today to see who's going to get invited to Sweden. We've got Oceania, you've got Asia, you've got Middle East, and you've got Africa as well. So it's a jam-packed day for us. It's going to be a bit crazy. Now, after today, we're going to, again, figure out which 4 of the 8 nations will be invited to the eFiba World Finals in Jönköping in just a couple of weeks. We're not that far away. So much going on. There's no way that I can go in and handle things, especially with Oceana going down today as well. I've got to bring in my man, Nate the Great from Down Under. Nate, I know you've been waiting. To see Oceana play. We get to see him today.
Mate, the second best region in the world. Coach Moody, shout out. That's what I heard. Philippines might have something to say about that today. And hey, New Zealand, Guam, welcome to eFiba Season 2, friends. Watching on via eBlacks and whatnot. Whoever you're here to watch tonight, it is massive regional finals galore. Bring it on, India.
Oh, it's going to be great. And you've got the Oceania finals. You've got the Asia finals. You've got the Middle East finals. And you've got the Africa finals as well. One nation from each of the finals will go ahead and move on to the eFiba World Finals in Jönköping. And here's the best part about it, though, Nate. We've been seeing each team, each nation go ahead and play once. We're going to play a best of 3. So we might even get a chance to possibly see a Game 3 buzzer beater overtime. I'm all for it no matter what, man. There's a lot at stake today. But here's the thing, though. We had a lot of madness that went ahead and went down last time as well, because it's never, ever a dull moment. So on Thursday, it was no exception as well, because you had Middle East and Asia go ahead. And let's go ahead and throw it to a handsome fella to recap it all for us. It's game day number 2 for Asia and the Middle East as well.
Big days.
Shot from there. It's going to be a green.
3 seconds remaining. 5 plays on him. It does not matter. Have you ever hit anything like that before?
I practice like this daily.
Number 1 seed in the Middle East is Saudi Arabia.
Are you going to win versus Philippines, though?
Yeah. To the right side. Corner.
4-0 today.
We'll see what's going to happen.
It is the Philippines taking on Indonesia. Oh, and it's the putback as they bring the 3 and they get the lead.
Highlight play after highlight play.
And they're going to try to score inside the paint, and now it's a 1-point lead for the Philippines. Oh, and they're not going to get a shot off. They were so close. And they're going to face the Philippines in the Asia finals. Just incredible. We almost saw the upset. It was 60 to 59s, and the Philippines just held on in overtime. But Nate, we will get a chance to see a rematch in a best of 3 format later on today.
Yeah, handsome fella to start off those intros. Indeed, well played, sir. And hey, some handsome gameplay, some handsome rivalries. India, the top 2 from each of these regions. We talked about them at the start. We do our little predictions. I might give you sort of who do you think is going to win by how many points and stuff like that to give our viewers a sense of what's going to go down. We finally get to have that done again. The top 2 is where we're going to end up, with the top 1, of course, progressing through to Sweden. Bring it on in a best of 3, India. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen indeed, and we will see just how teams are prepared to take on the competition today. But Nate, as we've been talking about, we are scary close to Jönköping, and it's going to be insane because we've got 2 days of in-person play. I get to see you for the first time, and we've been hanging out virtually for like 2-3 years now. It's going to be great. Yeah, look, high five. We get to kind of.
I was just trying to grab your face, but yeah, high five.
We will go ahead and get a chance to do that. I'll report you to HR as well. But man, listen, the viewers at home, though, have no idea what to expect. So we've got a little something for them.
Once again, my game is in full.
Welcome to the eFiba Season 2.
This is absolutely huge. Where's it going to be, Nate?
Sweden, mate. Jönköping?
Done something. I got it.
It's an honor to play against other players from all over the world.
Bang! And that's the record.
No mercy to anyone.
This is high quality international 2K.
Believe in yourself, believe in your game.
Lord
This is
push.
it. Oh, and he gets it.
You're playing for a whole country.
This is where legends are made.
He's right to the lane. Let's go. Yeah, baby. Are you not entertained?
We've got so many hours ahead of us with some of the best 2K gameplay. 61 nations have been a part of this season, and we have seen almost all of them. 59 nations have been in the action so far, meaning that we still have 2 nations to see, and now is the time that we see them hop on the sticks, because we're going to start off with the Oceania finals, where New Zealand is going to take on Guam, and of course the Oceania region only consists of these 2 nations, which is why we've had to wait until today, but we are excited. Nate, New Zealand taking on Guam. What are you looking most forward to?
Good things come to those who wait. Friends from this side of the world, you're going to get the attention all on you the way it should be. What an incredible honor, but what pressure, India. In our best of, let's just do it one time, you know? We're going to meet each other one time, best of 3, see what happens. By the way, winners go to Sweden. That is high stakes. I can tell you, the eBlacks team preparing well. Got the organization in the chat, federation getting around it. They're going as heavy favorites, but up the Guam fam, I'll make sure they're getting their representation.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, similar to my dating life, they'll get a chance to go ahead and go on a second date just in case the first one went terrible, right? It's a best of 3. If you mess up in game 1, you get to go ahead and fix things up and come back with game 2. But Nate, tell me are there any players that we should kind of keep an eye on, or anyone else that we should expect to kind of be the hidden gems in this region at all, especially if Moody's going to say that they're the best region outside of the U.S.?
Yeah, well, just to cover, there's one nation that isn't being represented that Moody, I'm sure, would like to talk about. We don't need to worry about them tonight. Their only role tonight is cheerleading in the chat, if you will. If you're unaware, Australia and New Zealand, close proximity to one another. The ANZPL incorporates both of those nations. It's our semi-pro comp over here. So it's just to say, might not be any Aussies taking the digital court, if you like. But the Kiwis, bring it on. They're here to make a name for themselves. If they've had to wait, India, all the way through to the last week of this online play, I ain't going to talk about just one. We're going to go through that squad one by one and give every player their due. Don't you worry.
It's going to be great. And by the way, you mentioned the Aussies. You've got Milo that went ahead and is now back again to be a professional. So that's exciting stuff there as well. Let's kind of talk about maybe a couple of other regions that we're expecting later on as well. But before we do that, I want to get to the very important part, my man, of why we are here and our priority. That is always about the community. We've been saying it from the start. We've been saying it throughout. Nate, for the folks that are just joining us, what exactly does it mean when we say we put the community first?
You see that big smile on my face because it's such a wonderful, unique opportunity here in eFiba Season 2, friends. I've never seen a competition like this. 61 nations, as India mentioned, and we want you in the chat right now. Let us know. We've got plenty of interviews today. Any key questions that you'd like us to ask? What about builds for some of these players? They keep it close to the chest. What would you like to know? It's your comp. There's going to be polls going. You can pick some of the games when we got multiple games happening, which we've had throughout the season. And hey, if you like that, if you didn't like that, type in now for me, !survey in the chat. That's right, !survey. You can see it there on your screen. Let us know. You can win an eFiba hoodie that India and I don't have. We talk about it every week. The FIBA basketballs, NBA 2K24 game codes. So you get to shape a competition that you're watching, that maybe you want to play in, that you've got friends that are playing in, and you can win a prize. It really is your league. eFiba Season 2, India. We do it different.
Well, you know, I'm excited for the hoodie. You know, sometimes when you travel for a tournament, you kind of get like a care package. You get like water bottles and a pen. I want my hoodie, bro. I want my hoodie.
All right, well, if there's any of that other stuff, I'm going to make sure you don't have any of it with you. You can just leave with the hoodie. I'll take whatever, man. Give me a water bottle. I need to hydrate more.
Hey. Say less. I've got you.
Ready.
I got you.
All right,
I got you.
So he doesn't need it.
I'm locked and
I want that
loaded,
on
baby.
record. Thanks, eFiba personnel. He does not need a pen, does not need a water bottle, a hoodie if there's one going. And I'll take the rest. Thank you.
I'm ready to go. But tell you who else is ready to go. It's Guam with a little bit of quick fire action. Let's take a look.
My goal go to lazy dinner. Probably just some Ichiban with the soft-boiled egg. The worst present, probably just a set of clothes that were like 3 sizes too big for my godparents. And it was a Chicago Bulls matching shirt and shorts, and I'm a Laker fan. It was probably the worst gift. Favorite movie? Pulp Fiction. The deepest fear, probably getting my heart broken. Hidden talent, probably making babies. I have 8. Oldest kid is 22, and my youngest is 8 years old right now. I'm 41 now. My birthday was yesterday. So start young. Yes.
Hold on a second. This man said his biggest fear was to get his heart broken, and then he's like, yeah, but I got 8 kids though.
My biggest talent is making babies is somehow now the new best line of eFiba Season 2. We've had some absolute crackers. You can't compete with that.
You can't, bro. This man has a roster to have his own eFiba team and make it 62 nations. He could have a whole nation of his own if he wanted to compete. It could be Guam Team B if he really wanted to in like 18 years. But wow, that's insane. That's crazy. But I do feel bad for the gift that he got from his godparents. I mean, one, to get something that you can't really wear because, you know, it's like a nightgown at that point. But then to 2, have it be the wrong team. I mean, that's unfortunate. I'm sure he was nice about it, though, to the godparents.
Yeah, one of those on this side of the world. Back in that day, India, when I was just a little one, you were sort of grateful for whatever you could get. I had a Chicago Bulls baseball cap. Wasn't my team, never been my team, but before the days of online ordering and whatnot, it's like, thank you, I've got NBA merch, bring it on, and it's such a distance to travel. Even these days, relative comes back. It's the thought that counts at the end of it, surely.
Oh yeah, no question about it. But I want to, again, go back to all the action that we've got. We've talked about New Zealand and Guam, but you've also got Saudi Arabia taking on Lebanon. Saudi Arabia has kind of always had their number, if you will, right? Always been a definitive win, never really a doubt in who's going to go ahead and take that crown. But do you feel like Lebanon's going to go ahead and at least push it to a game 3, or do you feel like the Saudis are going to go ahead and take care of business in 2?
Or if nothing else, like the rivalry has been intense. We sort of spoke about a few of these regions and the smaller regions. Maybe they stick together a little bit more, you know? You can't really be fighting one another too much. eFiba Season 2 changed a lot for me. And in this region, you have the likes of, let's go with Bahrain, being like our Saudi Arabian brothers, and let's go Saudi Arabia. Or thank you very much, Saudi Arabia and Qatar, for your sort of efforts this season. And I'm like, wait a minute, you're missing one of them there. Lebanon, big talkers during the interviews last week, big talkers on social media, big typers on social media. However it works, India. Point being, this is a fierce rivalry, one of the fiercest that we've got. I really hope they can take it to a game 3 at a minimum. We just, at the end of it, neutral, want a really good series. Every one of these bad boys, let's have some big moments, buzzer beaters, and the rest of it.
Well, let's go ahead and jump back to the nations that are playing next. You've got, again, New Zealand taking on Guam. I know we talked about the Aussies, but I think now you mentioned the Kiwis. Am I saying that right, or am I going to offend someone because I thought you said Kiwis? I don't really know.
Yeah, we go with Kiwis. I don't really know exactly what they'll find respectful or not. Actually, to be fair, we were talking about this and not about New Zealand beforehand. Any nation that wants to be called a particular thing or not called a particular thing, look, there's cultural norms and stuff like that. We want to be on the right side of it and represent you thoroughly. We talked about DMs maybe not getting answered in here from myself. So we've made an effort. You guys let us know. I'm sure they won't have a problem with Kiwis. We use that all the time. It is to say, they are, even on this side of the world, which is already underrepresented, sort of that second best all the time. So I'm actually really happy. It took about a day getting used to the news, to be fair. After about that first day, really lovely to be like, you know what? They get a chance to be the top dogs of this region. You get to go straight to Sweden. Shout out the Federation, people getting behind it, the structures in place to make sure it got over the line. They are 2 wins of NBA 2K24 away from going to Sweden. It's incredible. The pressure is on because an upset there, like I said, upset of the tournament.
So how likely do you think that upset is from happening, though? Do you feel like Guam has enough experience in... Because, you know, something that we've noticed in this tournament is that the countries that are playing for the first time, the nations that are playing for the first time may not have a lot of experience. They kind of struggle going against that skill gap, if you will. how good of a chance do you feel like Guam has to go ahead and, again, push it at least to a game 3 and maybe even pull off the biggest upset to start the night?
Yeah, this is where I'm meant to go with you, right? And I'm meant to like generate a narrative and a story where like anything can happen. Man, they're going to struggle. They're going to struggle from quarter 1. These gentlemen from New Zealand, not just playing together here tonight, like I said, NZPL, shout out. They are familiar playing alongside one another. And if not that, playing against one another. With the smaller region, you have that intimacy, you develop the understanding of one another's games. As somebody that doesn't even play in the league and just sits there watching it, we talked about that. I'm just like, you know, bag of Doritos or whatnot, being like, this is some good gameplay. Fam, they get that, but they're actually got the controller in their hand. They're going to have wonderful chemistry from the very start, set plays, design and whatnot. Guam face a massive challenge from the first quarter, make no mistake.
Well, that first quarter is going to be interesting to keep an eye on, because we always say there's always that one quarter where a team just kind of takes off, and that's what helps them win. We'll see how much separation New Zealand can get against Guam in the first quarter. But chemistry is so interesting that you bring that up, because it's not just us casters that need chemistry amongst each other as well, but you also obviously need it on the sticks as well. Do you feel like chemistry matters more on the offensive end or more on the defensive side of things?
That's a sweet question, man. I'm gonna go with defensive only because so often all 5 players are involved. We sort of talked about rotations. We've been going through some of those play calls, some of the call outs rather. I don't know. We've sort of heard from different places around the world, different names for these things, and then different names for the rotations within each nation. So take out of that what you want. The point being, everyone is involved, whatever language it is that you're speaking, whatever you're calling it. On offense, sure, you might see a cut from the corner. You might see other players getting involved, but you can still make it work with just your point guard and your center. Therefore, in my opinion, just based on sheer numbers, India defensively, where that chemistry, where the top nations from all across the world so far, eFiba season 2 have put their name on my bit of paper, as you know, always making notes, and no one likes to talk about the defenders, the power forwards this season in 2K24, just underlooked. Not for this guy, so I'll be calling it out as we go throughout the evening.
It's definitely going to be great to go ahead and see that. Let's check out who hoops here for the New Zealand edition.
Oh, here's some concrete floor, the rims, the backboard. I feel like it's just like a generic court you'd find at a school. The environment looks kind of New Zealandish. I do see a rugby post in the background, so I do think that's in New Zealand. Yep. The landscape, that doesn't really look New Zealand type. That's more like either South American or Philippines. The Philippines, yeah. This is the trickiest one. I haven't seen a court like this in New Zealand, but the landscape and everything around it kind of looks New Zealandish. I don't think this... Oh, the landscape, man. The black and red's throwing me off a little bit. I'm gonna say it is in New Zealand. Yes. Let's go.
How do they even know? How do they even know? Oh yeah, like this is a court from the Philippines. Bro, I can't tell a court from something that's 30 minutes away. Like how do they, I don't even know. Are you fascinated as much as I am?
Yeah, you can see me actually just watching that video and laughing.
Follow eFiba on all socials.
We back?
Yeah.
We're just gonna go. I could listen to it all day, baby. Like,
I was gonna say it's so fascinating. You got to watch it twice, but it's just mind blowing that people can just be like, "Oh yeah, I went on a field trip there 27 years ago. I remember that. That's the Philippines. Don't you remember, Bob?" What?
GeoGuessr vibe, right? Some people just got it. They're just like, bang tree, bang concrete floor, great call out. Yeah, nah, I ain't got that. I had no idea. I'm absorbed. I'll let it run again and learn some more the second time around.
Yeah.
As we've learned, as I was talking about before, different names for these things all around the world, different structures literally when it comes to basketball, but it is the global game. And at the start when we had me being like, it's a community tournament, so I want to hear your questions. We got a bunch of people saying, what are you talking about? Basketball is sort of just, a North American thing. Come on, fam. You're not aware of the passion from around the world. And apparently, them basketball colours. Well done, young man. Well done.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen me in rehearsal. I've got to use Siri and my iPhone to just remind me to come back on set in 15 minutes. So very impressive in terms of what they do. As we're waiting for gameplay to go ahead and start here, I'm most interested, whether it's in New Zealand, whether it's Guam. We've talked about the chemistry. We've talked about the fast start to expect in the first quarters, especially because I feel like if you're Guam, you kind of maybe, if you feel like you're the underdog, right? You're kind of coming into today being like, okay, we want to go ahead and play lights out. We want to go ahead and get off to a fast start. I'm interested if New Zealand is going to kind of play it safe because they know that, hey, they're the favorite coming in on paper, or if they're going to play, basically, are they going to come to play to win or play not to lose? What type of style do you think we're going to get from New Zealand?
Man, it's just going to be straight off the rip. The culture over there, even more so than Australia, laid back, but I don't mean that in a we're not going to try way. It's like we don't need to overthink it. You get like a coach from Glow Navy involved, shows you you're taking it seriously enough. I don't know how many other elements, the NZPL, talked about the chemistry and whatnot. Even in the chat, the little bit that I've been able to read so far, it's like, yeah, all right, Nate. You know, it's just the point guard and the center, mate. That's your chemistry. Boom, done. No need to overthink it. No need to overanalyze, friends. We look forward to bringing you the game as soon as they're ready. In the meantime, you're not going to get any change out of me. I'm going to call it like it is throughout. Heavy favorites, ready from the get-go. No need to overthink. Yeah, I can put points total. I'm going to say, I'm going to go straight on 18-point lead at the end of the first quarter. There you go.
All right, 18-point lead. I've got my pen. You know, I got my pen in my water. 18-point lead at the end of the first quarter. Here we go. It is the first game as we tip off the regional finals in Oceania. You've got New Zealand taking on Guam. It's New Zealand in white, and this is a game one in the best of three for the finals. The winner of this best of three gets invited to Jönköping, Sweden at the end of November. Nate, 18-point lead at the end of first quarter. You've said it. You are on the right.
Hey, man, I like to do my sort of plus minus and whatnot. It's really, really basic, boring statistical modeling, but it's what I like to do. Because we haven't had any games against these two so far, if you are just joining, welcome to the Oceania final. We're just straight here into the final, best of three. You're welcome. There is no form guide. There's no numbers, no stats. It's just, you know, like I said, terrible statistical modeling. I'll do my best with it. And hey, first points to Guam. Shout out Guam, 2-0.
We will see if Guam can, quote-unquote, go ahead and pull off the upset. The reason I say, quote-unquote, chat, is because we haven't gotten a chance to see either of these nations play. This is the first time we're watching them. And all you got to do is win 2 games, and that's going to be a loose ball. They get it on the other side. Defense get right back, passes it all the way to the left side. Dots the left. Trying to swing the rock, but the defense is just rotating. They're being a menace, looking to find a little bit of space back over to the left side. They're just passing the rock, but they've got to go ahead and make something happen here in 5 seconds. Going to chuck that one up, not going to go. And the steal does not lead to points, as they're going to go ahead and tie things up is New Zealand.
Thank goodness. I tell you what, that was a rough start. What was it? Straight away in transition?
Yeah.
Was it double chase down or just very, very quick turnovers? And I was going to say that for Guam. The worst thing they could do, India, I was going to say, again, moot point now, I guess, is take anything early into their shot clock. They're getting heaps of joy at it. Yeah, got me rattled. Respect, up the Guam. At any point, yeah, they do something I don't expect. Like, yamming it on your face, son. Up the Guam, I think is what you're going to hear from me.
Guam, they may have rattled you, but you may have motivated them as they've got a 2-point lead in the early minutes, but it's New Zealand that's just coming back to tie things up. And this is kind of what you want to see from Guam. You want to kind of go ahead and go head-to-head, get as much buffer room as you possibly can in the early halves, in the early quarters, and give yourself plenty of space to make some mistakes, as they're going to go ahead and miss that one. It looked like a long 2 anyway. About 2:20 left to go, but that's going to be another bucket there by New Zealand, as they now have the lead for the first time tonight.
Yeah, probably not the last time, but I thought 3-point shooting could be a big point of separation, respectfully to Guam. New Zealand can get that going, Horsey, looking at you. It really should be sort of lights out. You're welcome. You're done. Yeah, the irony there. Hopefully my Kiwi friends appreciate it. Horsey with the easy 2 inside. 3-point shooting. It's going to be New Zealand's to decide how much of that they want to take, because they should be timing it a lot better.
Well, as you can see there, a little bit of hesitation from the left corner not to shoot the 3. So I wonder if they're not confident in their own shot as they continue to attack the paint. At some point, you got to think New Zealand will notice this and just send too many men in the paint and dare Guam to go ahead and knock down the 3. And Nate, It was Guam that had the lead. It was Guam that kind of kept it together. But now it's New Zealand with a 6-point lead. 1:30 to go. A timeout is called as New Zealand is on a run of their own.
And I hope that if they're making the predictions, you're going to hear me call out when it's straight up wrong. Because on that back cut, Horsey, what is going on? Guam with 8 more points than I expected them to maybe get. It's not even been difficult for them on 2. Maybe New Zealand sort of saying, you can take them as long as your 3-point don't get going. We're going to do the fundamentals and close it out. But yeah, bit of a surprise at both ends. Horsey beasting in the paint right now. I guess there's still time for an 18-point lead in a minute. India, don't write me off just yet.
Well, I won't do that ever in life, but I'm just curious if we're going to see a 3-point shot attempt or 3-point even get drained here in the first quarter. Well, there's the attempt, but it's not going to go, and that's going to be another offensive rebound. We've seen a few of those from Guam. Again, if you're just joining us, you're watching New Zealand take on Guam. This is the Oceania Finals. The winner of this gets an invitation to go to Sweden at the end of November. It's a best of 3. This is game 1. New Zealand is in white. Guam is in black. And it's New Zealand with the ball and the 6-point lead. Looking to expand on it here. They had a little bit of opening. But, oh, they could have dotted it up for the slip, but they don't. Miss it from the right side. Guam's going to get it. That's going to be a transition take foul, and that's going to be free throws for Guam.
A little bit of ill discipline. I said that I expect them to be nice and laid back and firing, but maybe there is a little bit of adjustment. It does feel like across the world, certainly not localized to this region at all, that connection even for one player can make things a little bit interesting. Goodness knows, we really hope that there's no AI or anything like that today, but yeah, maybe I'm waiting for game 2 is basically what I'm saying. You might see connection change, lead to a little bit of difference out there on the court. That's an excellent first quarter from Guam, just behind by 3.
They are down 3. Start things off in the second quarter. They get a chance to go ahead and tie it up here if they do knock down a 3.
It ain't happening. Come on, I'll make another call. Have a look at that paint.
All right, you're 0 for 1 now. You're 0 for 1. So you're saying no 3-point attempt in the second quarter? Is that what you're saying?
Well, certainly not off that possession. And yeah, again, for Guam, I understand that's probably the key to their success. Is also probably going to be a slow death in here, and that New Zealand should get the fundamentals done much more efficiently. Hey, prove me wrong again. Make me 0 for 2. I dare you.
We'll see if they can as they go ahead and try to pass it up the court. Top of the key. Could have been stolen away, but it's not. It's still Guam. Left corner shot. Oh, and Nate, so far your prediction is alive as they break that one. And it's New Zealand. Top of the key is wide open. Get it to him a little bit late. Takes the shot. Looks like a contest. Not going to go. Guam with the rebound. Guam with the wide open man down the court as they cut the lead down to 3.
Yeah, we play in what? Transition basketball right now is probably the most affectionate way to call it. And I want to call it like it is. Connection looks like it's not an issue. It's just going to be different. Playing a tournament like this in Oceania, if it was Australia, New Zealand, yeah, no worries. 3 needed for 10s, by the way, if anyone would like to join in some casual 2K.
Takes a shot from the left side. That one's not going to go. Rebound secured by New Zealand. The defense does get back, but not in the paint as New Zealand takes it to the house for a 7-point lead.
Sensei's probably adjusted the best so far. I'll try and withhold judgment and make some less terrible calls as we go, but yeah, that's something with all the statistical modeling, the spreadsheets and stuff like that. No thank you, by the way. What about a 2 at the other end is normally how we capitalize. Good scrambling D. One thing you can't account for is, yeah, what type of connection you're sort of going to get and preparing for that. It's not like there's a comparative nation and stuff like that. Oh man, the PS notifications. Be gentle, beautiful people. They said be gentle. Yeah, you can't prepare for that. So we're finding that out for the first time.
Oh, thought he was going to have a wide open shot from the left corner for a 3, but he stepped inside the line on the catch animation. Now it's New Zealand with the ball. Swinging it around. Right cash was open for a second, but they got it to him a little bit too late. I knew those type of things would happen, so we got to be careful and maybe switch some spots as it's New Zealand as they miss inside.
Community stream. So, yeah, maybe. Yep, here we go.
There you go.
Time
There
out,
you go.
boys. Well,
Do not disturb. That's what I'm talking about. Smart
I
fella.
love this league, man. I actually do. And that's quite representative of this region. You're going to have some fun with it. You're going to see lots of horsey. Jammed it down for 2. And a bit of fun and pants along the way. Yes, please.
In my head, I'm always ready as a broadcaster in case anything crazy happens that we see on screens and not mention it. But it's kind of like tough to ignore. Thankfully, things didn't get too chaotic. It's okay to say I love you. It's
and that's
fine.
why I'm here, India. Yeah, you get to keep the reputation rather, but I don't have one to start, so I can just go for it, mate.
27-17. 143 left to go as New Zealand. On the defensive side, you've got take now for Guam. Trying to make something happen. Dots it over to the right. Going to attack the paint, and that was going to be denied by New Zealand. Blocked on the defensive side. Looking for something on the offensive end now. Down low in the paint, and that's an easy slam.
And I thought Aussie would be feasting. I didn't expect it to be this much this early. There is a 2 that could be taken. You see a jump coming way too late because of mention. The reason, I won't go there again, friends. We all know what's going on, but yeah, have a look again. It's going to be the easiest feed, the easiest bucket. Someone said rec gameplay. I'd like to think that we'd get even higher standards if it was local rec gameplay that you got to do what you got to do it. We get to Sweden, India. There will be no excuses. Everyone planned on that land connection, so just get the job done. If you're New Zealand, I'm sure it's had a look at it. 3 ball can more or less be put away. Defensively, it does leave you guessing a little bit, if you want to put it that way. You've got to anticipate, quite literally, maybe a second or so in advance. It can really expose you, get risky if you want to do it like that. But hey, maybe this is the time to have a bit of fun. If they get the opportunity, 3 ball, India, it's not going to go for it. It ain't going to.
It's slightly late as they've missed every single 3 they've taken, but it's Horsey on the New Zealand side that has 12 points, 6 rebounds. And no, we don't have skill boosters, but triple-double will definitely go a long way as that's going to be a foul. It's a D3 in the key, and that's free throws.
Man, I forgot. I understand why we don't have skill boosters anymore, but I didn't realize that that's done.
I know.
Yeah, like
I was looking at the run of show, and I was like, man, I don't have skill booster talk for nades.
the gap in
As
my
New
heart. It
Zealand,
makes
beautiful.
sense now.
I know. Passing it to the right side is Guam. Looking for a little bit of inside action, and they get it. Great positioning to capitalize on the easy 2. No shot clock. Guam looking to put a little bit of pressure on the backcourt. They pass it ahead. 4 seconds to work with. Call a cut from the left side, and the defense couldn't do anything about it as it's 33-19, and that's going to be the end of the half. And once again, just straight domination down low in the paint. You can see it right there. It's Horsey with 12 points for New Zealand. 6 rebounds for that man there, just continuing the domination inside the paint. Look at the field goal percentage difference. 80% for New Zealand E-Blacks compared to Guam. I mean, they're just dominating inside.
Oh man, I'm just laughing at, I know Blade will bite on anything, and Blade, I mean that respectfully. It brings, the back and forth. I actually quite like it in the Twitch chat. You can go at me if you want. So, yeah, Vince saying, what is Horsey? Blade's just straight up like, okay, Vince Chang 21. All right, mate. What is Horsey? One of the best bigs in the region, Vince Chang, if that helps to answer your question. I did not think about, like I said, just going to put my hand up, that the 3-ball was not really going to feature for that connection region. Still had Horsey being your MVP of this series. The takeover that man's going to get, he's getting fed at both ends. Then he's just going to be even more dominant, rather. Look, I would like to see a timed stick dunk from that man. It makes no sense to do it when you're just yamming for fun already, but maybe in the 4th we can see an alley-oop or 2. I don't know. A little bit of something fun from Horsey, because he's normally sort of job done. Head down and go win yourself the game. Get yourself to Sweden in this case.
Yeah, to answer your question in another way, Horsey is someone who's horsing the other nation, as he's got just as many rebounds as Guam. As you see the domination continuing, as that's going to be a timeout called by Guam, as they've looked at a deficit of 41-9 what is it, 19 here. They've really got to go ahead and string together a couple of buckets before this one gets out of hand even more. And Connor, yes, myself, Nate, Vince, Chris, the whole crew will be in Jönköping, Sweden. It's going to be a great journey. I'm calling Delta every single day to see if I get upgraded to first class. So far, no luck.
Oh, hang on. So where are you starting then?
Oh, I've been starting. Even before I got my visa, I was calling them.
No, I mean like if you want the upgrade to first class, what's your starting ticket then, friend? Come on.
Oh, luggage area. Down there in the paint. Down there in the plane.
Fair enough. We can chat about this a little later. I'm a little curious and whatnot, mate. It's going to be very exciting. Certainly one of the biggest in-person events that I'll have the pleasure of commentating on so far, and probably for a while yet. Disappointing that Sweden couldn't make it through that lucky loser bracket. If you haven't been paying too much attention to sort of format and different things, different regions have had different ways of getting there. Come on, 3-ball. I just want to see one. I just want to see one horse. Come on, horsey, please. Never mind. We'll try again later. I don't even remember my original point because that's what one green beam. It's not going to come from Guam. I've made that statement. It's looking good still.
You are sticking by it. Look, I like it. I am appreciative of you sticking to your guns. Guam at this point is like, all right, you know what, buddy? Forget winning the game. We just want to knock down a 3 and just prove to the world that we can do it. But so far, they don't have any space. I'm telling you,
what was I even waffling about before India? We were talking about first class ticket, and I started talking. I have no idea because I saw a horse just stand there for like 3 full seconds before pulling up. I'm like, took me out of the moment completely. Sweden, crowd, big event. It's going to be a really good opportunity to see, like I said, like for like gameplay. New Zealand deserve their chance to be the big dogs. Oh, off the dribble. There's no way. Yeah, they deserve the chance. Like I said, I took a full day of mourning. You know, I wore all black and put ashes over the top and whatnot. Was like, okay, no Australia, but New Zealand, this is your chance. Surely, you get the opportunity to go to Sweden. And I'm really excited for this team, this squad. I mentioned before, 𝐅𝐿𝐹, Coach Chrome.
Guam with the 3!
All right, see you.
I just had to, brother. I just had to.
I respect it. 0 for 2 in terms of the predictions, and genuinely happy to be so. Maybe that's actually genuine life and one analytical point that I can get with all the waffling throughout the game today. If that starts going, it's a little late on. We're still down by 13. Maybe hope for game 2 or 3 India, because even with a good connection, right? I'm sure you're the same. Sometimes you don't believe it is possible to shoot a 3. Nothing's going. Everyone, you're like, oh, no, mate, I'll step up. It's my turn to take it. And you can't time it for anything. Once you make one, you get some team take happening. I don't know. Let's believe.
Well, for now, top of the key shot. Do they get a 3 of their own? No, they don't. They miss it at the offensive board on the left side. Kick it out. Oh, my goodness. No foul call there as a man's on the floor. And here's Guam to the right corner. Way too late of a pass. Maybe they could have got it. And that's going to be a foul. And a smart one, as that's not going to put them to the line, but the next one absolutely will. But it's Guam, though, looking to make a comeback here. Looking to cut into single-digit deficit with a bucket. Can't get the cut. Oh, and it gets denied at the rim again.
All right, a bit of variation at the very least. I've been saying community run tournament, by the way. Shout out Kobe, Blade, Munted, friends. There's some things I could say. There's some things that you guys can say. We can put it that way. Enjoy what will be some big highlight plays. I have no doubt the countrymen will be going for it, having a bit of fun in the 4th, if and when this opens up a bit. Mind you, I'm 0 for 2 predictions, India. This 11-point lead is going to dwindle even further.
Indeed it is, as now the lead has been cut down to 9. New Zealand, no shot clock. 12 seconds till we enter the 4th quarter here. This game 1, and they slam it from the left side.
8 seconds remaining. Come on, friends. Come on. I'm ready. I see the take, baby. I'm ready, India. I'm taking over because never mind. Go in and drive on 2.
Oh, come on. That's that brain-dead offense.
Bro, is Vince available? Because I'm 0 for 3 off the rip, and I was feeling good.
Wait, what was your
I
third
got my
prediction?
notes that we were talking about. I was comparing them to Vince's last week and sort of enjoying when they matched up, wondering why they didn't sometimes.
Wait,
Vince, you
hold
seem
on.
more than ready
What
for
was
up this one, man.
What was your third prediction? I missed it then. What was your third one?
That New Zealand would be able to get such a solid lead in the fourth that then they can start mucking around with it, some alley-oops. But to be honest, I said maybe Horsey, we can take a 3, and then he took one in the third anyway, so.
I gotcha. Well, here's Guam.
We will, friends.
Uh-oh.
It's deep. We will genuinely get a bit more serious with it if and when we need to. I'm gonna talk about myself because India's a class act all the way through. I also like to try and call it like it is, and there should be job done. Also happy to point out when I'm wrong and shout out Guam for stepping up. And hey, they make 3-point. They've been, I'll say, savvy in transition to make it close. It has still felt all the way through like this is just, can we get the ticket to
Guam for 3?
But hey, don't be leaving them wide open, fam. At the very, very least, please.
You know, in rehearsal, our production team was telling us about how they're going to scare us, but apparently whenever I yelled Guam for 3, we scare them. So happy belated Halloween, I guess.
Did you get comments on that? Was that feedback?
Yeah, it was in my ear. As that's going to be a violation. He steps out of bounds, and it's Guam's ball the other way.
What's up, man? What's up, man? We can, have some real talk afterwards if you want, because I will shout out any 3, any green beam. We've had some, what have I called them, sort of tier 2, tier 3 nations from other regions, and it's been really lovely to see them develop as we go. But the green light is now out for both sides, yes, please. And shot timing has been one of those things where we've had many nations not make a 3 even in their first game, and I mean that. They do not make even 1, and by game day 2, sort of 2 or 3 games into it, they've just got that timing down. They're used to that difference in server and timing. So I appreciate game 1. This might be your first ever game of eFiba season 2. A little bit of patience sometimes required, and then we get in a roll, don't we, India, and we get some ridiculous plays. Check out those eFiba socials for some just wild green time game winners.
We just saw an illegal screen that happened maybe like 80 feet away from the action, and that's another 3 from Guam as they kind of continue to go back and forth. But yeah, that illegal screen was just like unnecessary, crazy. I can't believe the ref called it. But nonetheless, we've got a 10-point ball game. New Zealand with the lead, New Zealand with the ball, New Zealand with a chance to take a 1-0 lead in a best of 3. As here comes the inbound from the right side, has a pick, goes to the top of the key, rotates from the left to get the cut, and great defense coming in from Guam. But it's New Zealand with the rebound. They get another crack at it, 10 seconds on the shot clock. Looking to find some space to attack the paint, and they do, as the defender stepped up for the block, whiffed, and it's an easy basket for New Zealand.
It's a little rough because, again, different connection, different game. You get a little bump on that, it certainly creates some doubt in the mind of the ball carrier. There, you just look foolish, don't you? You got the hand up, you're running past him. And again, anyone watching, friends, just let us warm in. Let the players warm into it. See if they can get their shot time going. And defensively, they will just have to make some educated guesses defensively.
Missed there by Guam. Less than 2 minutes left to go. It is New Zealand just running away with this one at this point. 16-point lead. As Guam looking to have a little bit of momentum and possibly carry it over to the next game mentally. Don't want to take that shot. Doesn't. Passes it right back to the guard. Over to the left side. Back up top. Takes a long 2. That's not going to go. And shout out to everyone from...
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say the mental game. Both sets of players certainly applying that better than I have here. I'm rattled, as you all can tell. But the repeatables, also driving into that paint, I saw Guam start to bring a second man across to cut that off. New Zealand moving that ball around, but still not taking the 3 necessarily. Basically waiting to see if a defender will move, knowing that then you pass to that man when the defender's sort of guessed, and indeed, take your easy points.
They go ahead and call a cut and get the 20% plus contest layup to go. New Zealand, not a doubt that they're going to win this one. getting bumped around in the paint, and that's going to be a timeout. Again, it was perfectly fine if it was a turnover, but good practices. As they're going to go ahead and call a timeout to avoid 3 in the key on the offensive side of things. 9 seconds left after this inbound. New Zealand, top of the key. Horsey down low, cut from the left. Back over to Horsey. He's got to go ahead and chuck something up. He's not going to be able to, and that's going to be a violation.
Going to have some back and forth times. India, I'm almost expecting sort of everybody to spam the timeout to finish. It's been one of those where we're going to have some fun with it. Connection-wise, maybe that can't happen. Hey, anyone can push that little button, fam.
Yeah. Going to be a foul on the left side. Not going to put him to the line.
I think I saw a comment earlier. Is this just run the break either way? No comment here. 18-point lead. New Zealand comfortable game 1 win. I said 18-point margin quarter 1. Well off India, but maybe an 18-point win. Still time for Horsey to try and break some records. No, extra objectives. I can't even bring myself to say the word skill boosters. I miss them that much. But he'll be delighted to know that, yeah, he can be the guy. He can step up. Domination in the NZPL, like I said, one of the best from this side of the world. Goodness knows in these conditions, it tests you in a way you might not have expected. And I think that's sort of your correct reaction there. Yeah, bit of a cheeky smile, sort of tick the box, so to speak, India.
Well, they go ahead and get the job done as they are going to secure game number 1 in this best of 3. We talked about the 3-point shooting. Thankfully, each nation did go ahead and knock down 3 for a total of 6. But you can see the struggles from the Guam side as they were 3 for 18 from beyond the arc. And that didn't really help them with their deficit. They came out strong in that first quarter, in the first few minutes. And then it just kind of just continued to derail them later on. What do you make of that first game?
I'm scared to say any more than what I've said already, because I've probably been a bit more direct and upfront than even I try to be. I was impressed by Guam. You and I, India, how many times do we say during what have been some long and enjoyable nights, let's focus on the positive. If that 3-ball isn't going, what are they doing well? And I really liked that they seemed prepared either for the connection or just for the New Zealand game plan. On the cut from the corner early, obviously really good communication because the point guard was throwing it before we could even see them move. When you factor all that delay into the equation, it does mean there is a bit of a game plan there. In terms of repeating that for 4 quarters to make that happen throughout, we saw it's just not doable regardless of any type of delay or other issues. It was nice to see some fluency, and as you said, at least 1 3 knocked down from both nations. So there are some positives in the certainly for both nations. It just feels like it's a best of 2. We're maybe already starting to look ahead to Asia and whatnot. I don't know if you're thinking the same. Is that a bit too honest from this guy?
Well, I mean, hey, listen, I always value your opinion, but speaking of a couple of things before we get to the bracket here, you've got Horsey that had 13 rebounds. We've given him the props, but you've also had 𝐅𝐻𝐿 hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly, 16 rebounds. So that was just domination there, as the nation of Guam themselves only had 14. But the positive for Guam is that the third quarter was their best quarter, as they went ahead and won that quarter 15-12. So you kind of need to look at that quarter and say, hey, what do we do things on the offensive side, the defensive side, and how can we go and repeat that for 4 quarters in the next game? Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket so we know where things go ahead and stand here in the finals, where you've got New Zealand taking on Guam. But nonetheless, though, before we go ahead and take a look at that, do you feel like Guam is going to go ahead and have an opportunity to force a game 3, or do you feel like we're going to see relatively the same one?
I'll try and sort of narrow down my focus a little bit and say that I really hope they can take a quarter. I think that would be a genuinely tremendous achievement. I will be excited to see what the connection's like for number 2, see if anything changes there. And to be honest, at this stage, for fluency for either side, I think it should be a bit of rinse and repeat, India. It would be very surprising to me if we had anything different for Guam. Win one of the quarters for us and show that it's not just rec gameplay. Again, genuinely, keep proving me wrong, fam. I'll shout it out. I'll call it out. Let everyone know watching on the FIBA stream, eFiba stream, what you're all about.
Let's go ahead and take a look at that bracket so we know where we are when it comes to the finals. You've got New Zealand 60, Guam 42. Again, we talked about the dominating performance. Wait,
Oh, sorry, say Guam again for me there, India.
Guam? Am I saying that wrong? Have I been saying that wrong the whole time?
No, it's great. It's just got some like throaty, like Guam. It sounded quite passionate. Continue. Thank you. That was just for me.
No, I appreciate it. You know, hopefully that'll bring a little bit of strength for their game 2 comeback here. But again, the biggest difference were the offensive rebounds, the second chance opportunities for New Zealand in the game that we just saw. 30 rebounds compared to 14. That's more than a 2-to-1 ratio there. In terms of turnovers, there was a 3-to-1 ratio, not in favor of Guam, as it was 10-3. So you've got to go ahead and limit the turnovers, and you've got to go ahead and have a little bit more, a better shot selection, if you will. If you know that, hey, we're not clicking on the threes, let's go ahead and call some more slips. Let's go ahead and call maybe a midi from the left side, just a couple of different plays so you can adjust to whatever cards you're being dealt. We'll see if Guam's able to at least keep it close in that first quarter, right? Because we both, myself included, wanted to see what type of separation New Zealand would get in that first quarter, and it was just a 3-point ball game at the end of it, right? It was just 14-11, and then it was that second quarter where they dominated. New Zealand did 19-8, and they finally went ahead and got what they were looking for in terms of the buffer. But that first quarter, what are you expecting? I'm going to throw it back to you in terms of prediction. You said 18 points. That unfortunately didn't happen, but they did win by 18 points in the game. So you do get, you know, pat on the back for
I'm
that.
not even trying India again. 0 for 3 with their predictions. In terms of what to see here, you got to do what I am struggling to do and maintain discipline. It is very difficult with all the different factors for these players with so much on the line. Again, how many games did 2 get? Best of 3 series. Honestly, like ANZBL finals, fam, go longer than that. And yet you get ticket to Sweden, a chance at that €50,000 prize pool these nations are competing for. For New Zealand, they know it's just a game away. You got to try and keep that mindset. That's why they brought in a coach. If the connection is sort of, and gameplay and set plays and stuff like that is not on the agenda, coach will have them maintaining their discipline and focusing. Let's get this done in 2, not give them a look in, not give them a sniff, any chance. Try and shut it down. In terms of Guam, I want to say it's almost like a real-time strategy game. You almost got to plan your move in advance and be like, maybe we'll just start guessing who's going to cover, who's going to start getting a bump, who's going to go from the corner, because those cuts, like I said, good comms from Guam, their predictions from the players needed India, and many less predictions from myself.
We'll see what goes ahead and happens there, but let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket to see where we go ahead and stand here tonight. You've got, once again, New Zealand with a 1-game advantage here, 60-42. We are playing for the finals in Oceania. You do have a best of 3. They do go ahead and once again take game 1. The sun is rising outside for me. And I'm ready for a game 3 if we go ahead and get one. Are we going to get one? That's TBD. We're waiting for the players to go ahead and start things off. Let's go ahead and see what we can get. But I want to kind of go back and see if there are any players. I mean, are we is Horsey? I know you mentioned, you know, one of the best bigs that we may have. Is there anyone else on the New Zealand side that kind of surprised you, or anyone else that you're kind of keeping an eye on to say, hey, it's time for you to step up? Or you can even talk about Guam if you're familiar with anyone else on that side.
Yeah,
it's
hard
about to
because.
Get gameplay going.
Oh, we almost there. If at any
Well,
point
they're entering the
call,
code. Good. You're good. You're
sweet.
good. Sorry.
If you get that call in the ear, just cut me off. We're going straight there, fam, please, because I don't want to be dishonest in any way and say that the analytical side of this, if that's what you're looking for from this broadcast, join us again in a little bit. Here is about business, is about job done. I said I want to shout out these players and their qualities. We got Horsey yamming in 2s. That's about as much analytical sort of triumph as we can get here. Maybe we'll see. I'll allude to some previous triumphs and their play outside of what we might see in this game 2 and maybe game 3.
Left to be seen if Guam can go ahead and come back and make this a series and push it to a game 3. They had a great third quarter, so we're getting a lot more action in that sense as well. Again, main things that we're keeping an eye on are going to be the 3-point shooting and the turnovers themselves as well. Nate, I want to go ahead and see if you kind of get any opportunities to see more cuts. I think a lot of times we had cuts coming from the left side, cuts coming from the right hash, and that was kind of it. But I want to see a little bit more different type of play calls being called. Throw a little wrinkle on there, right? Have a little fake cut, come back, and see if you can get a 3. See if you can set an off-ball screen, whether it's for the corner or the hash, and then get a cut that way and take away the defense, right? Set a screen on Horsey. That way he can't get back and defend the paint. Just some creativity to get yourself out of this slump.
Yep, and it all sounds great when we're feeling waiting for the game to start, doesn't it? This is why, fam. India is one of the very best. I'll tell you what. I ain't even exaggerating right now. To come out with that, India, after watching that first game, man, I'm like, this guy's gold. This guy is like making me think of things that I didn't even see. I just think, to again just be straight up honest, in terms of your sort of delay and response time, you are kind of guessing, having played myself on American servers from here in NZ, it is genuinely defensively why you see the bigs getting most of the joy, because how are you meant to stay with someone on the perimeter, let alone time your 3-point shot, of course, if you can't really time anything there. For your bigs, you get a bit of fortune if you get your positioning generally right, which is when I say that Horsey's one of the best in the region. There's a few people in chat I know might disagree. In terms of the team overall, I will say they're a very young team with a lot of potential that hasn't yet been reached, and that's why, going back to a very boring but in my opinion fundamental critical point for this game too, which is discipline. Can this young group of players, again most of them aged I believe like 18, 19, have some maturity, stay locked in, and have business as usual? Because India, as much as again I'd love to, and we will, in Sweden, break down New Zealand from an analytical run of plays. What can they throw in there? Here, it's just not that time. It's just not going to have that opportunity to make that happen. They need to be disciplined. The comms need to be on point, which is something we don't get to hear now. But again, we will in Sweden. Yeah, here I am being like, what about gameplay in terms of for Sweden? What could they look at? At least Horsey's on the radar. We've said his name about 50 times, so he'll be delighted with that. And it's one of the reasons I'm really glad New Zealand get that chance to be the top dogs.
They will indeed go ahead and get a chance to be invited to Jönköping, Sweden. For the folks that are just joining us, let us just quickly give you a recap of what's going down tonight. You've got all the regional finals in terms of everything that's not, South America. So tonight you've got Middle East, you've got Asia, you've got Africa, and you've got Oceania as well, which is what you're watching right now. New Zealand with a 1-0 lead in a best of 3. And later on, you will have Saudi Arabia taking on Lebanon. You'll have the Philippines taking on Indonesia. You've got 4 nations in the Africa region. So you've got those teams to figure out who we're going to see in the finals. Something to note there, the Africa semifinals, that's going to be a best of 1. Then the finals is going to be a best of 3. Of course, that's later in the day, so we'll bring that back up. But just a jam-packed of a day that we've got. And then, of course, we come back on the 9th to go ahead and see who comes out from North America, who comes out from South America, which, by the way, I don't know if you saw the tweet, but we mentioned this last time. Nick has traveled to Brazil to coach that nation to take on Argentina. I mean, brother, you got to win if you're going to travel all the way there. You know what I mean?
Man, as if you've jumped on that as well. He would be loving it. He's already clipped this out about 18 times before you got that sentence out. King of the socials, but the king of commitment when it comes to eFiba Season 2. We mentioned how New Zealand have brought in, if you like, a experienced international coach. It's wonderful to see that there are opportunities. Developing nation, proven nation, there is always time and different ways to improve.
Here we go. It is Guam looking to force a game 3. It is Guam now in white. It is New Zealand in E-Blacks in black. As Guam going to go ahead and shoot that one. They're going to go ahead and get the long 2. Not quite the 3 that they may have wanted, but they're on the board again. They've got the lead just like they did in game 1.
Hey, I respect any shot of any distance, to be quite honest. We've talked about in eFiba Season 2, the mid-range being key, and that the best players offensively know when to take their 3, know when to work behind the screen, know when to drive inside, but know when to get that stop, the ability rather to be able to quick stop. There we go, got out eventually, and time that midi with the animation everyone's using where you sort of get that fade forward. We will be seeing that in Sweden. Respect to anyone that can do that here today in game 2.
Going to go ahead and get the rebound there, looking to push the tempo down low inside the paint, and they're going to go ahead and tie things up at 2 apiece. We'll see how long it takes to get our first perimeter shot to go down. It's Guam in white, and that's going to be taken away. Great steal there. Great deflection. Dots it to the left side. 3-point shot for New Zealand doesn't go.
I said he's the best, chat, and you have to get on board, man. He is going to be animated like that whole night. King India leading the line here. And the optimism, if nothing else, India. Again, you call it immaculately, but if you don't have that excitement, that one of these could go down. If you don't believe, you know, you're missing out on the opportunity in the first place. I really hope you get rewarded. Woo.
Woo. That one's going to be an ugly release there. There's an easy 2 for New Zealand on the other side. Those fast break opportunities will kill your chances to come back in this series. Back over to the right side. Didn't want to get 3 in the key, so they go ahead and call a timeout.
Little things could make a big difference. I'll go and join you in that optimism, India, and say that for Guam to stay in this contest and indeed to take it to a game 3, keeping their own discipline and elevating their game to a level that is not being displayed in any of my research, at least. Hey, another surprise in store. Certainly wouldn't be a failed prediction, because I ain't going to stop. What I would like to see is more of that, more help defense inside, almost encourage them to take that 3-point. If you know you're feeling that brave, and you probably should be, because that extra body, the extra anchor, defensive badge could be a big key in getting that early lead if you're New Zealand. For Guam, hanging in there.
Couple of chances, but you got to dot the corners a little bit earlier on the offensive rebounds if you want a wide open shot. New Zealand, 2-point lead, but it's Guam that's looking to tie things up or possibly take a lead of their own, and they have the chance to do that, but he bails out of it. Here's another one. Guam can't convert on the opportunity, and it's New Zealand now. Got the cut from the left side. Top of the key is the pass.
Yeah, Ryan, I sort of put that point away for now. We'll try and lock in for as much as we can. And to your previous comment, just adjusting Ryland here, sorry, by the way, India, one of the, I was going to say elite big center power forward, who can do it all, played 3s over there in the States. That went heaps well, didn't it, Ryan? Said, bro got unreleased Guam jump shot on. I love it. I love it. Release it. Make it happen. Ronnie.
Bit of a delayed shot there. Lots of hesitation as it's New Zealand. Has a man streaking down the court. Looking to find a bit of an opening. Calls a cut. Beautiful pass there. As the defense was fooled, the dribble move and the shot for the first 3 in the game. It's New Zealand with an 11-6 lead.
We have life, baby. And hopefully that is the not just excitement, India, but the proof that we're going to get plenty more green beams on the way. And for Guam, it's bad news, not just there, but for their offense. If the Kiwis do start collapsing, I suggest that they do. Yeah, it could get ugly quickly.
He could have taken the open 3 as the defense left him, but his big foot, his big heel steps out of bounds. As man, something that Guam's doing here, which I'm not the biggest fan of, to just continue to take contested shots inside the paint early in the shot clock. They haven't found a great rhythm to utilize the clock in their favor, as Guam had the open pass, decided not to take it, a little bit of a hesitation. And again, if I'm New Zealand, I'm just kind of giving them as much space as they want from the perimeter, clogging the paint inside. It's just not going to work. That's just not going to go. New Zealand back over to the left side. Foot was on the line, I believe, but it doesn't matter because they go ahead and miss anyway.
Look, maybe that's exactly why it does matter, the time in between the midi and the 3 when it's already hard enough to green either one of those. Unlucky, but would be the last we see from Shot Moist. And hey, in response, India, you've been calling magnificently, brother. Could we have the greens for both teams, please? First quarter.
We did have to wait, I think maybe till the second or third quarter, I believe, to see a 3, but we've seen both nations knock them down and don't quite count out Guam, as they've now cut the deficit down to 2. A long pass all the way to the left side. Foot was on the line, and the ref is going to call that a long 2, but nonetheless, it's a 4-point lead heading into the second quarter. It is a win or go home for Guam, but it's New Zealand with a 4-point lead as Guam is looking to start things off in the second quarter. That one's going to be fired away, and it's Guam with the shot, with the hand in the face. Guam.
All right, do you believe? I'm not worried about India anymore. He's been ready for it throughout. He has chat. Do you believe? Multiple green beams. Oh, please. A bit of a contest, a bit of let's start talking about the defense needing to do a little bit something different. Dare say if it goes to game 3 and we do get those same conditions as game 1, then maybe it's the same story. But for now, friends, join me. A bit of belief, please. Jesus, nice, deep 2, more shades of green, a 1-point game, friends. It might just be on.
Is Guam going to be able to get a stop and take the lead on a fast break opportunity? Down low in the paint is the finish by New Zealand. And Rylan asking if they win this, do they make it to land, or is there more qualifiers? No! At the moment, it is New Zealand that just needs to win one more game, and they'll be invited to Jönköping, Sweden at the end of November for the eFiba World Finals to compete against 7 other nations. The dribble move was there, but the shot was not, and it's Guam with a chance to tie things up with a 3, but they're going to have a loose ball. They get it right back to the right side, trying to spread the 4, tip ball so he can go ahead and get it his own without being called for a violation. Looking to attack the paint, dots it to the right side, steps in for the 2. Oh, and the ref calls a foul, and we're headed to the line.
Oh, best looking foul, eh? Just slaps him on the elbow, sort of not going any further. Wouldn't like to take the free throws. Hey, 61%. We'll take that to start. The Jesus 671, just to distinguish from the other Jesuses with many other vowels in there. Any missed shot, 3 or free throw, particularly India, it's going to be a very easy 2 at the other end. And so far, what we've got to base it on could be a massive point of difference.
Indeed, it would. Guam in white, New Zealand with the black unis. A little bit of a hop step, doesn't lead to anything. A lot of traffic there on the right side. 3 seconds, got to chuck it up and hope for an offensive rebound, but great box out by New Zealand. They've got a chance to go ahead and extend the lead. Down low in the paint, and they miss it, but they get the offensive board. Back over to the left elbow, all the way to the right hash. Too deep of a shot that they don't want to take. Passes it right back out. The off-ball screen doesn't work, but they get the board back. 3rd time's the charm. Yes, sir!
Woo! Let's say thank you. And in that, the way that we wanted, and by we, I mean fans of the green, Guam surprising everybody, getting that happening, and shout out coach of the E-Blacks for clearing up exactly what's going on there in terms of connection and whatnot. Makes a lot more sense now, but doesn't change narrative for anyone because it keeps on rolling on. Hopefully, from their point of view, E-Blacks can get Shot Moist going with Take. He's been more locked up than anyone else. People are saying, why isn't he dribbling more? I think that's the issue. You just send it via air. Nice inspiration. Nice delivery. Nice yam.
The alley-oop, you talked about it for game 1. They do it here in game 2, and it's New Zealand slowly starting to separate themselves in the second quarter like they did in game number 1. But do not count Guam out as they came out firing in the 3rd. Again, the hesitation there to take the shot with the open corner as New Zealand dots it to the right side. They've got play take. They've got the 3. They've got the 11-point lead.
It's about as emphatic as we've had so far. That's the captain for Guam, Legalize. Says it's okay by me, 8-point game. I don't know what's happened India in terms of New Zealand being able to green time it, if what I'm reading is correct. But hey, love that we're getting a game out of it. Flew inside. Yams it down, will be relieved to get a 2 there, because talking about the players, if I don't get a chance to sort of back up what they're doing or what they can do in terms of what they've done in the past, India flew, shot moist, certainly capable of, what's the funnest way of putting it? A fun mixtape or 2. They have fun with what they do. Now, don't get me wrong. Very talented. Someone mentioned the SIGs, I believe, before shot moist. Like, I can try and break it down as to what you would like to see. I'm saying if and when they get to Sweden, they're going to have some fun with it, regardless of their opponent, the stakes of the game. They'll get a chance to show what you can do in terms of skill, but also something that you probably don't see in the rest of the world.
If you'd like what we don't have, you can go ahead and join the giveaway on X. If you want the free eFiba merch, make sure you participate in that as they call the flare for the three. Doesn't go this time. All the way down the court, right before the half. It's Guam that's looking for a basket. The defense is there for the stop. They get the rebound, and the denial at the end of the half to make it a statement, letting them know that we are here. We've got the lead as they're looking to win the second half to push themselves to Sweden. Nate, it's been a great one. Guam has done a great job staying in this game, battling it throughout the day so far. But now we see what's left in the tank for the final 10 minutes.
And yes, Fred, I will point out, not you, India, but the highlighted box score with Sensei 2 for 4 from 3 is noted. It's very much noted, and not just by myself. The greener in the conditions that you're in, very nicely done. We mentioned at the top of the broadcast, friends, that keep asking, DMing and whatnot. Australia not participating is just New Zealand and Guam. No point speculating. We're so glad that the region gets a chance in FIBA Season 2 expanded and giving players opportunity of a lifetime, because India, they do compete in those 2K League events and qualifiers that have been there. We've been talking about Manila that's coming up with 2 of the other NZBL teams and our friends from across the ocean a little bit. They give it a go. Everything that's available, 3s, 5s, 2K League sort of opportunity. It is a dream for many of these young gentlemen, and they're here to show whatever the conditions, they can green it, they can get this happening, they can get it done.
The APAC regional tournament, that's going to be a fun one, but here we've got the game 2. You know, coming into this one, we said Guam needs to kind of make sure they don't shoot themselves in the foot. They need to limit the turnovers, and they've done that. Coming into the second half, they only had 1 turnover compared to New Zealand's 4. But they just have not been able to convert at the basket, which is the most important thing. Down low in the paint, they go ahead and flush it to bring it right back to a 10-point lead. New Zealand
ain't going away. I'll respect it. And again, connection as it is, I'll keep it this way for the contest. Look inside, not going to happen. I'll be owned up today, but flew around the corner, runs into trouble. Horsey, just wait for him to go up once, friend. Are done. Nice and easy. We haven't had too many sort of up fakes, pump fakes, and the rest of it. India, I dare say Horsey could really just enjoy waiting for that jump to come, knowing that he's going to get the easiest of looks the second time around.
Great amount of patience on the other side. Appreciate, again, all of you, especially in the parts of the world where it's still early, for joining us for the finals. This is the first of 4 that you're going to get a chance to watch, as it's Guam. Drives inside the paint, dishes it to the right side, back out to the left. Got to get something up here. 1 second on the clock. Defense played by New Zealand. Looking for an open shot, calls a cut, and that was going to be denied by Guam. They've got a man wide open for the fast break as he slams it home. And back again, we go to a 10-point lead. But that's not going to be enough. Guam's going to need a lot more stops and offensive buckets to force a game 3 as New Zealand just responds back with a dunk of their own.
It's going to be too late soon for Guam if they don't start rather just collapsing. It's time. You got to risk it. The 3-point. New Zealand in these conditions, can they back themselves? Will they make it? Because you could even just put someone out and Sensei, who I believe is still 2 for 4. And then, yeah, maybe that's your way back in. You cannot let Horsey take this game away from you with easy 2s on the cut. And like I said, just waiting for a defender to bite.
Shot from the right side, had the flare up, not going to go, however. Defense looking to get back, but they just can't get back fast enough. As New Zealand taking advantage of the easy 2s on the fast break opportunities, especially after a defensive stop. As you might see here right now, there it is. Got a man running. 3 from the right corner, but they can't get it to drop.
Just having a look. Oh, man, wide open for the shot. And Guam yeah, you can't take it now, and please don't start bailing out on me, mate. The captain needs to show a bit more poise and decision making, or just get it out of your hands and give it to the man with confidence. 11-point game in the third, closer than any of us thought it might have been. Sensei, just one on him, please, friends. You let Moist give it a go. Flu as well. Nothing to do with their ability. It's just smart game plan. Otherwise, come on, man. I don't even get to finish my inhale. Horsey is just going to take 2 by 2 by 2. Guam will lose game 2. This will be done into India and we'll move straight on. They cannot go out with such a whimper.
Every time Sensei gets the ball from the left corner, he already... Oh, there it is! You call on the man! He gets the steal! He gets the slam!
Yeah, maybe it can't be that easy then. Never mind.
But timeout is being called because there is still almost 6 minutes of basketball left before it is all said and done. Guam still has a chance. And a bucket here would be huge, especially with Take. Looking to drive inside, all the way to the right, but that one's going to be stolen away, and it's New Zealand. That's going to be a foul just to reach it. Not going to put him to the line.
Addressing, one of the comments in the chat about Flu particularly. Friends, like I said, any of these players, looks like they're going to get their chance in Sweden, and they should. Sensei left corner pocket, yes sir, take 3 more. It's not to say the quality isn't there, friends. It's to say for this game, but just talk about, what's on your screen in front of you. Flu started season 8 at the NZPL India, for your reference. Absolutely on fire. Something like 30-35 points per game, if memory serves. So more than capable of big scoring. It's just not the game for him to try and, taking threes off the dribble and whatnot. It's just simply not the plan. Not what's going to get you to Sweden.
Takes a shot from the left side. That one's going to be heavily contested and an ugly release as well. Looked like a tip ball for a moment. It is a loose ball. And now we're going the other way. It's Guam.
That's a great noise. Can we get that? Can we clip that up and just play it for any type of air ball or whatnot? That'd be amazing. Boom.
All right. Coming back with it. There you go. Oh, he missed it at the rim. Gets his own rebound. Gets fouled, however, as push-ups are being done on the court. The team in white is Guam. They are down 1-0 in this best of 3. Can they make a comeback here in the fourth quarter? They've got play take, they've got the cut, they've got the pass to the left side. Back over, and that's going to be another tip ball by Sensei. The inbound with 8 seconds left on the clock for Guam. Gets it inside. Free throw shot is good. He gets 2 instead of 1.
If we had that in the third, I'd probably get a bit more up for it. Someone's saying, Martin, of course it is. Get hype. Fam, let's get realistic. This is meant to be a business case scenario here for New Zealand. Get the points, get your stats, gobble up the boards, get your plane ticket to Sweden, and then really show what you can do. For Guam, gonna respect shooting above what I would have expected, not just from distance. Legalize Guam, legalize for sure. Yeah, captain of this team and very passionate, and love to see it, but not stood up in terms of, facilitating when your own shot isn't going. In 2K24, we talked about it plenty, India. You can't just have your point guard taking over. You need shooting guard stepping in there. We have games where your locks, even your top scorer, here in eFiba Season 2. You've got to find a way you can contribute if those first 3 or so shots don't go.
There's a reason that you have 5 players on the court, is because each one of them can help make a difference and get you the dub. And that's what Guam needs right now. 100% A game. That's going to be a violation. Is that 3 in the key? Yes, it is. And they'll get a chance to get the easy point, which they will go ahead and convert. A much needed, as they trail by 17. As they're looking at the brink of defeat. The pass to the right corner on the inbound. Gets it right back to the inbounder. Over to the top of the key. Possibly looking for a 3. Calls a corner cut and a hash cut at the same time. Miscommunication, which leads to a missed 3 from the left side. Pass all the way to the right. Great steal there for Guam to take away the fast break opportunity from New Zealand. All the way right corner. Shot is good for the 3.
Jesus, nicely done. Indeed, good to see. Confidence. last time I was there, I really wanted to see this in the third before New Zealand could just start to take the easy twos and enjoy themselves. And yeah, Flu, might as well let it fly and see if you can get yourself, if not a clip, just happiness and confidence from this game. There's not been much else available. The discipline that we wanted to see has been there. A nice jam on top of a smaller gentleman. But 12 points, 230 India. It's doable. I just really do wonder if it's a bit too little too late.
They're going to go ahead and take a shot. Is that a foul? Yes, it is. Oh, I like a little wavy man. That's cute.
Classic. Wacky waving inflatable green free throw man. In the clutch, actually, there's nothing worse. That's a good point, India. It demoralizes me every single game. You're like, you don't even deserve to go to the line. That wasn't a foul. And then, you're like, okay.
Exactly. Guam wide open for a second. But a great job by New Zealand to get back on their feet. Shot worked last time, but not this time. New Zealand. Catch animation doesn't help him inside the paint as he still goes up with it. Horsey back outside. Right corner shot. Whip badge is good.
Hopefully can I was going to say get a roll, but a highlight or two. A nice feed. There we go. There we go. No doubt would have loved to have showed off his three-point shooting. Shout out New Zealand, who made sure that wasn't going to occur. If I said before for Sensei, just keep one out on him if he's the one guy hitting shots. New Zealand realizing this defensively a lot earlier. The lock not really needing to lock anyone down. Of course, you're not going to go for an all-ball strip or anything like that. Hands in the lane, not going to happen. Bump steals, there you go. The best you're going to get. Oh, Sensei, left-hand lane. Get a little pretty with it. A 20-point lead. If it was business time in the business meeting is about to draw to a close. The tickets are about to get booked, and New Zealand going to be very, very, very happy nation. Of course, let's not forget the very first India to make it through to Sweden. First time a broadcast. First nation to book their ticket. That's the way to do it.
Indeed it is. They went ahead and came out strong for game one and looking to close out strong in game two as well, as we are 62 seconds away from New Zealand punching their ticket to Sweden for the eFiba World Finals. Guam looking to just go ahead and get a couple of points up there for good measures. It's not going to go from the right side.
Damn, the green ain't gonna go away just yet, if you don't mind. And hey, a steal in the lane as well. It doesn't matter if it's telegraphed, and yeah, you can slap that out of here. We got it there in here in the fourth. We had some reads that were able to be made and delivered on. It was in the first quarter of both games. Nothing worse than seeing that, flailing hand, almost like you're the gentleman in green at the free throw line. Yeah, it's nice to see them getting rewarded here towards the end, and maybe would take opportunity for a shot off the dribble. Dare I ask for it?
Less than 30 seconds left in this one. New Zealand.
Respectful here, India. Yeah. Sorry, I got to ask the question, or are you taking it? Because I feel like I know the answer.
What's the question? Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Are you being respectful? Are you taking some
points?
Oh,
yeah. No, I'm being respectful. There's just no reason to, you know. But here we go. Is Guam, they're going to go ahead and get the lap. Bro.
I told you. I was saying. Keep your timeout. Might not be the only one. You know, wait for them to get back on the court. Hit that button again.
75, 51.5. They're looking for an alley-oop or a three-point shot. Left corner shot is... I don't know if it went. I don't know if they got it off in time. But what I do know for sure is that it's New Zealand that goes ahead and gets it done in two. They got the sweep and they got their ticket booked all the way to Jönköping, Sweden at the end of November for the eFiba World Finals. Nate, New Zealand came out hot. They came out strong and they got the dub.
certainly on record and repeated, and appreciate the patience in the chat with it all. But you got your moment. You got a few of them, in fact, there towards the end, and you got what we're all here to see and talk about, making sure that business got taken care of, and indeed it did. A joke for about how many people understand this? 10 of you, but looks like God's plan has been fulfilled. Heading their way over to Sweden are the New Zealand E-Blacks. Wonderful discipline, power forward, center, clogging up the paint, Yemen in the other end. Simple as that. You get to go and play a DreamHack. Incredible. It must be a great feeling.
Indeed must be, especially when you get to just come out and dominate the way they do. They played for an hour and booked a flight that might, I don't know how long it was, like a 17-hour. Yeah, but nonetheless.
Mate, try like, 30-ish.
Yeah. I was trying to be nice about it, but that's plenty fair. But I mean, just congratulations. And we got to go ahead and take a step back and also give props to Guam. I'm not going to lie. They kept it a lot closer than I expected them to. Of course, in the final minutes where you're kind of like, okay, we know we've lost it. You kind of take the, foot off the gas pedal, but they hung in there. They had a great third quarter in game one. They had a solid performance in game two, but at the end of it, it was just New Zealand that went ahead and took care of business. So major props to Guam for not just showing up, but also giving their A effort and kind of knocking down threes when we didn't know if they would because of their own situations. They were able to call cuts, have a couple of defensive stops, but just overwhelmed and overpowered by New Zealand as they go ahead and get the job done. In just a few minutes, we will go ahead and interview both sides to see what their emotions are like. But, I mean, what do you think the expectations will be of New Zealand as they have now stamped their ticket? The first nation to stamp their ticket to Sweden.
Again, firstly, shout out, commiserations to Guam. I know we'll reflect on them a little bit later, but want to make sure that everyone's aware that of all the nations, they have had the roughest deal, the most difficult task. And you might be like, what do you mean? Best of three and go to Sweden against New Zealand, friends? You're going to see a land connection, not just improve, not just better. What do you want to call them? Proficient. They're going to be expressive. They're going to cause upsets. They're going to shock a lot of other more favored nations. But for here and now, got it done. Tick the box. The pressure will be on in Sweden, India. If today was a bit straightforward with no Australia involved, it's going to be all eyes watching and a lot more expectations.
Of course, you've got to talk about Horsey and the offensive rebounds that he had, but more important than that, you also had RVO, who went ahead and dominated once again on the boards, coming in and just taking care of business on the offensive side, providing those second chance opportunities. And on in terms of defense, you had him and Horsey just down low in the paint, clogging it up, making sure you didn't get exactly easy twos and the steals. I mean, you had a couple of great plays by Sensei, that's how you pronounce his name, right?
Yes,
he went ahead and had great tips, got the ball, got the steal, got the basket on the other end, and that was a great momentum shifter as well. And then you had Flu that went ahead and put about like a 20+ points in his performance as well. So just a great overall team win by New Zealand in that game too. I don't think you'd expect anything else from that squad.
Yeah, and I'm really glad that Horsey is able to be there. And I guess at the stage of his career, which might seem like a bit of a more serious word to use at this point, if you're heading on to Sweden, I think we can start to talk about it as a fledgling career or the start of a career. That is your center that you want right there and then. We've seen in the NZPL, in this region, in big tournaments, we might even see in Manila, a center feels like they get wronged or they get into foul trouble early, that your job that you're expected to do, you can no longer do. Maybe you're rent-free in your head, and if you can't do that, if you can't even get your boards or have the confidence, don't worry about your power forward stepping up. Don't worry about getting someone else in there. We saw Guam dunking on near anyone as it was. So the discipline might not be, the sexiest thing to talk about. It's exactly what New Zealand needed. They got it. He delivered. He can enjoy posting those box scores and whatnot. The points spread, his own sort of stat line on there, because it's going to look very impressive indeed. And, well, I want to say credit where it's due for doing what you need to do, but making sure that you stayed locked in, because he barely made a mistake for all 8 quarters.
Well, just a couple of minutes away from interviewing the New Zealand squad and also the Guam squad as well, and then we'll kind of recap the show for you. But again, in New Zealand, just great performance by them in game 1 and 2 to go ahead and get the job done. I think, we've given props to the New Zealand players. Talking about Guam, you also had G Unit that kind of did his best efforts to make sure his team hung on in there. You had Legalized Guam that went ahead and had double digits himself, and then took shot about 66% from the 3-point line. But let's go ahead and check out the score here and the bracket, if you will, as game 2 has now concluded, and you see it there. Game 1, New Zealand 60, Guam 42. Game number 2, it was New Zealand 75 and Guam 51. Just a sweep that I feel like a lot of folks expected. But again, the games were closer than what you see on your screen. They really were. It just kind of got away from them late in that fourth quarter.
Yeah, if you are just joining and you're sort of thinking that's a little bit close than maybe you expected, we talked enough about the reasons why that is. I just want to put my hand up again and say that I had 18 points down after the first quarter for Guam. We soon realized why that wasn't going to occur. Doesn't matter. Hey, only 18-point loss there in the end. That is very much upsetting the expectations. I like to go with Gun It. By the way, I know like G Unit, OG Unit, we can sort of be like what it actually is. Friends, I will say, if you like a nickname, you don't like a nickname, we've been trying to sort of give them throughout when either it's been a less established nation or someone that you know and love and they've done something in a game. !survey. Get that in the chat right now. Type it out. !survey. Give your feedback on what you've enjoyed, what you'd like to see more of, less hype, more hype. When we've got the multiple games going, do you guys want to be voting for those? Do you want us to pick? Bam, you got prizes you can win. A eFiba hoodie. You got FIBA basketballs, copies of NBA 2K24, the game codes. Like, damn, give your feedback on the competition. If there's a nation, look, I don't know India. Can't think of one off the top of my head that isn't there this season. Give your feedback on that. Make sure you shout out the federation. Get spammy with it. Get emailing and be respectful because we want a bigger, improved season 3. How beautiful it's been to have 61 nations, India from across the globe. Bigger and better things ahead, but
yeah, I mean, look, speaking of the nation that's missing, I would have loved to see Canada compete,
Yeah.
It would have been great. But nonetheless, yes, we
I love you, India. Honestly, man. You're the king. This is the best.
We expect a lot more nations to compete. But man, we've already got one ticket given away. The RSVP has been sent in. We've only got 8. One of them has been received, and it's going to be New Zealand that's going to make their way to Jönköping, Sweden at the end of November to see if they get a bigger piece of the pie that is the 50,000 euros of the prize pool. It said we are ready for an interview now, so let's go ahead and get right to it. Here we go. There is going to be the celebration that we have all been waiting for because it is time to go ahead and properly congratulate the team.
Wait. Just before you do, I just want to check in. Make sure that we definitely got New Zealand first. You see me like looking left and right, India. I can now just talk and monologue to make sure, because it's a big moment, man. The first nation to make it there. And you've been nailing it in rehearsal. I want you to nail it now. And we got Guam first. We got New Zealand first. I just want to know who we're talking to. Do you want me to get in Discord and, like give one of the lads a call? Because we'll make it happen. Whoever is needed to, like,
we can't talk about Horsey this much and not go ahead and have an interview with him. So without any further ado, let's go ahead and hear the voice of God, if you will, for New Zealand right now. It's none other than Mr. Fox, aka Horsey. Congratulations on the big win. It's New Zealand that punches their first ticket to Jönköping, Sweden for the eFiba World Finals. How you feeling right now?
Yeah, pretty happy, eh? Like, I'm pretty ecstatic. It's hard to like really show my emotions because like I don't know really what to think, But overall, yeah, the whole team's really psyched, really excited, really looking forward for this to this opportunity to go over to Sweden. Yeah.
Awesome. I don't know if you wanted to keep going, brother Nate here. You've been in the eFiba Season 2 stream all the way along, watching what you've seen from other nations, and yet New Zealand are the first nation to make it through. You said you don't really know how to feel. I'd say draw us a picture, but we can't see that at the moment anyway. Talk to us about the prep for this series. Did it go the way that you thought it would?
Yeah, so I mean, we prepped for the last 2 months, you know, playing in other competitions and whatnot. But we didn't expect the delay to be as bad as what it was. But overall, yeah, I mean, there wasn't much film to watch or anything like that. So we really were just kind of winging it on that. But yeah, we got the job done in the end, so that's really good.
You definitely did take your business in a 2-0 sweep to punch your ticket to Sweden. Now that you kind of look back at your own performance, what was it like for you to kind of get those offensive rebounds and dish it out? You also had your teammate at the floor go ahead and do a great job as there. What's that chemistry like between you two, and why were y'all able to be successful on the offensive rebound side?
Oh, yeah, it's mainly just about positioning and whatnot, eh? Just making sure you get the box out. And then, yeah, just securing that O board. Yeah, Copper obviously absolutely horsed up on those D boards, so pretty proud of him for that, you know, especially with him coming in pretty late to the team. But, you know, I'm pretty proud of the whole team at the moment, you know.
Yes, sir. We do know. India, just quietly, I'm really glad the analysis was on point there. Help out with the boards, get your position right, probably be the keys to the game. I ain't got anything more. And Horsey, this is the voice of Horsey, the center, the man with quite a few rebounds himself and a lot of points. Brother, First Nation through, we talked about that. The Kiwi pride is there. But now you and your countrymen get to go over to Sweden and play. How are you feeling about an in-person event? Live at DreamHack, playing in front of hundreds, thousands? What is your anticipation like? What are you possibly expecting?
Oh, well, you know, I'm probably going to be nervous as it is, you know, my first time playing on stage in front of a crowd and whatnot. Obviously, being in person is completely different to streaming, so you never know. I'm really looking forward to it overall. Yeah, I'm just ecstatic with it all, really. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, listen, especially with the trash talking and the nerves, I appreciate you being honest and candid with us. Would you go ahead and say that this achievement thus far is the biggest of your career?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, without a doubt, that it is the biggest achievement of my career. Getting to go to Sweden and play for my country. It's something that you told me 2 years ago. I'd think you're crazy, you know.
Yeah, I would. I'd agree with you as well, because a young team, Horsey, and by the way, if you want to laugh at it, you can laugh at me, because I said, I think we can call this for Horsey now a career when you make a big event like that. Brother, what are your results in terms of like expectations? Are you happy just to be there? Is that really not good enough? You know, we talked about another nation maybe not being there. Do you feel a lot of responsibility for a certain place? Do you think you can win the whole thing, mate?
I mean, of course, we're going to try and win the whole thing. Yeah, obviously, there's a young developing squad, so there's still a lot of stuff to work on and whatnot. But overall, I think we are going to be one of the underdogs in that competition. I truly think we can get far in that comp. We just need to lock in and, you know, put in the work and whatnot.
All right, well, once again, congratulations to you as you and your team, the nation of New Zealand, go ahead and punch the first ticket for the eFiba World Finals. We look forward to having you and meeting the rest of your team in New Zealand, in Sweden. Best of luck to you.
Cheers, I appreciate it, guys.
Take care. See, Nate, sometimes I get my geography messed up, you know?
No, man, I'm saying come over to New Zealand and then we'll like head across together. Why not? I've already changed my flight in time. Shout out the team making, you know, the arrangements happen. But maybe should I be going over New Zealand? Can you imagine the atmosphere? A big shout out there again. Horsey, the center for this New Zealand E-Blacks team, that the first to make it through Jönköping, DreamHack, Sweden. that plane trip in itself, India, it doesn't matter how long it is, they might not want it to end in terms of we're going to Sweden. Are you kidding me? Like I said, majority of this team, 18-year-old, 19-year-old, some of them have not yet traveled outside of New Zealand. Some of them, if they have, it's just been Australia. You go to the other side of the world to play 2K in front of a crowd. Even that plane trip, the vibes are going to be immaculate. It's wonderful to hear the unparalleled enthusiasm, just the straight up joy. They're going to have a lot of people behind them, I reckon, in the crowd in Sweden. Bring it on.
One of those once-in-a-lifetime opportunities for quite of those folks. But that was it as we go ahead and crown Oceania Regional Finals. It is New Zealand moving on to the eFiba World Finals in Sweden. We'll be back in about 20 minutes with the Asia Finals, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the eFiba World Finals Season 2. I said World Finals. I feel like I'm already getting ahead of myself. That 5-minute nap did me no good, but just rewired me thinking I was 2 weeks ahead. But man, we saw New Zealand punch their ticket to Sweden. And now we're back with the Asia Finals. You've got the Philippines taking on Indonesia, Nate. The last time these two nations played, it was fireworks. It went into overtime. Can you expect the same type of madness coming into tonight?
Man, I'll say, check out the eFiba socials right now if you're not sure what we're talking about. Team behind the scenes doing a fantastic job at letting you know where we're up to. We'll be sort of leading in with some key stats. In terms of the rivalry itself, heated is indeed the word in the friendly region. I called it at the start of eFiba Season 2. Heading into the actual World Finals and beyond, it looks like things have changed. We look forward to hearing from the players themselves, see what the atmosphere is like. No more coming over to my country to use my good connection, apparently.
Well, hey, let's go ahead and use that good connection of yours and see if we can pop up the bracket to see exactly what is remaining to go down right now. Again, it's Indonesia taking on the Philippines. Indonesia, if the folks at home remember, and if you don't, I will put you on the reminder. It was because of the skill boosters that they went ahead and snuck in to second place, and which is why they get a chance to get a rematch against the Philippines. They've played the Philippines, Indonesia has, twice, and they've lost both times, the second one by a margin of 1. And now, Nate, if they want to move on to Sweden, they've got to beat them twice, because we are going to play a best of 3.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Different regions to answer a question from earlier. Yeah, different formats. We'll definitely let you know what's going down. But hey, same again, more or less here. We did have a group stage. We're down to the final 2. It's a best of 3. And talked about Indonesia. So close, yet so far every time. India. And how many times I say even in the 4th quarter? Is this the one? Do the fortunes get turned around? Nah, there was a cheap turnover. A 2 that was so heavily contested, I could have cried. Philippines hold their nerve, get it done. Hey, maybe today's the day, India.
We will see, but first we are going to get to an interview with Julian Thomas from the Philippines. Let's go ahead and see what he's got to say. See if there are any pre-game jitters. What's up, my man Julian? Welcome to the broadcast. You feeling nervous before you tip off the finals here?
Not really. It's just another game for us.
So feeling quite confident. Okay, I'll back off.
I told you, India. Look, this is what it seems like. Social things have changed, right? Because Clark isn't here for the first time. I just want to know, has the mood changed for you guys? You're just concentrating on yourselves.
No, we've been just focused, really. Nothing's really changed, because we all know that the first 2 games against Indonesia shouldn't have been close. So yeah, we're still confident.
Now, you say the first 2 games shouldn't have been close. I heard a similar story after the first game, but then the second one was close, as you said yourself. What have you learned from those 2 games that you believe this time around it won't be as close?
Just keep the lead. First game, we got like a 11-point lead, and then the second game we got like a 7-point lead. So I guess it's just keeping the same intensity for the team and just maintain the lead. That's it.
Well, you got a comment from Lokai saying you better stay locked. What about from you personally? What can we expect from you in this big series?
We're going for a blowout, so that's our only goal in this team, in this series.
All right, well, for me, I've got to go ahead and see, is there anyone on the other side? Is there anyone on the Indonesian team that you want to kind of take away from the game and say, hey, listen, everyone else but this person can go ahead and beat us? Who's that one player you want to take away?
I think it's Fuego. Fuego's been keeping them alive, keeping the team together, and as long as we shut down his playmaking, we're good.
Man, honestly, straight to the point, direct. I thought you might mention Fuego. I think we might get a chance for him to respond potentially a little later. What about Sweden then, Social? If it seems very business, like you're saying, Indonesia shouldn't have gotten close. Also, if we can shut down Fuego, basically it's game over already. Are you guys already thinking about Sweden and who you might face over there?
Yeah, we're just looking forward to Sweden. We're just looking at the name of the USA, and then again, maybe a rematch against Turkey.
All right. Well, hey, before we get there, you've got 2 more games to win. Best of luck to you. Thank you for hopping on, and we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you so much, guys. Thanks so much.
Absolutely. Once again, that was Julian Thomas from the Philippines. And now we go to the other nation. On the other side that they're going to go ahead and play is none other than Ren Lucas, a.k.a. Infuego.
Hello.
How's it going, brother? Welcome back to the broadcast, my man. You guys said you were going to try to take care of business. You were so close. Why is it going to be this time around to where you can get over that hump?
I mean, I heard Julian said it should have been close. I think it should have been a blowout for us because it was a fluke game from them. You saw the clue steal. You saw the inbound steal. That wasn't supposed to happen. That was the game. I mean, I'm just going to prove that today we're better than them.
All right, Fuego, what's going on? No one's answering me. No one's speaking directly. Everyone's saying, oh, yeah, everything's fine. Things have changed, mate. Since you sort of called out the 15 points or less for Clark, can you give us any insight? Things getting a bit more serious?
I mean, we just studied them more this time. We know their tendencies, but we just didn't apply it to our game plan. Today, I think we're going to be more disciplined and we're going to stop Clark. I don't know the max points he will get, but I just think we'll get the win.
What did you learn? I know you mentioned the inbound steal. I don't know if you guys have practiced those type of situations over and over again, but what's the one main thing you're looking to improve on from that game number 2?
It's just we gotta know when to slow down because we got the lead most of the time in the late game. Last game we got the 3-point lead, I think, or 4-point lead. We just have to know when to slow down next time. That's the key, I think.
Have you been listening to the broadcast? Because I got to jump in there. Sorry, India. I don't know if you were dumb, but I got to follow up. I didn't get to finish my sentence. Fuego. Last time out, I said, now the key is going to be, can Fuego slow down the play? I could get the words out, the turnover, the transition points. So the mental side of the game, you're telling me it's going to be different this time around. You will slow it down. You don't need to listen to me.
Yes, I will slow it down. I gotta chill out my teammates because they were getting too hyped. We gotta slow down a bit.
Well, I'll tell you what, you've got something on your headset, and I've got to know the story behind it. What do you got on your headset there, pal?
It's a gift from my friend. She said it was for good luck.
I was about to say, my boy, you blushing so much. It's got to be a woman who sent it to you. You like struggled. You didn't know if your mom was watching, if she was watching. You're like, yeah.
Also, I heard friend, just friend, by the way. But hey, that's not my fight.
My ex. What? We're friends now.
Yo, let's stir up, baby. Production team, change your plans. Postpone this, very important Asia final because we've got drama going on. My little Ivysaur hanging out with us, of course. Fuego, we appreciate you a lot. It's good to see that the vibes are still high. You said you need to calm your teammates down. Do you mean just in the clutch there? Yeah. Do you generally have like high energy and high talk throughout?
Yeah, because we were generally a high energy team, but sometimes we gotta tone it down a bit. If we get too hype, it'll be bad for our team too. But sometimes it's beneficial too. When we're down, like Julian said, we were down by 7. We can get back up so easily because we're a high energy team.
There's so much I want to ask here, but I've got to be professional about it. But you know what, man? Listen, I hope it works out, whether she's the ex, if she's the one. Maybe if you win, you can get the confidence to get her back the way you're looking to get.
Wait. When did the ex to friend happen? Oh my goodness, it's because You were up by 4 and you threw it away.
Actually,
you
she's
wanna
watching right
share
now, I
it?
think. Shout out to her.
Yeah. Well,
Hey, you want a
shout
shout
out
out?
to
Go.
her. Hey man, listen,
Shout out
before
to
I
her.
go ahead and turn this into Love is Blind, we appreciate you for hopping on. Best of luck to you on the sticks and off the sticks as well, my man. And we'll catch up with you later on. But I saw Nate, I saw the the thing that was on his headset. I just had to be like, wait, what is happening there? I don't know if it was like a little teddy bear situation or what it was. But nonetheless, what are you expecting, man, out of these two nations as we get the best of 3 tipped off here in just a couple of minutes?
Man, I tell you what, they better lock in. They better calm down and be less hype. And I'll do well to take the same advice because same India. It's one of those. I can't. We want to go there at least a little bit. Like 10 or 12 questions straight off the rip. I know you were the same. I saw your face being like, wait a minute, friend? Is it just a friend? Is it more than that? Then you hear the X thing. Then when did that happen? If we get like finally, Indonesia get this massive first ever big series win in the Philippines, like you can't just stay friends. I'm sorry. There's so much more on the line. We talked about the 50,000 euro prize pool in Sweden. What about love, India? Love is on the line. In terms of the actual matchup, it should be a really good one, man.
Yeah, like it's like the motivation is now different, but it's like we're not just playing for our nation. We're not playing for just our country and the money that we're gonna get for playing to win our X's back. But nonetheless, I'm expecting nothing but fireworks. I genuinely don't know if we're gonna see the blowout that Philippines say that is going to happen, or if it's going to be a closer game like we have seen, or if it's going to be Indonesia that I think is the least likely outcome, but still possible, as is anything in 2K, that they go ahead and blow out the Philippines. But the beautiful thing about it is that it's a best of 3. So whatever mistakes happen in game 1, you can adjust, come back 0-0, clean slate, and try to force a game 3 if you couldn't get the job done in game 1. Dare I ask you for your prediction in game 1? And then I'll ask you for your prediction for the series.
Oh, man. I'm going to go Singapore win game 1, Indonesia win in 3. I think that would be the romantic fairy tale from a nation point of view. I think we might see a little personal romance potentially blossom there as well. Literally blossom, I assume, is what happens off the headset if things go through. Could this be it? India, the last... 2 times on eFiba. I've had the opportunity of commentating between these nations. That's been my go-to line. I used it for an event, not eFiba related last time out. I might as well try one more time because you heard it from Fuego last time, you heard it again today. That was the time where they actually threw it away. Every other time it's a late fight back or they're still in there. And he's just saying it was our mental side. Like, I love that my team gets fired up and gets into it. But for once, that was sort of our downfall. They've never been there before. They've never been in that game situation. And they've learned from that. I'm wondering if they might do some further learnings in this best of 3.
Yeah, and that's where that situational awareness is so key, where it's like, hey, you're kind of out of position. You've got a man between the lanes as well. You want to go ahead and come in a little bit closer, maybe set a pick, go ahead and hold circle so you can get the animation and then take the inbounds, right? So those are like the little things that you want to kind of have to your advantage to make sure you don't have those careless mistakes. So I guess that kind of leads us to the keys of the game. I'll go ahead and I'll go and provide one is turnovers. You've got to go ahead and limit your turnovers because a team like the Philippines, a team that has scored 221 points here in this tournament, you don't want to give them extra possessions than you need to. So for me, limiting turnovers is going to be the key of the game. What about for you?
Yeah, love it. I refuse to review any of my notes until we get there. We go live. I'm saving it. I don't care how long we talk about. I'll do the romance thing. I'll do the headset thing. But hey, I work hard on these. I'm saving them for those clutch moments. If I'm wrong then, that's fine. For an actual key that isn't stat related or whatnot, we got to talk about the rivalry. It is obviously the mental game. People don't like to talk about it, but you've heard it from the players themselves. That's big. The gameplay is obvious. The connection should be more than fine, should be exemplary. In fact, considering the geographical location, we're not worried about the ability of these teams because the Philippines, particularly, already hear it. Social himself saying we're calling out the USA and a rematch with Turkey early on. If you want to know the sort of tale of the tape, you know who should be the favorite. If you want the romance angle, you got that. In terms of keys, I like what you said about turnovers. What about poise under pressure at the start? It doesn't get any more bigger than this. Yeah, Asia Finals, we underway. We tipping off. Who will have that hot shooting hand early? Who's going to handle that early pressure?
It's the Philippines taking on Indonesia. Philippines has won both times out these two teams have played, but now the slate is 0-0 as the Philippines go ahead and start off with a 3, something we didn't see quite as much in our previous finals. I expect a lot more fireworks here as this is game 1 in a best of 3. Do we see another sweep in this finals, or are we going to get to a game 5, but that's going to be a foul bailed out as that was an ugly release nonetheless.
And India right on the money from the get-go. One of the very best. I'm going to keep saying that the more you up your game, the players do well to follow your lead, brother. Because it is 0-0. And it's one of those things. How many stats, how many different things can I give you this game? That's going to be the best early point to make. Don't worry about the form guide. Don't worry about the past results. Both these teams go in equal favorites. Does that mean, though, India, you think it's that way? You think the Philippines are deservedly favorites when they're already talking about we're looking forward to being in Sweden?
I think they're deservedly, allowed to be favorites. I think they've dominated throughout the tournaments that they've played inside and outside of FIBA. They've won both the games because they were in those clutch moments just like Indonesia was. They were down in those clutch moments just like Indonesia was, and they found a way to come back as that block turns into a foul. The point being, one team, whether you want to call it luck, whether you want to call it clutch, whether you want to call it experience, they found a way to get the job done in both of the games, especially because remember, they were down 3, I think, heading into the final seconds of the fourth, and then Philippines, I believe, tied it up and then forced an overtime because Indonesia couldn't score with about 7 seconds left. Point being, Philippines have come out ahead in those clutch situations, so therefore they're the favorites for me coming into this one as well.
Ooh, yeah, with green time, standing dunks. That's the way to do it, friends. I said, you're not going to see them in your Oceania finals. They're just simply hitting square time and not really what we're looking for here. And throughout eFiba Season 2, there's been a massive point of difference from the bigs, including centers. Duncan, on other centers, have you practiced your green time standing dunk? If so, it basically rarely, if ever, misses.
Going to be called for a foul there in the back. Philippines in white. Calls a cut from the left side to give him a little bit more space. Wraps around to the right hash instead. Pick and roll from the top of the key. 10 seconds to work with. Oh, the catch animation wasn't great, but this shot might as well be as he knocks down the 3.
You wanted early shot making. I said, who's going to handle the early pressure well? Who's going to have the high hand? Well, shooting take sort of answering that. I wouldn't say that Clark was quiet last time out. 19-9, but 7 of 16 shooting overall. 3 for 7 from 3. He knows he's better than that. I think he's all business. There might be a reason he wasn't there for the interview. India, he's locked in, ready to go.
I believe he had 14 points in that first half last time out, so then he was limited to 4 in the second half. We'll see what the limitations of his output will be on the offensive side. As so far, it has been back and forth, which is what you would expect from these two nations. Thought he had an opening shot. He waited a little bit too long, but the ref says, don't worry, I gotcha. Calls the foul. And once again, we're headed to the line. We've seen that a couple of times.
A bit surprised at that very late. I'm pretty sure that's what it was, because there ain't no speed up anymore. If anything, you should be earlier would have thought, but never mind. You're all good. Head to the line, collect some freebies. Great by you again, India. 14 at the half, because here we were talking about 15 or less. Didn't matter in the end. In the first quarter, is he going to get 14, 15 or more by himself? Great start.
I'm sure all he cares about is the letter W when it's all said and done. They've got 2 more games to win before they can make their way to Sweden, as that one's going to be taken away. Tries to get it down the pass for an easy basket, but he's going to get fouled. That's a smart one. 2 minutes left to go in the first. Calls a wrap. Gets a screen from the top. That's going to be slightly deep, and it's going to miss as he go ahead and get the offensive rebound and the putback himself. And the lead now grows to 7.
I said earlier I like the nicknames. So like Don, the Don, it sort of worked for me, and I think Clark gave me a little face like, mate, call him Rich, whatever you want. 23-11 last time out. But what about that screen? Rock that man to his foundation. Then the perfectly timed roll. Then gets the overboard. And then the easiest little just sort of put it in there for 2. He is understated, unsung. This point guard center combination, it's what it's all about.
5-point lead here for the Philippines. That combination between center, point guard, the synergy, the chemistry is definitely key, as that's going to be a violation. Didn't pay attention to the shot clock. He did green it, but it will not matter.
Oh, I'm so glad Ice didn't like try to put up something within the shot clock. He's like, you seriously, you giving me that? No, I'll just step back and green it for show.
If only it counted. We'll keep an eye and we'll remember that 3 in case it comes down to the final moments, and that's going to be another foul.
But to be honest with you, it's
to the line.
One of those where what I'm saying is, if I can be a little more clear, sorry, if you miss that, and you're gonna miss that within the time, 𝐂𝐄, by the way, no good. Your shooting slot, you know, like I've said, what's the magic number 3? You miss your first 3 shots, you're basically like, that part of your game is done. It is dusted. Easy little roll, another slam jam. Miss you, Vince Chang, wherever you are. You know, India, it's professional. It is the little things where maybe people in the chat, maybe people watching on FIBA stream, shout out all of your, like, you know, there's 24 seconds. So why would you not try to make it? Every shot that you don't make, 2K24, your shooting percentages go down. And therefore, I think what you saw there from Ice was being like, I ain't risking it, not in a game like this.
No need to. Set yourself up for success. That's what you want. There's Clark from the right side. Looking to use up as much clock as possible, as 4 seconds separate the shot clock and play clock. Now comes out looking for a cut. That's not there, so he brings it right back out. His big man has badge. Dots it to the right. Got to get another shot up. They're not going to be able to. That one's going to be stolen away. It's not a shot clock violation. It's a steal, and it's a basket for Indonesia.
Get Hazen on the roll, 6 for 6. It was only 1 for 1 from 3, fan. And get your lock in transition. EM it down for 2. It's what they do best. And all those points add up. He don't miss.
Fuego now with it from the top of the key. That one's not going to go. Gets the 2, the midi from the left side.
That was Ice. There you go. Greening. You've got your point guard, shooting guard, very much with the percentages in their favor. It's an early little look in the second. Indonesia, something to be worried about. And then you can step up nice and high. Guess who's there on the roll? Verdon is there. It's going to be very hard in the second quarter for Indonesia.
Philippines are just rotating on the defensive side. Oh my goodness, Clark didn't even try to box out, which leads to an offensive rebound by Indonesia. Maids a fade away to the left side. They get that 2 to go.
Come on, India. You're normally windier, but I think it's Lindia on that occasion. Clark's like, what, 3'4". I don't think he's
still got
that,
a box now. Well, hold on. He can't get the rebound, right? He can't jump over him. But you don't think a box out is warranted? I'm curious what your thoughts are.
I think it's very warranted. I think he's still just not going to do anything to change getting the board. He'd rather be like not in an animation where he's even going for it, where if it lands in his hands, he can sort of throw a dime nice and early. I get what you mean. I 100% get what you mean. I'm poking fun at you, but it's like
no,
that
you're
mismatch
fine. It's
in
a
there.
good, yeah, no, it's a good conversation to have, because the way that I see it is you get the box out, and then if he does still press Y or triangle, it's an over the back, right? That's kind of how I see it. But you're absolutely right that maybe the animation wouldn't really be as great as I'm thinking, as we miss a shot there. Indonesia, that was going to be tipped by the Philippines, goes out of bounds, but it's going to stay with Indonesia, as they are now trailing by 2 with a chance to tie it up or take the lead.
Can we get eFiba Season 2 like Universe 2? Can we get like a second sort of multiverse happening and see what would have happened if he did box out? I would love it. Side-by-side comparison and be like, you know what, India, you're spot on. In 2K24 for mine, homie's not a big man. Like, whether it's dunking on someone, getting a board. I don't know. The animations just make me laugh a lot. So I think Clark is almost thinking, I want to be embarrassed a little bit here.
Yeah, we definitely have the budget for that. We're tied up at 19 apiece. Clark with it now. I'm getting me a pay raise if that's the thing. Oh, he got the ankle breaker, but the defense stays in front of him, but it's Clark that finds the inside for the easy 2. He saw the traffic in the paint. He said, no, sir, I'll take the midi and I'll take the lead. But it's Fuego who's got take. Oh, thought he was going to step back 3. Decided not to shoot that one, though. Looking for a little bit more space with 5 seconds left to go. They get the cut. Rotations were on point. Yes, they are. And it's Clark now. Has the slip, but smart foul there as the defense was all over the place. You had wide open folks across the court.
Rich just bodying up 𝐓𝐶𝐄, so it's tricky. It takes away, your offensive board options, and then the screen. I don't know. I feel like, respectfully, 𝐶𝐶𝐄's build maybe has not been in that Gatorade gym enough, but it just doesn't hit. It means that Fuego's having to play ISO, can't seem to get his handles on point, no separation. That takeover's going to waste.
Gotta take advantage of it when you've got it as Clark. Moving things around. Great patience there by the fella down low. Gets 2 defenders in the air and then gets the basket himself, Don. And of course, don't forget, we always love to hear from the community to see how we can improve, what you like, what you don't like. Make sure you hit exclamation survey in the chat. We'd love to get all the feedback in the world, as Fuego would love for this one to go down, and he gets it.
A battle in the paint. It must be so great to have Critch on your team. Again, we're calling him Don the Don, like having a bit of fun with it. Again, respect, please, Philippines fans, let us do it. If not, I'm typing it in the chat for you right now, exclamation mark survey. Let us know your thoughts. We can just go with Critch if you want, whatever you want to call him. The big man, dominant in literally every game so far. I think that's fair to say. Maybe to mention the definition of dominant, he's at least been there on the box score every single game. A minimum, confirming India, of a double-digit stat line in at least one category in every game. Double-doubles in most of those, triple-doubles in a few.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to kind of get those triple-doubles. Of course, no skill boosters, no bonus points, but still has an impact
Not in this
on the
universe.
game. No. Oh my God.
The Nate multiverse, we got skill boosters. I'm putting an exclamation mark server right now. Skill boosters in finals.
Can you imagine if we gave extra points, like a spread, to add to the end of the game? I mean, that would just be insane.
Well, if you're hearing me, I don't need to imagine it. It's in my other universe. So is my mic not coming through? Or,
Yeah, you got 50,000 euros to give away in your
Oh,
universe?
dude, I lost it. The reason we don't have a second universe is because of budget. I just couldn't. My stomach was hurting with laughter.
Oh my goodness, down low in the paint. I'm not sure how I feel about that foul. Yes, the defense was out of position. I understand that, but I don't know. Maybe you could have timed the jump a little bit better nonetheless, though. And that's going to be a foul. Is it an illegal screen? It's a personal foul, which sends them to the line anyway.
It's just exactly what I'm talking about. Pritch, too big, too good. Setting a screen, O-boards, yamming on people. He has been dominant in big games. Every game's been on that box score. You're sort of saying, maybe there's a better option for us than a 2. It's not a positive sign if you're Indonesia, let's put it that way. Fuego's take gone now, by the way, as well.
Good point out there. Fuego's take is gone. We'll see if he's able to continue the offensive output, but for now, it's Indonesia that get it going. Martinho.
Ooh, baby, have I contested a green 3 with take? I go Vertinho. But honestly, you can put your sort of vibes on there. Vertinho is more like a Western Asia pronunciation. Hey, they can get on there if they want. Make the interview about that. We want to talk, yes. You might as well put it on there on your big screen. Don't worry about Clues box score, all right? Don't need to highlight that. Your locks ain't what they're here for. But Rich, 11 points at the half. More than a third of their team's total. You got a feeling he ain't done yet.
Hasn't missed a shot here tonight, but neither has Hazen. The 3 from Indonesia, as he's got 8 points, 4 for 4. That shot's not going to go. Rebound secure. Here are the Philippines looking to expand on their lead to start things off in the third quarter in the second half, and they get the dunk to do just that. Now the lead has been expanded to 8, and that's going to be a timeout to talk about the miscommunication. Where was the rotation? Where was the defense for Indonesia?
No, not even about that. How do you stop him? India, like, sorry, you're not wrong. I'm just saying, like, you rotate. I feel like he's still yamming on you, and I guess if I've saved you, if I've nudged you on the trivia, I'm gonna ask you the hard question here. How do you stop Pritch defensively? He's doing it all.
I think you've got to find a way that someone's going to maybe cheat a little bit and kind of leave a little bit early to go ahead and cover the paint, and you just got to you got to make the point guard make another read, right? You got to go ahead and just have him think and make a decision and not just continue to feed it very, very easily to where it's muscle memory. So I think you just got to throw a different look, have one individual, whether it's on the strong side or the weak side, come out and cover the paint a little bit early, as that one's not going to go. Here's Indonesia. Takes the midi, and they get it to drop.
I rate that. I like that. A bit of, what do you want to call it, defensive manual input, aggression, get ahead of the big and try and steal it out of his hands. Obviously, we can't be talking about, like, builds and whatnot. You can't change them. They locked in. You sort of got to commit to what it is. But maybe a matchup, little switch, and then, hey, you defend the big, you defend the paint, you cover for that. Space for the three-point shooters to do their thing. I can't believe it's actually like a 6-point game, to be honest. Philippines have been that good.
It's kind of scary if I'm Indonesia, though, because you kind of had the opportunities to get this a much, much closer game, maybe even take the lead, but you kind of just are lingering and lingering and lingering. And I worry that if they lose a step, they might find themselves down by 12 entering the fourth quarter, as Indonesia is going to miss that one, but they get the offensive rebound right back. A lot of traffic there. Fuego's got it at the top of the key, trying to reset themselves. A cut from the left corner. The pass got there a little bit late, and that's going to be a foul inside, and we're going to take it out. So we go from 6 seconds on the shot clock to 14. Fuego now with it. Defense playing a little bit high. Way too deep of a pass. Coutinho back over to Fuego. 2 seconds. Got to do something. Chucks it up from the left corner. That one's not going to go. That one was contested as well. And the Philippines are going to get fouled now.
Yeah, to your earlier point about not blowing it out, not getting it done and dusted, that was Philippines in the fourth quarter of the first game between these two. It was only 33-29. The Philippines only scoring 2 points in that entire last quarter. I think I remember us saying, hey, looks like this one's locked up. That's probably me. That's how I sound. India, yeah, I think this one's done, man. Philippines can cruise in the fourth. No. Not in eFiba Season 2. No easy games at this level between this pair. The improvement in Indonesia, they ain't going away. Just a 2-possession game.
You've given my voice a little too much bass, but I do appreciate it. It's the Philippines. Great job by Indonesia to get back on defense. As Ice, what an impact he had on the defensive side. Oh, he's got the dribble moves now. He's going to go in. Gets that one to drop. Don't know if he meant to get an animation like that or not, but it doesn't matter, as we're once again back at an 8-point lead.
Take it wherever it's going to come. Please give it in the big games. You want the fortune animation, the roll on the rim, whatever it is. Coutinho off the dribble, deep to no good. And hey, Hazard's in there. Guess who's annoyed that he didn't get a rebound? Pritch saying, wait a minute, this isn't meant to happen. And hey, India, different battle there in the paint. Well, the lock's going to try and do the job to grab the board. He did on that occasion anyway. We'll take something different than Don. There you go, grabbing every single one.
They had the crab, they had the open three, but they just couldn't get it to go. Something that it seems that they've struggled with. And a quick shout out to 𝐷𝐿𝐵𝐄. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correct, but we appreciate the raid. We appreciate the party that you're sending over here. And welcome if you're just joining us. You're watching eFiba World Finals Season 2. You've got the Asia Finals here between the Philippines and Indonesia. It's a best of 3. You're watching game 1. Whoever wins this series gets an invitation to Sweden. We already know one nation that's making their way there. It's New Zealand, as they beat Guam in 2. And now Philippines are looking to do just that with their lead of 10.
Yeah, I don't know
Shout
what I
out
think about
from
the
Italy.
fouls. Oh, sorry, back on Elvisio. Can I put a bit of Italian in there? Is that offensive? I'm so worried about Sweden in here. You've got to look after me. Thank you, friend, very much for the raid. It is a global family here in eFiba Season 2. Bring it on. We probably shouldn't talk about Italy in eFiba Season 2. Apart from that, bring it on! Exclamation mark survey. Let us know your thoughts. The foul game, India. Back to my first point. Indonesia fouling early, fouling in the final 2 minutes. It's a low-scoring game. Surely they're going to add up. And with the 3, oh my goodness, we could be done here in moving quarter, particularly with contested. Look, what happened? India, the pre-game interview. Are you going to slow it down for me? I had Fuego say it to it in my face. I don't know who to trust anymore.
He lied to you is what he did. And it's great to have the different nations representing the chat as well. We've got love from Italy. You've got Silva here representing Brazil as well. We'll get a chance to watch them on the 9th of November. Take on Argentina for a chance to go to Sweden as we've got 5 seconds left. Oh, he gets the defender to jump and they go ahead and bail out to the right side and he can't get it to go. Ay, 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 ay.
Didn't really want to make the prediction because I just been terrible today, India, all the way through. It's all wrong. Oh, clock. Oh, give it to me. Oh, 3 more. We know that animation by now. Leaves our wrist up. Did say Philippines win the first, but Indonesia in 3 for the romance angle. It looks like at least a third of that is going to be ringing true. I said, you're going to make your first through. The guards are on point, and the Philippines have got their shooting stroke going, and you know the Don's going to be Don. I don't know how you defend it. I don't know how you defend that 3-point shooting threat and try and get a board and try and get around the screen. It's too much for me. It looks like it's too much for Indonesia in game 1.
We'll see if Indonesia has a response back, as that third quarter was their first single-digit quarter in this game. They had 12 the first quarter, they had 12 the second quarter, and 8 in the third. What will the response be here in the fourth from Indonesia as we go ahead and miss that bucket there?
Dude, they ain't even competing for that board anymore. It's like, no transition points. Let's just get into our spots. Thank you very much. Who's going to beat you on the cut anyway? I said it. What? New Zealand, Guam. I apologize if I'm saying that again way too much, but a minute into the fourth quarter and you're down by 15 and you start that. No. Third quarter's moving quarter. If you want to try and fight your way back into something, try something different. You've got to do it a little bit earlier. Shout out to the likes of Spain, for example, who've shown the template for change. It can be done.
I'm sure Indonesia's feeling a bit sick, but they're hoping for a miracle if they want to come back in this game 1. As a shot from the right side, again, missed it, but they get the offensive rebound and a foul. I'm just not sure if Indonesia has a clue on how to get themselves back in this one, but more importantly, how to go ahead and respond back in the game 2. As they just went cold a little bit too quick in this one. Another miss. And just like that, it's an easy 2 the other way.
Yeah, you can stick a fork in this one, friends. It is done. Serve it up on a platter. The good news is best of 3. Yes, please. If a good shooting start is key, particularly in this fixture, hey, you're going to get your chance at least one more time. And there we go. Can we get a screen happening? I don't mind if it's not Sicko. I just know that poor Fuego needs some help to get some space, even if he wants to sort of run it into the paint himself. He's trying to take on 2 defenders every time without the help of a screen. I think that's offensively massive point Indonesia can look at. Defensively, stop being Don. As I said, India. Any questions? Chat. I'll take any sort of advice you can give me. 13-10. Yeah, there you go. Right on cue. Man has been immense.
Right now, the advice that Indonesia needs to know is how to score in this quarter. They have not gotten a single point, and we are more than halfway through the quarter. Is this going to be the possession where they do it? They take the 3 from the right side. No! Clanks it off the rim. Clark. What was that noise you made?
I'll do it live next time, but it's classic.
Would you? No,
like,
no, no.
wreck
Do it
thing.
again.
Yeah, when it hits a rim. Oh,
Oh,
wait,
okay.
there'll be another mystery. Don't worry, you'll hear it.
I'm
Just gotta let
stay
your friend know
silent.
that they
I'm
missed the
just-
shot, in the most loving way
Stay
possible.
silent. It's all you. I just want to hear the noise if he misses.
Put it up, Clark. Bog. Nothing better than when your mate misses a big shot in a clutch moment and you let him know like that. Like, that's just exit PlayStation party, uninstall game.
I don't know if I'm laughing this much because it's not even 9 o'clock here and we've been up since 4:30. But I just found that when you made that noise, I was like, did he make a duck noise? Like what?
Yeah,
just
like
happened?
a goose. That's what it sounded like. To be
Yeah.
fair. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, Don, surely not. No, yeah, thank you very much. If your center's doing that with limitless the way there is a nice 3 in response, Don ruining his perfect shooting record, but of course won't be fussed about that whatsoever.
Oh my goodness. Whew. They go ahead and string together a few buckets, back-to-back 6 points now for them in the quarter, but obviously way too late. As again, that third quarter, only scored 8 points, struggled offensively. But you had Philippines say, hey, we believe this one should be a blowout. The first 2 games should have been, shoulda, woulda, coulda, but they do go ahead and come inside and take care of business in game 1 with this blowout.
Shooting take from the corner, we can make the most of that. Ice getting the opportunity to facilitate. Philippines able just to mix it up, try a few different things, also just waste a bit of time. Don't be surprised to see the friendly timeout taken, like we saw before. Vince pointing out that Vitinho, of course, with that 145 against India. And hey, India, sorry to mention that once again. And shout out, Vince. I don't know if you think me saying bald guy is still offensive, so I'm going to keep saying it until I'm not part of the team anymore. But for you, India, and hey, for Chris, Vince, anyone watching along in the chat, for you, a big world record score, a big individual performance against a minnow nation or a tier 3 nation, is that more impressive to you than a decent effort against big teams? Because, I don't know, if I look at myself, I feel like I could ball out a bit maybe against some of the nations. But against the likes of Indonesia, Philippines, man, I'm going miscellaneous. I'm barely there.
Yeah, I'd much rather have a decent performance against a solid team than a blowout performance like that. But nonetheless, the Philippines are going to call a timeout. Indonesia, that struggled to get a first point more than halfway through the fourth quarter, have come back and scored 15 and outscored the Philippines. But it might just be too little, too late, especially when they're on the defensive side here with less than 30 seconds left. It's Clark that's going to look to just hold on to it. A little bit of sportsmanship, or are they going to dot it to the right? They're going to try to dot it to the right. That's going to be a little bit of a tip pass, and it's Indonesia back outside to the right for the 3, and they're going to get the 3. Now you've got 18 seconds left. They got to go ahead and get a fluky steal. Are you going to get a fluky steal, but you got to get the ball past half court so you don't get called for a violation, and that's an easy 2.
Too little, too late, but respect Indonesia playing all the way through to the end. Respect Dello in that chat. You might have seen him on the eFiba broadcast. Good to have you back. Lovely 3 from deep there. It's nothing more than a sort of exclamation point. There's an easy bit there to link in with the survey, but I'm better than that because we're going to focus on the closeout here. Clark at the line. Your summary, hey, I ain't heard from the man, but your point guard, Clark, LCB, Zava, whatever you want to call him. He stood up big time, 17 and 7. Ice, absolutely ice when it counted. His box score, or his stat line there rather, maybe not looking as pretty as it could have been. But like with Don, it's more just been the Philippines, to be honest, taking their foot off the pedal a little bit, saying, well, we know that we've got this one in the bag.
Sicko's going to have it at the top of the key. Teammate fades away, but that's going to be the end of this one, as it's going to be the Philippines that take advantage on the offensive side, and they're going to go ahead and secure game number 1 in this best of 3 Asia Finals. As you can see, even with that game 1 victory, not a lot of smiles because they know the job's not done. They got one more game to win, but what are your thoughts on that game 1 performance?
Oh, first, I'll give you the smiles, man, because how blessed are we? Twitch chat, I believe, on the same page. Vince saying this is going to be a final for the ages. It's just what we want. These big top two nations that we've had in a lot of these regions where it's not just this game, it's not just this series, even just eFiba Season 2. This is a storied rivalry. If you're new to it, Indonesia getting close sometimes, but Philippines clearly the better team. Then we get to the group stage here. Indonesia, it's it. The fairy tale's written in. You heard from Fuego himself. He and his team getting overly excited. A 4-point swing, cheap turnover, transition bucket. Here in the best of 3 series, they were outclassed in that first quarter. Continuing that shooting form was the team from the Philippines. Business from Clark. We start afresh, India. You made the best point of the lot. Look, it's not 0-0 anymore. It's 1-0, but a brand new game. Great start to your shooting could make it. It would just change everything. If Fuego gets the first 1 or 2, completely different ballgame.
Yeah, I'm going back to that fourth quarter where in the first 2:30, the first 2 minutes and 30 seconds, Indonesia just didn't put up a single point. Then they got hot and they kind of took care of business, scored over 14 in the last 2:30. Imagine what the score could have looked like if they did go ahead and string together a couple of buckets in those first couple of minutes. So it's just unfortunate they got off to a slow start in the fourth, but nonetheless, you got to give credit to the Philippines to go ahead and slow them down. But I also feel like Indonesia just wasn't making a lot of shots. I believe they went like 4 for 20 at some point, right? Like breakups are tough, heartaches are tough. Maybe that's the cause of missing those threes. I don't want to throw any shade out there, but have a little bit of fun since we're waiting on the tip off here for game number 2. But the shooting woes cannot continue if they want to come back in this one. You're down 1-0 in the series. You go ahead and have a chance to force a game 3, but you've got to come out a lot better when it comes to your shooting if you're Indonesia.
Man, I'm trying so hard to hold it together. I honestly had to swallow about 3 laughs there, dude. Because if you missed that interview beforehand, I feel like a bit of it I might have seen on socials. We're trying to lock in here. We got to have that sort of uncut interview going down. Because brilliant questions, great responses. And to sort of link that into something that Delo was saying again, man, I'll shout you out one more time. You would think that Indonesia should be frustrated because I thought that last time. My heart was broken more than Fuego's, to be quite honest. If you watch that interview back from last time, I was a bit, downcast, being like, oh, so close. Nah. All smiles. They were just like, oh, we blew it. Do you know why they were excited? Why they're not frustrated, Delo? Because they'd never been in that position before. They'd never had the chance to close out a game. They're going to learn from that. Didn't get the chance in game 1 in this best of 3 Asia Finals series. But if we can take it to the clutch time in game 2, maybe a game 3, be very interested to see if they have indeed learned from that situation.
We are going to see if they make any adjustments from that game 1, maybe call a couple more cuts to go ahead and get their takeover to help them shoot a little bit better from the perimeter side. But we kind of gave our props to 𝐼𝐶 as he went ahead and had himself 17 plus points. You also had Clark that went and got involved in the game as well. And you kind of mentioned Don down low in the paint, got himself a double-double, cleaning up very well, giving those second chance opportunities on the offensive side to his teammates. And then on the flip side, you had the 3 playing for Indonesia. I believe it's Hezzy.
I go Hazen. Yeah.
Hazen, perfect. So Hazen, he kind of, did his thing, try to keep his team in the game. The only other individual in double digits outside of Fuego to help on the offensive side. So those are the type of individuals that need to step up. If Fuego's struggling, you've got to get offensive output from your 2, your 3, or maybe even the big fella down low when he goes for the slip. Feed him a little bit more, get those boosts taken care of. That way you have the sponge perk, and that gets everybody and their take kind of expanded and possibly used to their benefit as well. So easier for us to say because we kind of get the bird's eye view of everything that's happening. We're not the ones pressing the buttons. We're not the one under pressure with our palms sweaty, right? It's a lot easier for us to kind of dictate those type of things and what needs to improve. But we will see as we're getting ready for game 2 here in just a couple of minutes if they're able to make those adjustments. But what do you think? Will Indonesia come back and force a game 3, or do you feel like it's going to be the Philippines that take it in a 2-0 fashion?
Yeah, man. The romance is definitely that. The best of 3. Oh my goodness, Indonesia, they get there in the big series. What we saw from the Philippines, even when they were tested, we're saying they're playing out of their minds right now. They're smashing it, but they're only up by 6. didn't lose any poise. Got to that third quarter, the start of the fourth, like you mentioned, India, and it's just blown out of the water. They were locked in all the way through. Again, I don't understand what's going on with Clark. Sincerely, Clark, I hope everything's okay. It probably is. I really hope it is. Just this. Man is ready for the big opportunity, friends. €50,000 prize pool. The opportunity to play for that part of that prize pool in Sweden at DreamHack. It is massive for these players this side of the world. We love our basketball. We love our 2K. Well, I will say India is someone who loves his stats. Do you have much time for sort of just that? Do you sort of believe in that like narrative of a game? Because I feel like I caught you saying Clark in the fourth, he kind of just sort of chilled. He contributed on the box score, but to be honest, he did what he needed to do in those first three quarters, and maybe it doesn't look as impressive as ice in the end. I'm not really sure. I don't have it open still. Point being, it didn't need to be him. If the score was closer, do you think his numbers look even more impressive? Get that double even.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely had an assist to turnover ratio of like, what was it, 3-1? So it's definitely impressive. They limited the turnovers as much as possible. I think even Indonesia did a great job of holding on to the ball. I think we can expect a lot more offensive output from Clark, but he doesn't need to, right? When you've got someone like Ice 2 Fast, you don't need to kind of do it yourself. You can kind of rely on your other teammates to go ahead and take care of the rock, to find scoring opportunities to where you don't need to feel that pressure, because then you feel the pressure, you kind of start to second guess yourself if the first few shots don't go your way, and then it can end up becoming a landslide in itself. So I'm perfectly happy with Clark's performance. I think it's just on the other side, Fuego's really got to get going in the early shorter. But let's go ahead and show the folks at home the result if you're just joining us in terms of what happened in game number one. Is the Asia Finals, and it was Philippines that go ahead and take game number one. It is 59-53. This game on the box score might look a little closer, but it was because of the late run that Indonesia made in the fourth quarter. So I guess then the question to you, Nate, do you expect that momentum from that fourth quarter to translate mentally into the first quarter of game number two? Because obviously the momentum from the game won't go. Or do you feel like, hey, it's going to be a completely different ball game for game number two?
Man, that's the only thing that they can look at, and maybe the only case for Clark sort of continuing to step up in that fourth quarter is because we've got ourselves the best of three. Do you look at that longer term picture and be like, don't let them get their shot timing, no confidence, no momentum, as you say, not carrying in from game to game, but the fact we got a best of three series, they're like, nah, I feel like I'm greening it a little bit better. You know what, Hazen, you've been locking me up all game. I hit a shot late on. I'm actually feeling a bit better. It's those intangibles and that mental side of the game. I know a lot of casual viewers are a bit like, really? Isn't this just sort of like a video game? Yeah, it's a video game. A lot of those traditional sport things, you're watching FIBA basketball, translate through really nicely. Momentum and whatnot. You're talking about playoff series and whatnot. How many times have we seen a team down, some famous big names, I don't want to just say like LeBron and whatnot, have a big end to a game and be like, I'm feeling good now for the rest of it. Jimmy Butler, even more recently. So it's the same in 2K, fam. I promise you. Will you see it here? I certainly hope so.
Yeah, I mean, I want to talk about another player here in terms of miracle for Indonesia. Didn't really have the offensive output that he would have liked, right? Missed a couple of clutch shots down in the late in the game in the second half as well. Just didn't have the fast start he would have liked in the first. I think leading into the fourth quarter, when we talk about the dry spell of Indonesia not even scoring a single point, he was 0 for 4, right? He had 3 points, but those came off of the free throws, right? He didn't knock down a bucket up until that point is what I'm talking about. As we are still waiting on the teams to get going, that's someone who I would love to go ahead and get going on the offensive side as well. But I believe they're entering the court right now. We've got game number 2 for the Asia Finals between the Philippines and Indonesia. Which nation is going to move on to Sweden? It is Indonesia that is one step behind the Philippines as they trail 1-0 in this best of 3. Nate, prediction, game 2 goes to?
Yeah, I got to stay with Indonesia. I said at the start, I'm not one for changing it all the way through. So, hey, let's take it to a best of 3.
All right, well, here we go. It's game number 2 in this best of 3 for the Asia Finals. It is the Philippines taking on Indonesia. And this time around, it's Indonesia that's going to be in white and Philippines that are going to be in blue. And here we go. Here is the tip-off. It is win or go home for Indonesia. But it's going to go ahead and be the Philippines that start things off for us.
Hey, Clark, straight into it. Around the screen. I get to your spot. Little hand in the face, though, so shot doesn't go. Little marker there. It's already, believe it or not, that's a point of difference. Those shooting splits going to add up.
Get the turnover on the other end and get the slam to go ahead and be the first ones to draw blood here in game 2.
Yo, Milo in the chat, by the way. Congratulations again. Wonderful to have many different players from around the world, whether they're involved in eFiba Season 2 or not. Watching some of the very best and going to get your chance. Certainly more players from this region in Manila, more directly. Point being, FIBA, NBA 2K, it's a global game, fam. It ain't just a catchphrase. All around the world. Got ballers. They're ready to make their name in the big time.
Got the first one, missed the second one, third one, ties it up at 2 apiece. Here's Clark. Oh, that was going to be stolen away. It's Indonesia that has a chance to go to take the lead early on in this one. They couldn't get the fast break opportunity, but they do still have the ball here to the left side. 3-point shot is good, and that's going to give him a 3-point lead.
Delo wanting to point out the Rich and Sicko battle. Delo, I'ma be... Is it respectful? I'ma be disrespectful? I'ma call it like I see it. It ain't a battle, friend. And I respect Sicko a lot. One of the better bigs that I have seen, not just in Asia, against the Don, as I'm enjoying calling him. I'm sorry. So far, evidences, it's all stacking up one way.
My goodness, what a block on the defensive side. As he tried to go with the soft layup and he got denied. Top of the key shot. Don's going to go ahead and look for a 3. Thought he got fouled. Ref didn't call anything, and now it's going the other way. Indonesia with it. Oh, it's going to get contested at the rim. One up against 2 defenders. That's the result that you can expect. Fuego now at the top of the key, looking to find some space. Has the crab. Does not take the shot, though. Passes it out to the left side. Back again, swinging it to the right. Got to get a shot up, and they finally do, but it's not going to go. And it's the Philippines that can retain ball as that one gets tipped out of bounds.
Hey, can I get a confirmation if possible? Just live. This is how we do it. No little WhatsApp chat. Production team, do we have a roster change? Is this Baby B back into the lineup from what we saw at the very, very start? Game day 1? Just want to confirm before I start talking about people who might not be here.
Well, you've got the gamer tag in there. You're at least right about that. And that's the thing. Sometimes you do see a couple of lineup changes. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. Sometimes you regret them, but that's always hindsight. That's Fuego.
I'm glad you've seen it, by the way. I was just going off build.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it with the ball, and I haven't seen it pop up.
I realized it because I think it was on an inbound or an out-of-bounds play where I saw the name pop up. And you know how, like, your memory is kind of like, wait, that looks different. Like, I don't really know if that one was there before.
That's why you're the GOAT, baby.
You're the one who pointed it out, not I, as that one's going to be fouled. Going to the side, well outside of 2 minutes, 2:25 left to go in this game 2, quarter number 1. As Clark calls a wrap, looking for a double screen there. Doesn't really give him the separation he wanted till he got it, and he missed it. Left corner pass was available. He takes the shot himself. It was wide open, so he should have greened it. He does not. And Clark's going to go ahead and finish it home.
That was something that Clark did really well at the 4th when things weren't going. I was saying there's no way for the Philippines back in. I don't think I said exactly that. It's just what I was feeling, what I was thinking. And then one of the things on the other end, we talked about the cheap turnover transition. What do we want to call it? Oh man, I only got brutal words, to be quite honest. Let's just say it was silly that they stood up so high. Clark just slid in for some easy 2s. No one was hitting the 3. We could have just sat off, encouraged him to shoot, with the shooting split being the way that it is. I don't know, man. Just seen it again. Little early indicator, making sure Clark can't get on a roll if his shot's not going.
You can also always expect Clark to kind of just take matters into his own hands, especially if they're not getting the offensive output that he's wanting from Ice. Don down low in the paint. But for now, it's Indonesia that's looking to force a game number 3. Indonesia Fuego's got her on the right side. Top of the key, 𝐓𝐿𝐿. Calls a cut from the left, but the defense was there. They did hit a button, but 2K just didn't give them the steal. That's unfortunate, but they're still swinging. They're still looking to play defense. That's going to be a shot. I'm surprised it wasn't called a foul, and it's going to be 𝐂𝐄 with the sick rebound.
Hey,
Passes
there
it right
you
back
go.
out.
Need those crucial O-boards. It was a like long bounce, sure. Will we have a box out and immediately have that rectified? Sure, but positives all the way through defensively. Heck yes, Indonesia much better.
They are playing much better indeed, and that's the beauty of having it start at 0-0 as you got the crazy catch animation. He holds on to it, stays inbound, knocks down the three, and just like that, it's the Philippines that have got themselves a lead once again. Fuego. Over to 𝐂𝐄, back over to Fuego. He wanted the fadeaway shot from the left side. He's going to take it from the right, not going to go, but 𝐂𝐄 with another big offensive rebound. They're all big in the winner go home elimination game for you. Clark with it. That was going to be thrown away. 𝐂𝐄 with the offensive board. 𝐂𝐄 with the steal. 𝐂𝐄 dots it to the right side. Does he get an assist? No! And that's going to be the end of the quarter, as it's a low-scoring affair here, Nate.
Yeah, it's getting sloppy, baby, but I don't mind it one little bit. I'll jump down in there in the slop because it means we're going to have a tighter game. And hey, shoot not going, little things, man. You can see the turnovers, everything gets that little bit, trickier. That last play, that was the easiest pass inside for two, but you start overthinking it, get a little bit too tricky, you pass it out for a contested three. Oh, fam, get excited.
Thought he had a decent shot there, but he was wrong. Philippines, they've got the lead, or they're just going to turn it up a notch and take it to the next level and never look back. 𝐓𝐿𝐿 too fast. Over to Don, back over to 𝐓𝐿𝐿. 𝐓𝐿𝐿 looking to go to the right side. He's going to take a midi from the right elbow. That one doesn't go, but it's going to be a rebound by Don and a quick foul by Indonesia. Inbound comes in as both teams struggle from the three-point line. It's Indonesia going 1 for 7. It's the Philippines going 1 for 4. Clark, however, got himself a couple of points. Got to get a shot up and hope for an offensive rebound. Prayers were not answered as it's Indonesia that's got it. It's a 3-on-2, and on 3-on-2, they convert for nothing as they miss another shot. 1 for 8 is Indonesia from the perimeter.
Welcome, friends, to one of those where it's not quite builds 1 through to 5, but it's not far off, and your shots aren't going, and everything gets a little trickier. So we're going to start looking for twos. But now we're throwing turnovers. It gets, we'll call it wild. It gets rough.
Now it's 𝐓𝐿𝐿 that's just getting bullied around, looking for some space. Found it at the final seconds, and he goes ahead and misses as well. Now it's Baby B. Gets a cut. That one's going to be denied by the Philippines. But it's 𝐓𝐿𝐿 that gets the ball right back. 5 seconds to work with. 𝐓𝐿𝐿's got it now. Looking for the crab. Has it. Dots it over to the right side. And we've got ourselves a green by Fuego.
Woo! Somebody could do it, fam. We had it. Anguilla, New Zealand. If you're like India and you believe you can achieve, you will see greens. Sometimes after that quarter break sort of reset might be what you need mentality-wise, but sometimes with defensive play and whatnot, it's all good. I'll tell you what. Clue, please. Thank you. Because the handles from Clark there are what that bucket was all about. Sends 3 defenders going.
Beautiful dot there. The same similar play that Indonesia did on the other side to get Fuego open. Clark found the open man himself. Bertinhos throws the slip, and it could have been stolen away, but Indonesia gets away with one as they get the jam. And we are all tied up at 12 apiece with about 2:20 left to go in the second quarter in game day number 2. In game number 2 in this best of 3.
had a Detective Nate on the case. Sorry for the bit of silence there, India, because looking at the roster change, Miracle out, Baby B in, I was like pretty sure Baby B started things off. Why did Baby B go out of that lineup, which of course changes your 3 and your 4 around a bit? It was the game against Singapore all the way back in game day 1, so I'm glad that my memory isn't as bad as I thought. That was 55-47. Baby B not able to do the job. I thought it was a really harsh decision. It was really assists the Singapore thrived in with their smalls. Baby B might not have had the box score. I know that would have hurt, that loss for Indonesia. Righted that wrong with the skill boosters, but it was in the paint. Snag season went off for Singapore. Once again, for mine, 𝐂𝐄 is the one who maybe needs to elevate a little bit more. 𝐻𝐿, I don't know, it's just, I felt like Baby B was hard done by at the time. Great chance for a redemption story, and see how fired up Indonesia are right now.
Yeah, we talked about Miracle being, what was it? Didn't get a single basket to go up until maybe much later on in the game. If he did it all 3 of his points up until that point came from the free throw line. So I'm not surprised with the substitution, but will it be enough of an impact is to be seen, as 𝐂𝐄 has made his impact felt in this one, and that's going to be turnover. It's the Philippines now that are looking to take the lead, and they can't, but with another miss from the three-point line. And they get the knockdown on the other side, as Indonesia is now up by 3.
Ooh, baby. Hey, Vince saying it's going to be a final series for the Asia finals. They got the big names, and I'm calling them big now. I reckon well and truly they on a lot of people's radar. Lovely find. It's going to be a closeout. And hey, you get that board. Social cannot make it count. Look at this. Back and forth, back and forth. Hey, that time lucky. The shots aren't going. A bit of persistence, and 𝐂𝐄 will get there eventually.
We will see if Indonesia can go ahead and end this quarter strong. And right when I say that, it's the Philippines looking to tie it up, and they can't with another miss. And Indonesia takes advantage on the other side.
Again, comeback story, fairy tale story. I'm not so sure for Baby B, but anyone who gets their second chance, I'm a fan of. Want to see them make the most of it. 5 remaining. Clark with the handles. Dish. Ice has been set off there, but the former 3-point shooting woes mean that ain't going, and none of it's going from the perimeter. Have a look. It might be half time. All right, inside that webcam there. Very, very fired up team. Are they going to have their cool? I'm scared to ask that question again, India. But for now, Baby B can enjoy restoration to the lineup. He was hard done by against Singapore, and I reckon he was. What a story that would be. Maybe we can get an interview a little bit later.
For now, we've got to talk about the 3-point shots from the Philippines that just are not dropping. It's just, what are they, 2 for 13, I believe is what I saw there. Just got to go ahead and get the green window back in their favor like they're known to do. As it's the Philippines now with it. Looking to just take the easy points, but that one's denied. Indonesia with the big block, but the Philippines get the ball placed on their lap. But a big block by Indonesia. As Clark, coming from the right side, back up top, has the slip. Smart decision not to pass it. Rotations are on point for Indonesia. Great communication. Are they going to give him a last-second 3? There's the shot. There's the 3.
Well, it is lovely for the Philippines, but you could write down exactly what was going to happen. That whole play. It's frustrating if you're a native fan of the Indonesian team. Rinse, repeat, defense for 22 seconds, make the right rotations. Clark's taking that shot every time. When that first pass wasn't made on the first roll, it was never happening. He was never going up with it.
Indonesia, they had the lead, but we've seen this movie before, and it always has ended in favor of the Philippines. Is this a rerun, or are we going to rewrite some things here, as now we're tied up at 19 apiece as well? If I'm Indonesia, I'm a little worried, because the Philippines have continued to miss 3-point shots, and we're still only tied up, and we don't have the buffer room, because then if the Philippines start to knock down their shots, it's trouble for Indonesia. They could be sent home packing a little bit early.
Yeah, it's no surprise, no shock that offensively it's sort of same. There's not a lot going. Fuego has not been able to get going. I mentioned the little bit earlier. The reasons for that, Baby B, you can have an absolute hand grenade for free. It's still Philippines to lose. Don't worry about what the lead was and the shooting woes so far. Whether it's the end of the third, start of the fourth, it's been the key time. The big men stood up. The center of power forward. The big time players. Your Ice, your Clark, your Pritch. Let's see for the Philippines whether it's the same story again.
Clark bails out over to Don, but it's going to be Ice too fast with another three. And it's the Philippines with a 3-point lead. Indonesia. This is what we were worried about. When the Philippines start knocking down their threes, it's tough to go toe-to-toe with them. Fuego looking to respond back and tie it up, and he misses. But Sicko, his impact is being felt in this game too, over and over again. That's his at least 4th offensive rebound. He's playing on the defensive side as well. Right corner was open for a second, but he's baiting it from the hash for the steal. Cut from the right corner. A lot of traffic in the paint, but they're looking for an offensive rebound. Can't secure it. They're the Philippines now. They've got themselves numbers, and they've got themselves a 5-point lead. Timeout, Indonesia.
Look, it could be a bit like bias, maybe not paying enough attention. I feel like Pritch has been fine. It's still 8 rebounds apiece, that matchup versus Sicko, and I would argue that the bounces off the rim going well over the man boxing out. I fully expect Pritch to stay on top of that rebound tally, or get on top of it rather, and keep it until the end. Still expect this Philippines roll. It's unfolding like we've seen it so many times. Have a look, if you don't believe me, at the emotion now of that Indonesian team. Very, very different to just 2 minutes ago.
I mean, you can kind of see Fuego. I'm not a body language expert, but just kind of laid back. I don't want to use the word defeated because there's still so much time left in this one. But, like, they had themselves a lead of at least 4 points, and now they're staring at the barrel of a 10-point deficit with 1:33 left in the third, and there's another turnover that's going to come in by Clue to Clark for 3. He's going to miss it.
Really, really good defensive play. Vitinho, if you could take that 2 for me, thank you very much. Yo, it was looking series done vibes in here. I don't know if you're picking up on that as well. Body language expert or not, if you've seen enough 2K in India, certainly has, fam. We were reaching double-digit sort of blowout scoreline in a low-scoring game. Thank goodness for that wonderful defensive effort. Baby B, maybe you're going to sort of be that unsung hero. There's time left, unless Clark leaves you behind.
Oh, man.
Now, even with take, that's 2 misses in a row.
Clark had such a great move to get open in the left hash, but he could not get that one to go, but it's still going to be their ball thanks to their offensive rebound. Here's Clark. Dots it over to the left side. Great job by Indonesia to rotate on the defensive side, and they were right there, but just a little bit behind as they couldn't stop the dunk from going.
Comment in the FIBA stream saying no other plays than the pick and roll or the point guard sort of darting behind the screen. Respectfully, friend, if you could explain that a little bit for me. I ain't seen that whatsoever. We just seen like a dot to the corner. We've seen a lot of 3-point shots just not going at all. If you just joined, maybe you got that small sample size. I assure you, in this best of 3 series, it's looking like I was going to say it might be wrapping up Indonesia easy 2. Point being, fam, it has been varied. We get different gameplay from different regions. We're definitely 2K24 full stop, not just having a point guard working behind the screen.
20-4 is your score in the third quarter. That's the type of run that the Philippines have been on. And we talked about it, Nate. This was scary for Indonesia, that they were only tied up at 19 apiece with the Philippines struggling from the 3-point line. Now that they've found their stroke, and now that they've gotten the turnovers, it gets scary. It's spooky out here for Indonesia as it just continues to rain and continues to pour on their opportunities and their chances to make it to Sweden. 4 seconds left. Can they go ahead and close this quarter strong? They do as they knock down the 3.
2 seconds left. Attempt.
Bruh. If you
I
can
think
only
you-
see my face.
Oh, very much. Friends, it ain't psychic, it ain't predictions, pattern recognition. You all could do it if you had my job, to be quite honest. You watch every game, and it is the same thing. You watch it from eFiba Season 2, from earlier. It's not harsh. I disagree with one of the comments. It is simply the story that has been on repeat. I really do respect Indonesia bringing Baby B, like trying something different and sort of recognizing that something needed to change in terms of that matchup. I kept saying it. Sicko, I believe, getting a little bit fortunate with the rebounds and whatnot in a game where the Philippines shooting was not what it could be. Friends, you just gotta chill out for me, just once or twice, and have a look at the longer term things. It's why I'm so glad with eFiba Season 2 best of threes in these regional finals. We're definitely going to have that best nation going through India. It makes me, as you can tell, so delighted that we skill boosters. You know, there's been some talk about the standings and leaderboard and stuff like that. The end of it, friends, your best nation's going through from your region. There can be no doubt.
The body language says it all for both of those sides. Because it's not looking pretty for Indonesia. They do knock down the 3. And the Philippines are going to go ahead and get fouled.
For Indonesia, there's been massive strides made. Let's make no mistake. It would have, that momentum, and you said it, might not have carried across the games. Definitely wouldn't have, particularly from week to week, game day to game day. But can you imagine the confidence of this Indonesian team? Had they have held it in the clutch during the group stage regular season, if we can call it that, maybe they come out different, or maybe, you know, it just fires up this Philippines outfit even more. You've seen them in the interviews. Do not go anywhere, by the way, because I'm sure we're going to hear some passionate comments as we look forward to it, as we want here in eFiba Season 2. Bring it on. For Indonesia, it is a step forward. There are many positives, and we really do thank them for, you know, pushing their rivals, making that standard better. They don't just improve themselves, they improve the region, they improve the entire world.
If you could see my face, you would see the faces I would make whenever you have these open shots for Indonesia, but they just cannot connect on them. There was a beautiful dot to the right corner, but they missed on it. Here's a wrap for the Philippines. Oh, what a beautiful ball movement, but that left corner is looking a little bit open. Clark's going to take it himself. Don with the big board. Don looking to just do it himself, and why not when you've got a lead like this?
Yeah, I was going to launch into the rebound total once more, India, but I'll just let that box score come up and can speak for itself.
Clark gets the dunk. And Indonesia finally gets the open shot to go.
Good to see 𝐷𝐿𝐷𝐿 getting a plethora of looks. 6 for 12 overall, 5 for 10 from 3. We talk a lot about Fuego, and I'm sure he feels a little bit hard done by. Shooting guard stepping up. Simply don't know what you do with that paint dominance. 𝐷𝐿𝐷𝐿, enjoy another 3 right on point. Thank you, friend. What are you meant to do? Clue, man. Has been immense. I've probably not said his name enough. 19 points with 4 steals as well. Money from 3. When your small forward is lights out. I feel like we're talking Saudi Arabia levels maybe, India, where I'm like 1 to 5. Anyone could sort of take over that game, figuratively or literally, and be that lights out shooter. Philippines, I know we got sort of Pritch being paint heavy. Feels like they're in a similar fashion. At least in my opinion. You know, maybe you're more of a dribbling fan.
Philippines are getting closer and closer to punching their ticket to Sweden. We had Ice Too Fast that had his impact felt. Now it's Clue that does it on the offensive side.
Have a look right corner. I was going to say they've left him open again, but with less than 2 remaining. And after what happened last time, I think you might find Clark just had some fun with it. Respectfully, Clue, you did your job. You're not going to be able to add to your total in any particularly consequential way. And you don't need to. 13-point lead, a minute 34 remaining. He will be our player of the game comfortably. But 𝐂𝐄, excellent effort. But hey, stood up. That extra option right there, as I said, open again in the corner, doesn't even get it. That's all to say. And the box score could have been even better. They ain't going to be looking at it too many more times. They'll just be happy. They are going to Sweden. They called it India. The confidence calling out USA, calling out Turkey for the rematch. Looks like we're at least, one part of that equation closer.
And that's it's the late surgence. The late surge by Indonesia.
Late surgence, it's a new word. Go with it. I like it.
It's just like the late runs though. Like Indonesia gave up, that third quarter was just disastrous for them on the offensive side. Oh my goodness, that's just sad that went in with all the defense they played. But my point being is Indonesia makes these late runs to make the game a little bit closer than it truly was throughout, especially in that third quarter. And right when I say that, they go ahead and clank one. But you can just see the frustration from Fuego. Probably not happy with his performance, with his team's performance. They just found a way to take care of business on the defensive side as the Philippines did.
Oh, man, it does hurt as a point guard. And yeah, as I said, shooting 1 to 5. Critch reminding us all he can be green when he stays out there. But when your opposition point guard's got the screens of Critch and getting separation. And obviously Clark is talented. They're mates, but they're also rivals. And it's going to be difficult when your rival/mate is that good at the game. Fuego, please. Thank you very much. We'll take it. 8 and 6 now. You don't get any help from your big man. Those screens aren't hitting. You got to do it all yourself. Added pressure. I really want to put respect on the name of Indonesia. As I said, lifted up the region. Dead set. Flicks on. Make sure that the whole world standard goes up. They've made names for themselves. Philippines, India. They are them from Asia. The confidence, it appears, entirely justified.
They've been them. Doesn't matter which season of eFiba it is. Doesn't matter if it's the FIBA Open.
Which universe?
Doesn't matter at all if it's Nate's or not, but that's going to do it. That's going to be it. It's the Philippines that win game number 2, and they get the sweep 57-41. It's the Philippines that are moving on to Sweden in Jönköping. They go ahead and get a chance to play for the €50,000 prize pool, Nate. To no one's surprise, however, the domination was great from the Philippines from the get-go.
Yeah, romance story. Romance is dead. Love is dead. It's all over. Friends stay friends for now, perhaps, but for eFiba Season 2 overall, I will always shout out the Tier 3, the Minnow Nations, even more so those that improve the standard overall, those that grow from season to season. Maybe it's just another part in a longer romance story. India. Maybe it's something I'll make a note of for the survey myself. Can we change this little narrative? Look ahead to Season 3, Season 4 and beyond, and see if we're talking about this as just a chapter in a bigger story overall.
It's going to be interesting to see how Philippines kind of go ahead and charge things up and face the other nations that we're going to have. But let's go ahead and have an interview with the winners themselves, because what a big dub in a complete dominating fashion as we had here for the Asia Finals. It was the Philippines that came to town and continued to stay undefeated because they punched their ticket to Jönköping, Sweden, as they are your Asia Final champions. And there's the man himself, Clark. Didn't want to talk to us before, but now he hops on as the confetti sprinkles all over him. Man, what a great run y'all have had so far. Clark, describe your emotions for me right now.
I'm just excited. I mean, the whole federation is excited. My teammates, my coaches, the whole management. My mind is just racing for Sweden. Really, all I can think about is Sweden. How we're gonna compete with the best countries with their respective continents. So, but everybody's happy. I'm happy we got the job done. So, on to the next one.
That very much feels like a good description, Clark. I think India might have said it himself. Job done for yourself, if I'm getting this correct. 17 and 8, 7 for 13. Your handles, your shot selection, like you basically had a near perfect game. You got to be happy. For you, it was business and ticked off.
For me, really, if you understood Pro at a high level, game 1, I think the best player was Ice, and the game 2, it was Blue. For me, I'm just doing my part.
We're talking with you as well, yeah.
But well, if you watch the game, I had like a bailout shot. I was open and I gave it to Blue. He greened it. I think that changed the game, game 2. And Ice was hitting those crazy shots face to face. You know, those 2-tuck shots that they call it. So I think, but all in all, it was a team effort. Jay got his lanes, Preach got his boards. So I'm just very proud of my teammates.
Yeah, that's what Nate was kind of talking about, was your impact was there, but he was also mentioning about how your teammates went ahead and stepped up as well. But you can't forget Don, right? The rebounds that he had, the impact that he went ahead and showed on the defensive side as well. The first 2 games were kind of close, and you guys talked about, hey, it shouldn't be close, it should be a blowout, but then you finally went ahead and took care of business. What switched for y'all to go ahead and come out and blow them out? But more importantly, that third quarter where you had like a 17-4 run, what was the conversation at halftime that empowered y'all to have that type of a run in the third?
The last game we played in the qualifiers, we treated the game after like we lost. Like we won by 1 point, but if you saw us in the room after the game, everybody was quiet, everybody was shocked. I mean, we're happy we got the W, but after that game, we talked to the coaches. We talked to Coach K from Nets GC. We talked to Coach Knight, to Izzo, to the whole department, what adjustments we're gonna make. I mean, we made mistakes here and there, but I think the game plan was solid. Shout out to my coaches and all the. And for the third quarter a while ago, I think it was just time to lock in. On the halftime, we were just talking. Everybody was quiet, and I just told them not to be nervous. We've been there before, and we executed. And we got a 17-2 run, and I think that closed out the series.
Certainly felt that way from what we were watching. Obviously, we couldn't get the vibes there in the room. You're saying LGE, the whole federation is behind you. There's the steals from Clue, but also Social, who I believe got 5 steals. That momentum, that hype, you guys got to be feeling on top of the world right now.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing I noticed in the qualifiers was Jay not getting his lanes. Now he got his lanes, and the game got wide open for us. And then Clue got those blocks. He usually get those. So I mean, we take pride on our defense, really. We have the best players in the Philippines right here in one room. So this is what we hope for. This is what we try to accomplish, and we got it done. So I'm just very proud of my teammates.
Well, hey, if you're going to say the best players in the nation of Philippines are there, let's go ahead and round them out. Let's go ahead and get a nice little group shot, if you will. Invite them all over, because each and every single one of them, you can go ahead and celebrate because you are the Asia champions, and you go ahead and punch your ticket to Jönköping, Sweden. Congratulations to all of you. There you go. Get everybody in the camera. There you go. Zoom out a little bit. Congratulations. Those are your Asia finals. It's the Philippines that hold it down for their nation. Congratulations to y'all, the coach and Coach K that's out here in the U.S., or actually out in Canada. But see y'all next time, Clark. We will see you and the rest of your team in Sweden.
We will see you in Sweden. Thank you, guys. Thank you for having me. Thank you for having us. Laban Pilipinas!
Absolutely.
Puso.
Whatever you said, I assume it's congratulatory, and we love to hang out with you as well. But Nate, just a dominating performance from the Philippines through and through this whole season, and they kind of really just unleashed themselves after the early shooting struggles, and they just completely went bananas.
Yeah, but led by those plucks, in my opinion. Again, I really want to call out when it was the power forward and the lock, to be fair, that combined for those 9 steals. When we're calling it live, I guess we focus on the bucket, the sort of end. It's like, there's a steal, bang, there's a pass. You sort of got to, we could focus on the pluck and how good it is. It just doesn't naturally flow, so only right that Clark calls out his teammates for their excellent effort. That's where that massive 17-2 run started, and it just destroys your momentum. When you got that ball and you can't even keep it away from one player, when you got 2 coming at you and you just feel like there's nothing you can do to even keep possession, man, that hurts. If you're Indonesia, for Philippines, joy on their faces. Sweden, as they believe they very much deserve.
Yeah, I definitely think the best nation in that region won. I don't think you can argue that. I think you're kind of debating a wall at that point, especially if the Philippines won the first two in the regular season in group play. Then they go ahead and won in sweeping fashion here in the finals itself. So I definitely think the best nation did go ahead and advance. Now the question becomes, how well do the Philippines stack up against the other regions that are going to be there? Right now, we already know that we've got New Zealand, right? Is that going to be a nation that they can go ahead and beat? We've still got Africa to play later on today. We've still got Middle East to play later on today with Saudi Arabia and Lebanon. And then you've got all the European nations, 6 of them that are remaining to play. Then you've got the 3 nations in North America and the 2 in South America. Point being, we still don't know who they're going to face, what bracket, what the matchups look like. But how do you think they kind of stack up no matter who they end up facing in the top 8?
Yeah, back what I said at the start, the very first appearance on here, and I think Clark's pretty much said the same thing. They want to take on the USA, whether they're at their level or not, maybe not so sure, but we're also keen for a rematch against Turkey, and that's what I said. European standard, I believe Philippines indeed can match up with the best of Europe. Look, might as well repeat myself from that first game day. I'm very glad India. I have the chance to be proven right, proven wrong when we're all live together in Sweden. No more predictions, no more excuses, just the very best players in the world.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's go ahead and have an interview with the Indonesian team. The nation, of course, they had high hopes. They looked great coming into the finals. Fuego, how you feeling right now, man?
I'm feeling terrible, I guess. I don't know what else to say.
What do you think went
terrible
wrong?
is my like joyous, by the way. Still a big smile on your face with that 1 point loss. You had a big smile. I know it must be hurting for you, Fuego. Is there anything about it that you feel like you can take some positives there? Were you happy, or do you just wish you could have that whole series back?
There's nothing positive really. I think we just give a fight. Probably the next year. I don't know. Just be back next year. I don't know what else to say.
I mean, it's definitely, you know, a defeating feeling to kind of go out the way that unfortunately y'all did. What do you think went wrong coming into today's matchup?
I mean, in the last game, it's probably my fault. I get blocked to match. I get 6 turnovers. I think it's probably my bad. And the third quarter, my offense wasn't running. I think I'll took the loss for my team. My bad.
That's good responsibility. I respect it because it might not be accurate. It is extremely humble, and I guess what we want from our leaders. Make no mistake, Fuego, you are very much a leader and beloved in the Twitch chat as well. If I could just ask quickly about a roster change there. When I thought I saw Baby B coming back in, can you back up? I thought the Baby B got dropped after the loss against Singapore. Is that true? And then why the change back?
So Miracle wasn't feeling good. He was sick from yesterday's practice. So at the first game, we thought we could just switch and play Hazen as a PF, so we could focus better. But turns out we just get the loss first again.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, look, I'd ask you to describe your emotions for me right now, but it looks like you're pretty defeated, and it's well understood as you're so close to hanging out with all of us in Sweden. But I kind of got a glimpse of you taking responsibility, at least for that game too. Do you feel like as a team, things just didn't work out in this series, or what are your thoughts when you look back on this one and how you could have fixed things?
I guess because they figured me out already. I should have involved my teammates more, but I was trying to, but I get blocked so much the game too. So there's no momentum if you get blocked. If there's no momentum into K24, you lose. I think there's just no momentum for us in the third quarter.
It's tricky, like you mentioned, Miracle as well getting ill, so I just want to pass on that everything's okay. We hope he gets better nice and soon. 0 for 4 shooting is not going to help, but there are more important things in terms of the actual gameplay. With eFiba, What about next year? Is it too early to think about that? Are we going to have that fairy tale run? Can you give me one more smile, one more bit of optimism? Look, for the X, if nothing else.
I mean, I don't know. For next year, there's gonna be a whole new selection, but for next year, I'm still gonna play and give my best, and hopefully redeem our loss today. But I don't know if I get selected again. But if I do, I believe I will get the redeem game.
Well, I'll tell you what, brother, wish you all the best. I know you guys unfortunately lost the finals, but I do hope you win your X back if that's what you want, man. It's all love. It's a game, and we truly appreciate you hanging out with us and even talking to us after such a devastating defeat. I genuinely appreciate you for joining us, man, and wish you all the best in all your endeavors.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Absolutely, and that is Fuego, point guard for Indonesia. So close. So close, but let's go ahead and show the folks the results from game number 1 and game number 2, as it was Indonesia that fell just short. And the Philippines are the nation that's going to go ahead and move on to Sweden, the second nation that has punched their ticket to DreamHack Winter at the end of November, where you'll have the eFiba World Finals take place as well. 59-53 game 1, 57-41. Just not a lot of offensive output, which we can see from the box score, but also from what Fuego said. Any final thoughts here, Nate, before we head out?
Oh, again, just really hope that Miracle is all good. Respect for trying to play in that game 1. It must be very disjointing to the entire roster and whatnot when something like that happens. So health always a lot more important. In terms of our joy and enjoyment, Indonesia provided heaps of it. And again, Fuego smiling until the very end. Human character, man. That's what it's all about. He's got that in spades. Look, I'd go on a date if I got a second chance. Friend. X, give it a go. Why not?
I'm smiling. I was smiling before because we've got a lot more 2K ahead of us, which I'm so excited for. So don't go anywhere because we'll be back with the Middle East Finals in 25 minutes. We'll see you soon. Welcome back to the eFiba Regional Finals, and what great finals we have had, Nate. First, you went ahead and had Oceania. You had New Zealand that went ahead and defeated Guam. Then you just saw the Philippines dominate over Indonesia, and they're the second nation that we're going to see in Sweden. And now, Nate, we move on to the Middle East, where we've got Lebanon taking on Saudi Arabia.
Man, what a rivalry. Saudi Arabia, we're just going to say it nice and early. Go in as favorites, but form guy, we talked about it. Does it count for a lot? Do people step up their game for these best of 3 regional finals? Oh, yes, they do. Oh, yes, they do. You best believe we're going to get an absolute cracker in here. I cannot wait.
It's going to be a lot of fun. And again, there you have it. It is the Middle East Finals that we're watching today. Saudi Arabia taking on Lebanon. It is going to be a best of 3, and 1 nation is going to be invited to Jönköping, Sweden at the end of November during DreamHack Winter. It's going to be a fun one, but just like the other regions, you have Saudi Arabia that's dominated. We'll see if Lebanon can go ahead and pull out the upset. And as always, we'll go ahead and have some lovely interviews as well to see what the vibes are like, what the jitters are like. So when we have them, we'll get them to you. But Nate, I'm really curious if Lebanon is going to be the first nation to pull off an upset thus far. Guam made it a little bit close. They just couldn't get the job done. Then you went ahead and had Indonesia that did it in terms of having to be a lot closer in the group play, but just not in the regional finals as well. Let's go ahead and bring on Mustafa from Lebanon. We've got a chance to talk to him before. Welcome back, man. How you feeling before the big game?
Feeling good. Overall, personally, I'm sick right now, so I'm not feeling the greatest. But you know, the team's feeling good, and we're ready to take care of business.
I'm really sorry to hear you're not feeling well, man. The only sort of confidence that I could give you is to be like, it has happened already today, and the campaign continued on. Other than that, how's your preparation been for today?
Nah, I mean, we're all set. I mean, we're playing a game at the end of the day, but regardless, I mean, we've been practicing. We've been doing a couple runs ahead of the game today. You know, we've been trying to play on delay. We've been trying to play on US, just switching it up however we can. Overall, you know, we feel a little bit confident going in, and we hope that we can capitalize on, you know, everything that we worked on.
I think the biggest thing for me is you've kind of seen the Saudi Arabia team twice. Now you're facing them and you've got to beat them twice. What adjustments are you looking to make? I'm sure you have a game plan, but what adjustments can we on the broadcast and the folks at home expect from y'all heading into this series?
I think you'll see us switching up who's guarding ball. I think you'll see us, you know, making sure that we capitalize on breaks, making sure that we, you know, anytime we have a break that we get a bucket off it. I think you'll see us guarding our mans in the corner a lot more closer and a lot more stricter. I think just little adjustments like that. I think pick and roll offense, all of that will look similar. We just got to hit our shots.
Getting off to a fast shooting start. I can't understate it. I know you know it's important. Has there been that sort of elephant in the room? Has that been addressed, being like, no, from the very start, this time, from the very start?
I mean, 100%. We all want to start off with takeover. We all want to start off with our green machine. You know, the first green is always important. And I think it also sets that tone when you hit your first one instead of bricking it. So 100% we want to come out there and hit our first one, and from there just continue building on it.
Is the team kind of, do you have any like rookies on the team? Because I'm curious as to if there are any nerves that you're feeling from your teammates, just because again, it might be the biggest peak, the biggest, you know, career point in 2K for them. How's your roster looking? Do you have a lot of vets? Do you have a lot of rookies? What's the combination like?
I mean, Yenchi is considered a vet. He played in previous years. I think overall out of the team, you know, they played on previous years. I played only 1 year with them. A lot of the teammates are new to me. Like, I didn't even get to play Yenchi when I played. So I think they have their own experience, and it's all about just trusting and believing in them. I can't control their player. They can control their player. So, you know, at the end of the day, we all have to just come together and win.
Love it. My question was just going to be, do you believe that you're going to win it? It sounds like the belief is there, you know, playing apart from one another and stuff like that. I assume it's been done. It's been tested. You're getting it done today. Is that what I'm hearing?
I mean, it's 100%. Like, you got to believe in yourself, or else like no one else is gonna believe in you. And you also have to have the mindset that you're gonna win, or else like you're just setting yourself up for failure. Overall, we think that we're gonna win, and we think that we are gonna make a statement today.
All right, thank you so much. We appreciate you for joining us. That is going to be Safa Saab. Appreciate you for joining us. Best of luck, and we hope you feel better, especially with the dub.
Thank you.
All right, go ahead and take care. Nate, it's always unfortunate when you have to go ahead and play when you're sick, right? Kind of throw your rhythm off, can kind of your decision making, your IQ, your reads, but unfortunately, you've still got to find a way to fight through. So props to him. And I know someone else was sick earlier that went ahead and played through it as well. But what's kind of like the keys to the game that you're looking forward to as we await the interview with the Saudi Arabian team?
Yeah, Miracle from Indonesia playing earlier in a game 1 today, 0-4. See you later, I'm done, fam. Game 2, Baby B comes in, and hey, new series and similar thing going on. Is there someone in the air at the moment? Don't want to make light of it too much because totally understand how much it means to you. You heard it, I guess, with one of my questions in terms of the key to the game. A little bit tongue-in-cheek, a little bit naughty from me to being like a quick start because it's not been there in the past. It's no surprise. Friends, if you played the game at any level, you play 2K24, bring your first few shots and life is good. Doesn't change the fact that it's still true. So I had to throw that one in there.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think, you know, the last week before we fly out to Sweden, I'm just gonna stay in my room. I'm just not gonna walk out. I'm not risking anything. I'm not risking getting sick. Everything's just gonna be Uber Eats, Instacart, all that good stuff there. But yeah, the main thing for me is you mentioned the quick start, which I think is absolutely important. You kind of saw how Indonesia couldn't quite get that, right? If they had that buffer room, maybe we'd be playing a game 3 when Philippines did come back and make that strong push in the second half. Same thing with Guam. They couldn't quite get the quick start that they were wanting and building that lead. And whenever we've seen Saudi Arabia play Lebanon, we've kind of noticed a quick start, but always from the Saudi Arabian team. They're the ones who always go ahead and come out with threes, steals on the defensive side, the rotations and all of that. And of course, you can't forget the midi that was knocked down to get the triple-double, to go ahead and get the skill booster as well. Apparently, they go ahead and practice that. So I'm sure there are a lot of different scenarios that they go ahead and practice as well. So for me, it kind of goes back to, hey, you want to limit the transition buckets that the other team gets, whether you're on Lebanon or whether you're on Saudi Arabia. You want your opponent to play as much half-court offense as possible because that's where you have the best chance to play defense, get the rebound, and dish it out for a fast break opportunity of your own.
Yeah, I'll go even like a step further and say that for Lebanon, it needs to all be on point. I thought he was quite humble in saying, here's a few of the things we've been working on. I was like, I couldn't even write all of those down fast enough. That's a lot of change. That's a lot of different things to work on. And again, that was just the stuff he was willing to share. It's all to say Saudi Arabia are 1 to 5 shooters. Any of them can just go lights out, bang, take that game away from you. It means the entire team defense needs to be on point. Every rotation, every one of those things that we know and don't know about need to work if we're going to have a proper best of 3 series India. Maybe this will be the one.
Indeed, it might just be. We will see. But I'm curious, chat. Let us know who you believe. I see a couple of Saudi Arabian fans in there. Let us know if you are rooting for Saudi Arabia, if you are rooting for Lebanon. We'd love to know who you've got. But now let's go ahead and have an interview with the coach of Saudi Arabia. Ryan, how's it going, man?
Hello, how are you doing, guys? Are you okay?
We are doing well. Thank you for asking.
Hello?
How are you doing? Any jitters with the team as you get ready for the big series?
Yeah, actually, we're looking forward to our fifth champion, and hopefully our first cup or the first cup.
I'll be honest, I ain't got that answer. I'm seeing a big smile and a lot of confidence, though, from you. So lovely to see you face to face. Tell me everyone in the team is feeling that confidence. You got the skill boosters right the second time around. You are on top. Are you going to stay there?
course. As I once told you earlier, Nate, said Saudi Arabia is top, and we will make sure always be.
I got it that time.
I do appreciate. Yeah, I mean, I got it. You pretty much said, "Hey, we're at the top. We're going to continue at the top and just continue on dominating." We appreciate you for joining us. Best of luck in your series ahead, and we hope to see all of you in Sweden. All right, that was the head coach of the Saudi Arabian team. I mean, he just exudes confidence, and I'm sure it's a trickle-down effect from the coach to the players as well. And then here in just a few minutes, we will see if it kind of dictates their gameplay and trickles down there as well. I think for me, you know, you've got the Saudi Arabian team that's going to continue coming on hot, firing on all cylinders, and kind of have their fast start that we've seen both times that they've played Lebanon. But that doesn't mean that Lebanon cannot stick with them on the offensive side, toe-to-toe. That's to be expected. I'm going to go ahead and see, though. That first quarter, I think, is going to determine who wins this game for me.
Yeah, it's a cliche, but a cliche because it is indeed true. And Saudi Arabia get off to a first quarter lead. They win every single game if it's eFiba Season 2. Those are the facts. And again, we'll break down for you some of those player versus player matchups, sort of some of the series high, because there's been some games where we don't even necessarily call them a blowout. And then there's been a few nations in a smaller region where it's been, you know, a little bit closer. I know if you've been following along, know exactly what I'm talking about. Trying to keep it positive, trying to keep it friendly. The point being, we've got the top two that we believe that we deserve. The players have been talking to one another. There's a Discord where they can communicate different things. And let's just say, yeah, this one's heating up. We are ready to go and see if Saudi Arabia went from second with the skill boosters, then first in game week 2, and they're going to stay on top, if that indeed is going to be the case, or if we're going to, see things really heat up and get very interesting indeed.
Well, we are just a couple of minutes away from it, but it's going to be interesting to see how this series go. And, you know, another player that I feel like we haven't really talked about as much as maybe we should is GOAT. You know, he has been incredible in the past FIBA seasons that we have had. He's been incredible in the international tournaments that we've had, and he's continued to dominate here in this field as well. So I'm expecting big things from GOAT, especially if I'm expecting a hot start from Saudi Arabia. I think he's going to be a big factor. That's the player to watch for me. Do you agree with me, Nate, or do you have someone else that you have your eye on?
Man, yeah, if you're not saying go, then I'm sorry, your answer's sort of wrong to start off with. It's not to say that someone else might not step up, but in terms of your hot favorite, if you're looking for hey, I'm a neutral for this game, why should I be tuning in or watching? That would be the first player that you mentioned. Something that we talked about a bit prior to today is that when it comes to the box scores and you look, that there are players with higher shooting splits than him, that is, players that are shooting more accurately. So I went back and watched. He is so fine with taking what I call like a junk shot late on in a shot clock or at the end of a quarter. You don't normally have your point guard or any guard doing that for that matter for shooting reasons and percentages. He knows his big is going to get that back, recycle it out to him, and he gets to go again. And of course, take that shot on like he did for the triple-double. When you got a center that you can trust India, and Go does, yeah, you must be loving life.
Well, let's go ahead and see how much you love life, because I'm going to ask you for your prediction.
Saudi Arabia. I thought you were going to ask about trivia. I was like, I don't love life much right now if you're going to go down there.
As we're waiting, I might just go ahead and have, you know what, I might just cook up a couple of trivia
I think
questions.
The game's ready.
Oh, is that right? Yeah. Give me a prediction before we hop in there.
Yeah, the split for mine is 20 points in terms of Saudi Arabia for game 1. I could try and slightly adjust that for game 2. It should be a professional, convincing performance where offensively, in my opinion, they're actually one of the best nations in the world. That's right. I'll say it one more time for you. Saudi Arabia, offensively, one of the best nations in the world. I don't know how you close them down. I'm yet to see a solution to this problem. As per, prove me wrong. Bring it on. Let's get another prediction in the bin. I would love a best-of-3 series.
It definitely would be great, and I do think we are going to get Saudi Arabia. I'm not sure if Lebanon can go ahead and stay toe-to-toe with them on the offensive end. That's my biggest worry, but here we go. We are now going to go ahead and showcase game number 1 for the Middle East Regional Finals. You've got Saudi Arabia taking on Lebanon. It's Saudi Arabia is the team in white. Lebanon is the team in red. And here's the tip-off for game number 1. Prediction for me was Saudi Arabia with the fast start, which will lead them to take on games 1 and 2. As they go ahead and miss that one, dish it out to the right side. 2 for $1. Nothing connects there. Lebanon now looking to push it down the court, and that's going to be a smart foul by Saudi Arabia.
Look, here we are thinking, go mid-range, start us off, not to be, that's all right. Next prediction, on point with the center, that was true. We got the O board, pass to the corner, and that doesn't go in. Yeah, unlucky. 2 for 3, Nate, not good enough.
Stretching out for the big games that we have ahead of us as we're waiting for the first team to get the bucket, and it's going to be Lebanon that draws blood first. Saudi Arabia looking to respond back. Thought he was going to try to pop that 3. Decides to bring it right back. Right hash was open for a second, but the pass was a little bit late, so we go back to the guard. 𝐂𝐄 looking to find a little bit of space. Dots it up to the left. Now to the left. The extra pass is the reason that you have a lead for Saudi Arabia now.
Shooters 1 through to 5, friends, at 3-point. They're going to be shooting it. They're going to be greening it. Find who's got the hot hand. It's good for 𝐿𝐿 when you've got that partnership with your center. It's even better when you know whoever you press X2 if you're of that persuasion fan. You're going to find someone. You just will. Every game. There's been someone. 20, 30 piece. Maybe it will change today. I just don't see that happening.
See if it does actually come to fruition or not. 5 seconds left to go. Saudi Arabia bailout pass over to 𝐿𝐿. He's got to make something happen. He finds his teammate, but is it going to be enough? No. It was open, but he couldn't connect on the shot. Lebanon fires up a deep 2. That one doesn't go. Offensive rebound secured. Swings it over to the left side. 10 seconds to work with now. Thought they took that shot a little bit too early in the shot clock, and now they struggle to find an open one.
Yeah, I really like that extra pass at the end, and it's going to need a lot of that. I said one of the best in the world offensively. It's not at all to discredit the defense for the Saudi Arabian team. It's just going to be so hard, Lebanon. It feels a bit rude to continue to say that because they are quality, but it is a bit of a repeated theme of the night so far. Lovely cut, lovely find to take the lead there. Congrats, like, you know, we're 2.5 way. We're halfway through this first quarter and you're keeping the 3. You should be loving it. It just takes one of these players to get going, and then you're allowing cuts at the other end of it. I hope they can step up. I'll leave it there for now. I really hope I'm proven wrong, because I would love what I've said is a proper best of 3 series in here. By that, of course, I mean I want to see our 3rd game.
We'll see if we are treated to a game 3. We all would love to see some more basketball, as it's Saudi Arabia. They take a quick lead, so timeout gets called to make sure this doesn't get any worse for Lebanon, as we are still obviously in the very, very early minutes of this matchup. 2:17 left to go in the first quarter. As YL brings it up the court, passes it out to Jumper. Dishes it to the right side, wide open pass. He didn't even expect to be that wide open as he hesitated, but he finds the green window and knocks down the shot, and we're all tied up at 7 apiece.
Yeah, slight delay before releasing that one. Friends, do not delay letting us know what you think about eFiba Season 2! Survey in the chat. That is an exclamation mark, an exclamation point, I don't mind what you call it, and then the word survey. Let us know what you think about this season, what you're looking forward to next season. Because, of course, friends, we ain't stopping here. It's just the beginning. You can win yourself an eFiba hoodie, FIBA basketballs, and also game codes for NBA 2K24. Just let us know your feedback. Done easy.
Looking forward to the day that we have 100 nations participating. Oh, that's a nice tip pass by Lebanon. An unfortunate mistake for the Saudi Arabian team, but Lebanon can't capitalize on it as they miss inside the paint. And you've got take now for 𝐿𝐿 as he almost loses the ball, retains possession, dots it over to the right side, and they're going to go ahead and knock down the 3. The lead's extended to 5.
Yeah, Khalid had a few opportunities. They didn't go back to your fundamentals. Nice defensive play, dime or 2, confident enough to shoot. And of course, Rabi, who we've had the pleasure of speaking with. Maybe we'll get that pleasure again with Mamba. So early on in this first half, first game, whatever you want. Maybe just not had the impact while he's had Mamba so far. 41% remaining.
Less than a minute left here in the first quarter. Mamba mentality activated. That's going to be a reach-in foul. Not quite at the free throw line.
We really thought he was going to let that fly. with Mamba, a little bit of space. I know it's a little deep, but hey, this is our friend who said, yeah, I practice those. The crazy shots, you know, with a triple-double. So surely, a step or two back from your preferred distance. Let it fly.
Well, they do on the midi at least. As Jumper still has his take, and he's going to get fouled. Again, not going to put him at the line. Here's the inbound for Lebanon. That one's going to be out of bounds. Whose ball is it? Lebanon retains possession. Looked a little scary for them. Jumper looking for a pick. He gets it, dots it over to the left. Unk, a.k.a. YL. Nothing there for him. That's going to be a big slam attempt, but they can't complete it. Tries to go up again, dishes it out. Jumper gets the 3 to go.
Nicely done in the end with 3 Saudi players on take. I was a bit concerned taking it that early into the shot clock, but recycle, made it, the finish, the crab misses. Goodness me. Take over, crab your man. Khalid will be disappointed. Wish he could have that one back for show.
That was like a poor man's crab, the way he tried to drive into him. But nonetheless, he was open, just couldn't knock down the shot. And when you do too many dribble moves, you find yourself out of bounds sometimes.
2K24, yeah. I'm not saying people haven't learned. It's just old habits.
It's a solid dribble move, though.
Court just needs to be a bit bigger.
Everyone's complaint.
The last time out, friends, by the way, 77 to 55. Looked very nice on the scoreboard. Didn't look so nice for Lebanon. The Yumpa Yenchi combo, 23 and 14. Shooting splits there, not exactly maybe what you want, but the extra possessions, not being able to have the most made out of them. That is right. 4 more shooting attempts they had, and they lost by 22. That's how lights out the Saudi Arabian team can be, and a skill booster to finish top and whatnot. But you are hard. No, that was a classic India, a classic eFiba moment for mine.
Great offensive rebound to get the putback, gets the 2 to go. Goat with it now. Passes it out, gets the assist. And Lebanon doing their very best to hang in there. Saudi Arabia not giving up the lead just yet. There's Jumper gets denied from behind. It's Saudi Arabia with the block. And it's Saudi Arabia with the jam on the other end. It's a 4-point swing. And it's an 7-point lead for Saudi Arabia here in the early minutes in the second quarter of game 1.
Khalid with 15 on 6 for 8, including 3 for 4. 3, it means go. He's chilling. What's that, like 5 points 5 times? It's got to be beautiful to be 5-5. A little bit into the second, vibing, doing your shooting guard, stepping up. I tell you what, matching them shot for shot. Lebanon, wonderful sharpshooter.
You had 3 defenders jump at Jumper, but he still finds a way to connect on that one. He's now 2 for 7, so struggling a little bit, but looking to find some confidence in his shot. Three from the left side. That one's not going to go. Looking to push the tempo is Lebanon. Gets a pick. The roll is there. Has the... Oh, and that gets blocked from behind. He had the crab, but he got dished out with the block. There's Chopper. Gets it over to Goat. Goat now looking for some space. Calls a wrap. Gets his right half spot. Trying to find a little bit of rhythm here. Dots it over to the right side. He didn't expect to be wide open, but he knows his shot as he knocks it down from the right corner.
Yeah, react Sam for a reason, right? Because Sam reacts. It's not the first time we've seen it. I want to say even more than once a game. He takes the step inside, even sometimes for the D2. It's not on purpose. You're right, India. Doesn't matter. 2, 3, little hesitation. It's great.
We're going to go ahead and call timeout. A little bit of chaos inside the paint. 2 for 9 for Jumper. struggling woes continue for him. On the other side, you've got 𝐂𝐄𝐄 that has 15 points on 6 for 8, 3 for 4 from the perimeter. 𝐂𝐄 from the logo. He's definitely not going to go ahead and knock that one down. Sam already got himself some points. Looking to get more involved as 𝐂𝐄 for a millisecond had the crab, but he gets the shot to go. And now the lead has been extended to 9 with 2 minutes left to go in the second quarter of this Game 1 in the Middle East Regional Finals. It's a best-of-3 series. Jumper, he's going to get fouled.
I would love to know what 𝐂𝐄's hot zones, lethal zones are, because the left corner side has been money. The midi has been money. I'm not just talking today, obviously. The right hash has been money. What is it, like red and purple all over that half court? Maybe we'll get to find out.
Jumper trying to attack the paint, but he just steps out of bounds. I believe that's the second time we've seen that today. One from Lebanon was on the dribble move on the right side of the court when he took that nice 3. And now trying to get inside the paint. The unfortunate mistake. Lebanon with the rebound, though. Is that going to be a wide open shot? That's going to be a long 2. That's going to be a clank.
I like the movement from Sam from right corner right hash. Defender not expecting it, but yeah, Sam right hash. Less familiar territory, it seems.
Sam gets it back over to 𝐂𝐄. 𝐂𝐄 so close to stepping out of bounds, but instead he gets blessed with the foul. And we're headed to the line.
And that's rough because defender belted on that screen. So fighting back, and yeah, you fought back all the way through to fouling the 3-point shooter, and you can see the 3 anyway.
12-point lead for Saudi Arabia, as they've got 3 of their teammates with take, and that's going to be a foul that is going to put them at the line. 𝐿 knocks it down. What's up, Dexter? Dexter, I don't know if you saw, but you've got YL on this Lebanon squad as well, from what I can tell. 𝐂𝐄, less than a minute left to go in the second quarter. Got himself take, passes it down low. Left corner was open, but he decides to go up with it anyway. That one's going to miss. Lebanon looking for some easy baskets, but the defense is there, but they're not at the top of the key as he misses that shot. The offensive rebound secures the 2 points.
Look, rare error, you have to say. Chua, about 3 errors. They started stacking on top of one another. Left corner, right hash, both open. Not sure if it's a bit of nerves, rare miscommunication.
Beautiful pass to the right side. Corner defender dropped a little bit too late. And now the left side, wide open is YL. One more time, and they get the 3 to go.
Yo, we just watched Sam miss from the right corner. I think that's the second missed right corner 3, at least from including game day 2 and today. My mouth literally dropped. Where's the 3-point gonna come from? We're just going inside again. Okay, left corner. What's going on there, India? They don't want it. That's 3 times in a row. Open. Big man's going up with it. Too bad you sit in that corner.
It just makes you want to continue dropping. Oh my goodness! Did he just green that? No.
In your face.
No. What is that? A 50? Almost like a 49%? I couldn't quite see it, but he greened a red contest. Look at Mo. You can see the reaction from Mo on the right-hand side of your screen. That is insane.
I believe big boys of people behind the scenes, NBA 2K24, there's no reason why you shouldn't. Every shot is greenable. It's just really difficult for some builds. When you're contested, you know, you can stack up all the reasons why not. There's a reason why that pure green window exists. That's yeah, incredible. All of a sudden, 4-point margin. Saudi Arabia slightly rocked. Chopper has been the man, left open, unable to get going. Even more unfathomable to me, considering he scored 19, second highest scorer last time they played. 5 for 7 3-point shooting. Surely get him involved.
𝐿 2 rebounds away from securing a double-double as we enter the third quarter. He's got 10 points, 8 rebounds. 𝐿𝐎𝐋𝐋𝐄 has the shot. Takes it a little bit too late with the very late release. That one's not going to go either. The offensive board leads to another missed shot. And now it's Lebanon. 𝐿𝐎𝐿𝐿 gets... Oh, he gets denied! 𝐿𝐎𝐿𝐿 couldn't finish at the rim with what looked like a bunny. And it's GOAT now. Has a cut. Doesn't get it to him, though. Gets it to the big fella to dish it out to the left side. Chopper, great patience as a defender just went away from him.
No, dear. We know they're not watching the broadcast. They're locked in. We know that they're not. But are you kidding me? The Chopper then gets the ball, gets to take his three-point shot, and brings... interesting.
I'm just saying, man. I'd have my headphones in listening to you, you know? See if I can pick up on the things that you're calling out as GOAT. Patiently waiting for the open shot. Thinks he has one on the right side. Doesn't go. Lebanon with the rebound now. Looking to push the tempo. That's going to be a foul. Not going to be transition take. It looked like a rough foul nonetheless. Big 𝐿𝐎𝐿. Tipped away, but it's 𝐿𝐎𝐿 that gets it. 𝐿𝐎𝐿 finally gets it to the man down low, but he's got to make something happen. Beautiful patience. You had at least two Saudi Arabian players jumping at him. He had the right corner open, but he decides to go up with it himself.
I think
the fake cut
might have even been like a third defender in there, India, and that's maybe why he's scared to make that pass, because even if they're jumping up to block the shot, sometimes it blocks the pass as well. Wonderful poise under pressure.
The double clutch isn't going to go, and now Lebanon looking to cut into this deficit of 8. That's going to be a foul. 2:40 left to go in the third quarter. Yinchi over to 𝐿𝐎𝐿. Back over to Yinchi with the slam. The impact has been felt by that man for Lebanon.
Miscommunication from Saudi Arabia. Coach Ryan won't be happy with that at all. From the inbounds, so fundamental. 2 jumping. One of them at least getting that contest. Decision making not being on point. The Saudi Arabian team, Lebanon in this third period, fighting well. Extra pass, getting jumping. And hey, they time it out. 3 and the key was incoming.
They've got to utilize touch passes. They're making the right reads, but it just gets there a little bit slow. So they've got to know where they're going before it even gets to them. Yinchi, 14.
I love
there
that.
you go. Go ahead. It's all you, pal.
No, sorry, just Dexter in the chat. Yinchi O'Neal. I'm like, yeah, I'll pay that. The build looks a little undersized, but the impact is there. Yes, please, another jam.
16 points, 11 rebounds, 7 for 9. Here today, bailout pass inside to Sam. Sam down low, back over to Sam.
The key, careful.
Great job by Lebanon with the rotations. They are going everywhere that you'd anticipate a pass to go. That one's going to be a miss. Lebanon looking for a fast break opportunity all the way to the left side. The defense does get there. Slowing things down is 𝐿𝐎𝐿. Back down low to Yinchi, and he's going to miss that one. And that foul there is going to be the one to give. The next one puts him at the line. GOAT 2K. 4-point lead, Lebanon coming into this one. And they're looking for another stop. They're not going to get it here just yet, as it's an offensive rebound secured. Back over to Sam, back over to Khalid with the jam.
Very nicely done. It's not all 5 players involved, but 4 of the 5. And I like that from Sam. No need to rush. Didn't like the look. Hold it. Wait. Cut from Khalid. Get that scoring back underway. Back up to a 2-possession lead. How good of the 𝐿𝐎𝐿 Yinchi combo been, and
goodness.
Maybe keep it that way.
A big block coming in from Saudi Arabia once again. We've already seen one early on in this matchup. React Sam can't get that one to go, but it's a big offensive rebound by Saudi Arabia. Let's go. Looking to attack from the left side. Thought he had the crab. The animation doesn't help him out. Dots it over to the left. Now they're hoping for an offensive rebound. Not going to get it. Yinchi with it. Gets it over to 𝐿𝐎𝐿. 𝐿𝐎𝐿 down. Oh, and that one gets swatted away. It's Saudi Arabia with another monstrous block. Back-to-back times, the defense is showing up for Saudi Arabia. It's Sam. Back over to the left side to Chopper. He's got Badge. He's doing something nutty, and that one's not going to go.
From the logo to end it in a best-of-3 regional final. Yeah, the Middle East final. That would have been something else, but we'll settle for what has been what? A swap block, chase down block, compilation. Incredible. Not just the numbers, like the enthusiasm, the animations in here. It's getting us going. Tell you what, Saudi Arabia might not mind getting going. Little Sam into the pick and roll, pick and pop. It's not going to happen. It's going to be best friends forever. Chua go 2K. V-Chopper's also got shooting take, just something to look for.
Both teams struggled scoring in the third quarter as you had Saudi Arabia with 8 points, Lebanon with 6. Not a lot of offensive output. We'll see how the fourth quarter goes. Lebanon is absolutely within striking distance to make this one a tougher ball game for Saudi Arabia. Can they go ahead and secure a basket here? Calls a cut, reverses it right back onto formation. Gets it down low for the slip. Yinchi, though, nothing there for him. Back out to Yumper. Yumper, 4 seconds to work with. Dishes it to the left side. YL with it. A lot of traffic in front of him. Has to throw a grenade over to Yumper. He's going to miss, but who else with the big board? It's Yinchi.
Very nicely done. Why is there no more help?
YL with it now. Making something. Oh, you got to chuck that one up. Is there going to be another offensive board in there for us? No, that's going to be a foul. That's a transition take foul, and it's going to be in favor of Saudi Arabia. That's an ugly free throw, first off. But I guess who cares as long as it lands.
Yes, sir. That's just why you get the extra player in there. It's all about comms, friends. Obviously, we can't hear them. We've got the same feed as y'all when your big's boxed out. Immediately, make that call. Come across. Help me out. The long rebounds in 2K24, they're a thing. There's high chance just because the position center's got inside position. You might not get it. Get numbers there. They get it right the second time around at least.
Choppa, they go ahead and call a timeout. It's about the second or third time that they've been stuck in the key and don't want to get called for a violation, so they burn a timeout. Will that become a costly one is TBD. Lebanon has 1 timeout. Saudi Arabia has 2. It's 5 seconds on the clock for Saudi Arabia to make something happen here. Gets it over to Goat for the midi. Goat with the launch. Goat with the miss. And it's Lebanon with the rebound now. Lebanon calls a beautiful cut, and it's going to be a jam to cut the deficit down to 5. 3:30 left to go in this game 1 for the Middle East Regional Finals. In this best of 3. Goat with it. Has the slip, looking for the defender to jump in the air. The left corner defender, and that's another timeout that they called to avoid a 3 in the key.
Man, it's getting nervy. Isn't India? Are we going to have our first? Finally, sounds so disrespectful to the other games. But come on, down to the wire. Can we get a series going? Maybe overtime? Look. We'll bring on the next 3 minutes regardless. Less looks like that. Plenty more O-boards. Jump up, mash at home. That is big. Saudi Arabia, no one love.
Ichiha gets the dunk. Lebanon, they're utilizing those cuts as often as they possibly can. Here's Yumper. He still can't get going as he misses that one.
I think that is a learning for the Saudi Arabia team. Hayes, yeah, he's not hitting them at all. They're sitting off a little bit. You don't need to help as much on the screen. So as much as Saudi Arabia's offense is maybe not being as fluent as they would have liked it to be, Lebanon, they need answers more than just cuts because Yumper is struggling.
Yumper continues to miss those shots. Right corner is open. Did he get it to him in time? He did not, as that's going to be 28% covered, slightly late of a release. Here's Yumper once again. I'm a little bit surprised that he's not cold. As Yenchi gets it back over to Yumper. Yumper feeds him down low, and it's Yenchi.
Not quite like get the overcoat, but maybe a cardigan.
I may or may not have a blanket next to me, just in case it gets a little chilly in my room.
Meanwhile, I've got the aircon on.
There you go. That's it over to the left side. It's Choppa. Goat 2K. Yushiha looking to set a pick. Keep an eye on the pop at the top. That was going to be a tip ball. Looks like it was going to Chopper in the left corner.
Yeah, honestly, not the worst result. Wasn't looking like there's a lot of fluency there, and it gives Sam an opportunity to get involved because he ain't shooting it, or he shouldn't be shooting it from now on. He has gone well cold. Can he get in there for the O-board, perhaps?
Can't get that one to go. Lebanon secures the rebound, but that was going to be turned away. It's just Chopper with the big steal. Lebanon is not out of this one at all. They can get a stop here. They do get a stop here, but you need some points up on the board. Dish it all the way. Those are scary passes. I'm not sure I quite like them. There's no way. There's no way. Get the rebound back, though. Here's Jumper. Kicks it out to the left side to Unk. YL. Yinchi with it now. That man's approaching 20 points himself. 6-point lead now for Saudi Arabia. Does Lebanon have a big stop in them? Looking to put a little bit of pressure, but they get the ball across.
Yeah, Proof, take those twos, make a nice pass or two, and you can calm things down. I dare say Saudi Arabia need that same advice right now. Hey, right on cue. Let's play out this shot clock. Let's really get in there for this offensive rebound and maybe close it out.
Goat gonna go ahead and launch that one. Gets it to go, and the lead is now back up to 8.
Yeah,
a big 3 is what's needed by Jumper. He's got take. I'm not even gonna commentate that one.
He needed to take it because of the situation. And another rejection. It's not a block, but Gold Anchor getting it done. It was crucial, absolutely crucial that Lebanon defended that last play. It's a heartbreaker, it's a dagger. It is done. It's not a classic, but it is an enthralling game 1. Lebanon rather, actually Saudi Arabia, stride for stride until the final minute or two. And then that proficiency, partnership, Goat, Achua, it's too good here in game 1. Good thing we got a best of 3.
Indeed we do, and you see Sam baiting him to go ahead and continue jumping, and they do, and he knocks down the shot. This one was a little bit closer than the scoreboard might dictate, but at the end of it, it's going to be Saudi Arabia 56, Lebanon 42. Just an unfortunate last minute or two there for Lebanon. As you see, the man himself, the big fella, helps his team out to get the job done in game 1. To no one's surprise, it is Saudi Arabia that is going to go ahead and take game number 1. I mean, it's the shooting that I got to go back to, right? And the difference here, Nate, is 2s over 3s. The big fella, Yinchi, had himself almost a 20-20 game. He had 20 points, 19 rebounds, went 9 for 13. When your big fella is the one who scores the most points on your team, that typically means you're going to lose.
It's not a good sign in this type of game. And who was it? Who's taking the credit for the question? Do you prefer playing on an inside big or a popper? And Achua emphatically is like, popper every time, man. I got to shoot that ball. I think the final thing he said was something like, even if I'm not shooting well, I'm spacing. I'm creating an extra option for my team. Hey, he's only 1 for 2. You're quite right. He sort of gets emphatically outplayed by Yenchi on the box score, but 4 blocks. React Sam got 4 as well, and 6 dimes where Yenchi's just got 2. And when those dimes are typically outside to an outside player rather for 3, as you say, India, it's that perimeter shooting threat. Someone steps up. This time, Khalid, 5 for 9 from 3. No one gets close from Lebanon. So good for so long, but they find a way. They seem to always find a way. They do it again here in game 1.
We talked about GOAT being the one to keep an eye on in terms of players to watch. But yeah, you mentioned it's Khalid's VT that goes ahead and comes in with 23 points, 2 rebounds, 9 for 14, but 5 for 9 from the 3-point line. I mean, he had almost as many threes himself than Lebanon had as a team, which Lebanon shot 6 for 18. And you can kind of see the disappointment on Mo's face on the face cam as that game came to an end. Jumper, he couldn't get things going on the offensive side in terms of points, but he did his best to get his teammates going because he did come out with 10 dimes himself. Let's go ahead and take a look at the final score one more time. As Saudi Arabia easily may I say, goes ahead and takes care of game number 1, 56-42. Any surprises in that game 1 for you?
I thought their defense was really good. I was really, really impressed by Lebanon's defense. Now, the 8 blocks to 0, sure. And the highlight blocks, Saudi Arabia might be a bit like, what are you talking about their defense for? But the quality, the class of Saudi Arabia's offense that I mentioned at the top of game, hey, they stood up there. Unfortunately, India, when Yumpa goes 3 for 17. Let me say one more time, 3 for 17. Big Ink ain't gonna leave you out either 2 for 9. The output needs to be higher from your guards. I'm not even as fast if it's a 3-point. If you're driving inside and it's still not going, like that means that all Yumpa's buckets were for 3. I'm like, surely that can't be right. So I'll look again. Every inside look, 8 inside looks for Yumpa, and none of them went. That's an issue.
Because of the 8 blocks. I mean, you had Sam that had 4 himself, and then you had, you know, the other guy with 4 himself with its total of 8. So yeah, it gets a little tough for you to win a game when your teammates can't even score from inside. Like, it's one thing if you're struggling from the 3-point line, but you can't even get the inside buckets to go. But that's a great point out. I didn't even notice that. But yeah,
I'll share it as well and say that, like, GOAT 4 for 10 shooting, it's not like a crazy amazing game. And even inside, once more, it's not like that's a very high percentage, not very successful, but the confidence to get to different spots on the floor from mid-range opens up things late on in the shot clock. Just to say, there is a way. You can find a way. You need to at this level.
But of course, what's going to matter is the adjustments that are made to see if we head to a game number 3 or not. Right now, Saudi Arabia has the 1-0 lead. Of course, it is a best of 3, but here we go. Game number 2. It's Saudi Arabia taking on Lebanon. It's a best of 3 in the Middle East Regional Finals. Saudi Arabia already has a 1-0 lead in the series. It is now win or go home for Lebanon, which is your team in white, and Saudi Arabia is in green, and they're going to be the ones to start things off with the ball here. Looking to find a little bit of room, takes a long 2, can't get that one to go. Flying away is Saudi Arabia for the rebound, but it's going to be Lebanon that comes up with it. Looking to back him down a little bit, kicks it out to the left-hand side. It's YL, back over down. Yumper, remember, has not scored a single shot inside the perimeter. He takes that one from the left side. That one's going to be good.
Hey, look, 3's better than 2s. Maybe we'll just stick to those going forward. Why not respect the confidence to take it? Because it was GOAT, one of those middies that I mentioned, and that didn't go game to game, fam. This can change nice and quick. Quick shout out as well to Nu in the chat, getting behind Saudi Arabia.
It's always good to see the support that these teams and these players have for each other. Go! A little bit of a dribble move there. Nothing goes, as that one was almost 50% covered. Early release on that one. Lebanon now. They've got the 3-0 lead, but again, you want that buffer as much as possible. As Yumper already found himself a 3-point shot. That one looked like it was going to get denied at the rim, but they find a way to get lucky, and it drops. 2K Gods with the blessing.
Yeah, slightest delay on who was going to go get it. Maybe made the difference. Please, Big A. No, guess there is your player inside, Yenchi. That will be the 20-plus rebound of the series so far. 8-0 Lebanon. Out of the gates, Yumpa, money from 3. Yenchi getting it done. If you want that best of 3 series, we want to go to a game 3, Lebanon. Giving us every chance of that. What a start.
This is the type of buffer room you want if you're Lebanon, but you can't stop here. The more, the better. Goat! I thought he was going to fade away, but he passes it out. Top of the key shot. That one's going to miss. Not the greatest look in the world, as Yumper, already 2 for 2, got himself 6 points, knocked down 2 of those 3, still hasn't gotten himself a shot inside the arc, and it's going to be Lebanon that has a 10-0 lead. Who saw this coming?
Let's go, fam. I sort of enjoy Lebanon's confidence coming into game 2, and I don't mean in terms of obviously, oh, they got a 10-0 start. Thanks for that, Nate. I mean, you're giving it to that go-to pairing. Respect to the other 3 players. Offensively, you're not going to be the ones. It's highly unlikely. Go to your bread and butter. Yenchi inside. Yumpa from 3. And hey, look, rattled. Absolutely rattled. We're 8-0. 10-0. and that's a smart foul to slow things down. Would love to see Khalid getting into the offense. Go on a D, by the way. Please no grade out.
Yep. Points from him inside, not just yet, but that's another three, and it's Lebanon with a 13-point lead here with about 2:20 left to go in the first quarter. Plenty of basketball left, but you gotta love what you're seeing from Lebanon.
Love that foul too, to be honest. No easy points. That was going to be the easiest dunk of Achua's life. And hey, rattled 60% late. What about number 2? Okay, we get there. We get there. We're off.
I don't even know if it's like a soccer score. It's not even a football score, that's for sure, in terms of American football. Maybe a baseball score.
1 for 13. Man, I can't stand the stuff I say sometimes.
It's all right. It's all right. Apparently, I called it the wrong sport when I said football.
Look.
Or I guess soccer. Whatever.
If we learn anything from this game, you live, you learn, straight back into it, get back up there. Goes Lebanon, 16-1. Nothing's changed really, fam. Sure, uniforms, it's your same 5, your same 5. Khalid needs to get going, and he cannot. He can get around the defender. Goat has been cold, has to dish it off. That's a good look. Disappointing from Lebanon there. I said Khalid's the man to watch. Defend the whole 24 for me, India. At this level, the Middle East final, please don't sag off the most proficient shooter in this series.
Yinchi with it. Jumper. Trying to find a little bit of space. He's been hot here in game 2. He's going to...
Stolen.
Down.
Man, both ends. Please, the city's got the hot hand from 3 this series. Apparently so hot. His opponent can't even hold on to it. Let's go. Shooting guards, step up. 2K24 is your 2K. Goat, wanting to be him, fam, contest or not. He has not been a good start. Needs to start dotting up some teammates. And if it's a new game, maybe Sam can get going from 3 again. Weirdly inaccurate. Don't know if it's lack of confidence. Don't know what's going on there. But hey, I said 1 to 5 shooting to bring back the 4.
Goat struggling to go ahead and get things going for his team on the offensive side here in game number 2. Khalid's with it. Got to chuck something up. Lebanon playing great defense here, which is leading to easy offensive points. Are they going to get another one? No, great bailout pass. I like that one. No need to force it up if you don't have to. Jumper has it. Did have take. Does not have take. Yenchi down low. Passes it out to YL. YL now to the right side. He's going to go ahead and take that shot attempt. That one's not going to go. Saudi Arabia with the stop. And that's going to be the end of the first quarter. Can you believe it? It's Lebanon with an 18-4 score. Only 4 points coming in from Saudi Arabia when you've got GOAT 2K, when you've got Khalid on that team as well. They've only utilized them for 4 points.
What I don't like is Khalid taking that shot at the end there. Heavily contested. There's no way it's ever going in, and he's been the go-to guy. Let's keep going on about it. It's 2K24, friends. You miss 1, you miss 2, you maybe miss 3. You can't really shoot that ball again, maybe even for the rest of the game, depending on what you do. You're not shooting 3. Maybe that's the way back in. Chopper. Humble strip. GOAT 2K cannot shoot it anymore. You see an early dish. Ascend your fly-in. I am it down. Maybe just some 2s. Work your way back in. Repeating. GOAT not shooting that ball, in my opinion, for the rest of this second quarter. And Khalid, well, maybe could have been the guy after that late contested shot. No longer sure.
21-6. Will Saudi Arabia be able to come back in this one, or is it going to be Lebanon that forces a game 3? Oh, looked like that one was always stolen away, but it's Yenchi that's got it back over to Jumper. Jumper with the dribble moves. Jumper with the last second shot. Nothing there, but Yenchi with the big rebound.
Man, what's up with the rotation? Like, he's just left. He went so late. Chase down block, but unfortunately, your other defender grabbing onto the arm there. We've talked enough about the dominance of Yenchi. Like, it's there for everyone to see. Horsing around on those boards. how he's left to slip so late without anyone going with him, just baffling me.
Plenty of basketball left in this one, but Lebanon looking spectacular here in game 2 as reacts Sam. Back over to GOAT. That one's going to be a loose ball, but they secure it right back. Clock's ticking under 7. Khalid's with it. Oh, great defense coming in, but he goes ahead and brushes him off as he knocks down the 2.
No contest on it in the end. Great take from Khalid that at least puts to rest my doubts about whether that missed shot would have meant anything. That is an errant pass. Please, no. Lebanon, you've got the momentum. You're loving life. Error to error and have a third. And GOAT can grab a freebie from the line. Maybe start getting his shooting percentages back up. Small moment, India. It could be a massive, massive start for Saudi Arabia in this second quarter.
Just fascinating to see what we are witnessing from Lebanon. The offensive output is a complete 180 from what we saw in game 1. 𝐿𝐿 really showing up big for his squad when they need him the most. GOAT 2KL somewhat vanishing. Khalid tried out. That one's going to get swatted away. It's Lebanon that returns the favor. It's 𝐿𝐿𝐿 that drains the 3, and it's Lebanon with 26-9.
Well, it's not going to be that start then. Even the 3 at the end of it. GOAT just standing off him a little bit. Full of confidence. Lebanon, as they should be. Have a look at this defending. I don't know who's getting open unless it's a mid-range. I ain't seeing nothing.
GOAT fades away. Long 2 finally finds that one, and finally it's Saudi Arabia that's in the double digits. Still plenty of basketball left. He tried to get the steal. It's 𝐿𝐿 that can't believe he got it, but then he finds the 3 to go.
Everything's going your way.
GOAT got the 2 on the other end. 𝐿𝐿 got the 3, so the leads get extended by 1 in the last 2 possessions. Chopper. Nothing really happening there. Bailout pass to Chopper. Chopper with the 3.
Man wants more boards. He's hungry. He wants those numbers at the end. 𝐿𝐿 not helping out one little bit, just waiting for what was hopefully a miss. Fair enough, I guess, based on how this game 2 has been going, but maybe that gets Chopper going on the other end of it.
𝐿𝐿 looking to fade away from the right side. The defense looked to be all over it, which means 𝐿𝐿 lebanon ahead and secures the rebound. Since everyone else was busy with the contest, 𝐿𝐿 down low gets the jam to go. 31-14, Lebanon on top.
Can we get somebody, please, Saudi Arabia, inside before 𝐿𝐿 gets to the spot? How many possessions is that in a row? Lovely early feet, by the way. Group to Khalid. Khalid should be nearing the shooting takeover. But when you sort of slowed up the scoring, at least from the perimeter, yeah, to allow 𝐿𝐿 to do the spot that many times in a row, I'm sure it will be rectified shortly. Let's put it that way.
TBD. 𝐿𝐿 dots over to the right side. Oh, almost got him there. 𝐿𝐿 gets it down low to 𝐿𝐿 with the slam.
Okay, never mind. First time, very nicely followed in. Boxed out if the shot went up. Second time going. I don't know what's happening. Miscommunication. Maybe just, yeah, I'm sort of baffled. But hey, guess who's got take, baby? A GOAT 2K. Ready to, if not restore parity, get things a lot closer as we head into the third. Popping it now, really just knowing there's not a lot of time remaining with the scoreline the way it is. Might see that taken in the third in other game scenarios.
𝐿𝐿 goes ahead and gets fouled there. 𝐿𝐿, he sees the runway, and that one's going to get blocked. The lane was there, but then you just had the defense crash on him and get swatted away by 47. As they go to attempt that one, doesn't go. Rebound secure, loose ball, who's got it? Jump ball, foot out of bounds, which means it's going to be Saudi Arabia's ball. They had the jump ball coming, but the foot was out, but it won't matter because it's point 2. And what a dominating performance here from Lebanon. 17 points from 𝐿𝐿, 6 for 7 5 for 5, 100% from the perimeter. And just look at the difference there. Made everything just going in favor of Lebanon.
And the point guard turned it around completely. If I called him out and sort of proclaimed those shooting numbers from game 1 and game 2 from the very, very first shot. Delicious, tantalizing, and delivering the Lebanon back up here in the second half, because Saudi Arabia starting to adjust and force some of those late bailouts.
Loose ball, Saudi Arabia looking to make a run of their own. It was the first quarter that's really the difference here. Saudi Arabia only scored 4 points, where Lebanon scored 18. That's a 14-point difference. Quick maths.
Shot incoming, left-hand side. Sorry.
You're good, pal. Great defense there, as that's going to be a violation. Doesn't even give him a chance to go ahead and go up with it.
Just a little tendency. Both Goat and Khalid, who then both went to the left-hand side. We prefer the left-hand side. Lebanon well aware. They would need to be calling it out. Send 3, if not 4 defenders to sort of cover the 2 areas of that left-hand side of the court. Very nicely done.
That's the beauty of watching film. Beautiful rebound secured. Unfortunately, he misses on the putback, though. Yenchi does. Goat 2KL. Gets it over to Khalid. Khalid's going to get swatted away. Blocked from behind by Yenchi. That one doesn't go. Some big blocks in this matchup of the Middle East Regional Finals. Yumper calls a cut. Defense is all over it on the left side. YL now. Looking to find some space. Drains the 3, and the lead continues to grow. Lebanon coming out hot.
Fam, we got ourselves, do we dare say it, the game 3. Plenty of time remaining, and Goat had takeover. Felt like that came and went. I don't know, some type of simile or comparison to things that go quickly, because they're doubling their score now. Could not take advantage of the takeover. Sam's shooting confidence has disappeared. Chua's confidence inside, seemingly not there. The Chopper, the only name really left for mine. Can he get going? Can he get out of that corner and start impacting this offense?
Indeed, it is not. The rebound battle is 2-to-1 ratio. What'd you see there?
Man, the same thing. That's all right. I just said, can Chopper get going from 3 and whatever voice I have, and then a 2-on-1, and a Chua goes up with it. And yeah, I don't know. Maybe just assumed that there'd be a hand in the lane or something going on, but it doesn't look pretty when it doesn't work out. We'll put it that way.
It'd be like that sometimes, man.
Yeah, too.
Yumper. Couple of dribble moves there, trying to find an opening. He can't get that one to go. 11% cover with a slightly early release. Goat 2KL bringing it up the court, trying to get it past half court. He does. Keep an eye on a cut, and there's the cut from Chopper. Gets the pump fake and gets the easy 2.
Well, they made amends in the air. You knew it was coming. Good to know that both sides are aware of what's going on, stopping at something else completely. Hopefully, for Saudi Arabia fans' sake, and indeed the team themselves, just get Chopper on that ball nice and early in that shot clock for me.
It's a 17-point deficit, even here in the third quarter when Lebanon's only scored 5. Saudi Arabia's only scored 2 to 3 points. So they haven't been able to capitalize on their defensive play on the offensive front. And there's a cut. They just fell asleep on the defensive side as the left corner cut is successful.
Yeah, Barden and chat, I think probably made that point like a lot when we started off today's broadcast. I'm trying to leave it out and just make sure we, focus on what we control. We're watching what we got, and what we got is Lebanon 43-21, yet again doubling the Saudi Arabian team's lead. We're quickly reaching that territory, aren't we, India? We can call it early and start to ponder what adjustments or what benefits, positives could come out of here for Saudi Arabia heading in to our first game 3. Khalid timing them contested. Certainly one of those positive moments.
Indeed it is, as the turnaround has been really great to watch. You always love a good game 3. Yumper gets it down low to Yenchi with the slam.
So big, so dominant, and another double-double in the air. I'm sure you'll be happy to know it's not quite a 20-20, but we'll take a 10-10 for now.
matters more is that they got the dub. Potentially, don't want to jinx them. It'd be a terrible jinx.
Great for
so far, things are looking. Oh my goodness, yes. Things are looking great though. As Jumper launches that one, can't bury it though. And now it's Saudi Arabia looking for those easy points. Left side is wide open, but the defense gets it right to it. Look at the defense of Lebanon just swarming to the green jerseys. Goat now. Looking to find a little bit of space. Nothing really there. Comes over to the left side. Dots it over to Chopper. Chopper, defender flies away. He takes a little bit of a fadeaway shot, and he knocks down the 3. The deficit is now 16.
Rinse and repeat from Chopper last time. I was a little surprised Saudi Arabia didn't go back to him in game 1. It didn't matter. Here in game 2, down 16. He well recommended. Do that once more, please. At least once more.
Buries the 3. No shot clock here. 17 seconds on the game clock. That one's not going to go. Red contest 100% smothered. And just like that, it's Lebanon going into the 4th quarter. Have a lead of 48-29.
Come on, give me more V-Chopper. His man all the way from the corner to force that 100% red contest. Another contested shot. I know the issue that Go is facing in this game 2. That should be a bit different for game 3. But you'd like to see some slightly better decision making all the same. And hey, if this one might be done and dusted, we are going to a game 3. Let's just give your lock some shots, you know? Let everyone have a crack. I feel so bad for the locks, as you know, India, just getting your 1 or 2, 3 a game, and it's the end of the shot clock. Like, put that up, champ.
Gotta have their presence felt on the defensive side of things. Lebanon is 10 for 14 from the 3-point line, and now they've reached the 50-point mark. Will we have an upset in the series brewing?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. An upset and a game 3. I'm sorry, India. The first upset. It's your point, not mine. I've stolen it completely, but take it back, man. Take it back.
Will Saudi Arabia be able to take back a game 3 and get the dub? Jumper. Five seconds remaining here. Gonna take that shot. He knocks it down.
Yo, what a possession, eh? We sit here for 20 seconds. Make sure time goes, tick it down. Go for a 3. Nope. To my spot. Is it contested? Nope. It just looks perfect. And hey, everything has gone his way. Has gone Lebanon's way. What we wanted. An upset. A game 3. Expect a very, very different scenario in terms of service, connection, stuff like that. There you go, set it. You get it out of me once this time. And hopefully Sam finds his confidence from behind the perimeter. Very, very odd to see him not just missing, but just then not deciding to take them up again. Particularly in that right corner pocket. Defensively, Achua just really needs to camp that paint. I'm gonna call it like it is. I know, go on the corner, whatnot. Here we go, right on cue if that goes. And it doesn't. My point still stands, baby. Achua in the paint. Stop letting Yenchi get to his spot.
20-point lead here for Lebanon. What will game number 3 look like as we're about 3 minutes away from finishing game number 2 and having a game 3 forced by Lebanon? As it's Khalid's. Takes that shot. That one's not going to go. Stolen away there by Saudi.
I'd start that, hey. 2 or 3 on the ball carrier and just start spamming square. Why not? You've got to start to try and do something. You know I prefer it in the 3rd. In the context of this game, wasn't even Saudi Arabia necessarily doing a lot wrong. Shot timing, no good. But yeah, backcourt, a flopping, a stealing. It's going to be those types of vibes for the last 2 minutes 24. Oh,
just an unfortunate mistake. Just an unfortunate mistake by Saudi Arabia, but it's been pretty much Lebanon through and through since tip-off. YL looked to go inside, came right back out to take the midi. Doesn't get that one to go, but of course there's the cleanup, man, all night long for them.
Yeah, and again, it's just positioning. I know it's a small thing, but you heard Horst talking about for New Zealand in the game for him. He was saying we weren't used to playing in that type of delay. Simply needed to get to my spot, holding the trigger, and you know, I get the board, don't get the board. Whatever happens from there is sort of out of my control. We'd love to see Saudi Arabia mature, go by the same philosophy. Their bigs held to 1 point. Pretty sure it was just that free throw, the first point of this game. Chua had nothing to enjoy since then. And as I said, Sam just not confident to shoot the ball at the moment.
Takes the shot from the right side, gets that one to go. And that's the thing that's going to be interesting, Nate, is how is the momentum from the shooting, whether it's Sam in a negative way, whether it's Jumper in a positive way, from this game 2 going to translate to game 3, right?
Yeah, for Sam, it was like game 1 into game 2. You can see there, 0 for 1, just not wanting it. I appreciate that Lebanon is sort of, what do you want to say, sitting on him in the corner, is that right, to put it like that? Then go on the cut, friend. There is no point being a nil offensive option in your team in a game 2 where they're struggling and getting yeeted, by the way, off ball. Goodness, that sums up the game quite nicely. Not intentional at all. Don't think that's even a screen. Just players running into each other, and Saudi Arabian player hitting that purple court quite hard. Reset, fam. How about we just have a little reset? Yeah, I would have loved that earlier. Called that about 10 years ago, didn't I, India, getting Chopper into the game. But too little, too late. Lebanon came out for game 1, game 2, completely different. How about Saudi Arabia try a little taste their own medicine, game 2 to game 3. We know they got the quality, but friends, it is the 4th time they have met in this tournament, in eFiba rather, season 2. Yanchi, Horson, Love and Life. Is this going to be not just the first win, then backed up by the second win for Lebanon? Will they book their ticket to Sweden? Cannot wait for this game 3.
Well, what does matter is it doesn't matter if you go ahead and get the sweep or if you win game 3, as the result is the same. As YL takes the shot. $19 seconds left in this one. Jumper. Just looking to run the clock out. Let's see if the sportsmanship is there from Lebanon.
Oh, India, man. He hopes, he's so optimistic, and every time you can enjoy a foul or a timeout.
What happened to humanity? And that's what I want to know.
FIBA, baby. You play to the end in FIBA, all right? Your NBA, you can do what you want. FIBA, you play to the end. You never stop believing, and for Lebanon, with very good reason, they take game 2 and give us our first game 3 of the night. We're doing the regional finals, and specifically right now, the Middle East region. Saudi Arabia yet to lose a game, can't say that anymore. They join pretty much every other team than New Zealand as being a nation that's been defeated. Ooh, India. Don't think many of us saw that coming. We can talk about the servers and this and that, whatnot. I want to talk about Yenchi, because man has been impeccable. I keep talking about what I wish Saudi Arabia would do defensively to counter that and simply beat him to his spot. Hey, it ain't happening. Keep feasting, friend. 20 and 19 in the first game. I haven't seen yet what he was in the second. It would be remarkably close.
16 points, 19 rebounds for Yenchi. 7 of those rebounds were on the offensive side. So a big second chance opportunity for them, thanks to him. And of course, you had Jumper with 25 points, 12 assists, shooting about 57%. So really just coming out balling from the get-go, right? Knocked down, what was it, like 2 big threes to give them a 6-0 lead. And I think they went all the way to, was it a 13-0 run to start things off in the first quarter, and then just continued to dominate. It didn't even really look like Saudi Arabia had a chance to go ahead and close things out in game 2. But now both of these nations have a chance to advance to Sweden by just winning one more game, playing clean, good basketball for 20 more minutes.
Oh, bring it on. Bring it on, and particularly when it's that sort of comeback story and whatnot. Shout out again, Dexter, just by the way, saying the entry reminds him of Prime Sick One. I guess my only question for you is what you mean by Prime, because, man, into is what, you know, I can't even remember. I'm too in the FIBA zone. You know, 6th, 7th season, the vet, all-star, as good as ever, you could argue. Dexter, India, I'm not sure if you agree or not, whether the comparison or what Prime Sick One even looks like.
I mean, the fact that he helped NBL Oz Gaming have the type of performance that he had, and of course now we'll see what he does with Knicks Gaming. But coming back to the Middle East, if you will, just a dominating performance. Now the question is, okay, cool. We saw Yumper struggle, then we saw Yumper get hot, right? Game 1, Game 2. Now you had GOAT that struggled. You had Khalid that went ahead and struggled in Game 2. What type of players are we going to go ahead and see in Game number 3? Is that clearly is going to determine which nation is going to move on to Sweden? What are your thoughts on that?
Look, there's the word that I sort of want to say, and it's sort of, you know, connection related and stuff like that, friends. It's what's going down. It's what's going on. Can you do anything about it? No. What you can do is control what you can control. And I said, V Chopper had the hot hand. He was timing them. He was feeling it. Well, could Sam have taken over in that game? We'll never know, because he only got one look. You've got to sort of, I don't know, just accept the conditions that you got, more or less, and find a way to do it. I appreciate that, like, GOAT Ball, because it is that good, is the way that you want to get it done. It's a real test of your squad, of the coaching, how you adapt to a difficult situation.
We'll go ahead and find out as we are just a few moments away from game number 3. I can see the players looking to go ahead and load up and start things off here. Give me your prediction. I know we're getting close, right? We're waiting for the players to lock in, so we're waiting on them. But while we go ahead and kill some time, give me your thoughts, man.
Man, I've sort of been back in that fairy tale, and I said love is dead, so I guess we'll stick that way and say, go back to the favorites in Saudi Arabia. I should get it done. That momentum carrying on that we thought might be a thing isn't really as much a thing as we might have expected. So, hey, quick reset. Tell you what, but if I was, man, this is where I get to the stage where am I allowed to say this or not? Basically, one of these teams, I wouldn't mind if for a bit of gamesmanship just took as long as possible to get loaded into this game. Whatever is within the rules, nothing, you know, outside of that, I reckon, after the result going to game 2 the way that it did, I'd be standing by that door. I'd be sort of just, I just need a quick break. And I really just let that hit that one of those teams, you know, suffered their first loss. Not saying who, you guys can, you know, work that out for yourself.
Well, I mean, that's the great thing that you brought up, because Saudi Arabia did just suffer their first loss at the hands of Lebanon. What are you trying to do? Trivia? Trying to bait me into something here? You know what? I'm gonna look up trivia for you, just because you like to mess around with me.
No, it's more like I said, whatever's within the rules. I would of course never advise doing anything outside of that. It's just to say it's a big statement point. It's a big, you know. You guys have been talking the talk. We had Coach Rayan on to start off with. We're at the top. We're going to stay there. Right now, you're parity. At the very least, you're even. You can't argue about it. And to make that point here, to make it as last for as long as it can, I think that could be a good idea. In terms of prediction, again, game 3. The love is dead thing, fam. I can't even be bothered to explain it. Go eFiba socials right now for one of the best interviews we've seen for a while. Go 2K. How about we go with this? It's a statement game. People talking about his class, his quality. Is he one of the best point guards in eFiba Season 2? That's right, all 61 nations. Is he one of the very best? I think this is his chance to prove that, or the haters might have some, you know, ammunition and say, well, maybe not even top 5, top 10. If you're not Sweden, India, I guess you don't really get to prove that point.
No, not at all, especially because you don't get to play against the other nations out there to go ahead and prove that you truly are the best of the best. It'll be really fun to see who takes game 3. Yeah, I personally, you know, don't mind whichever team does it. I just think it's fun and fascinating to get additional basketball. I love it. But did you know, by the way, that there's a hotel made of ice in Sweden? It's near some river. I can't pronounce that river's name, but it's interesting. A hotel made out of ice. I mean, I'm glad we're not staying there, right? Because I'd be.
Or do you know that we're not?
Yeah.
Okay, well, you know, there's been some surprises eFiba Season 2. I didn't think we'd be going to a Game 3 necessarily, just because you might have a form that says one thing. We'll find out, India. Pack a coat, that's all I'm saying.
Well, I've got my blanket right over here, but I mean, look, we're waiting for game number 3. Fascinating stuff. Did you say a nation? I'm sorry, I might have missed. Did you say which nation? I know you gave an explanation.
That's all good, yeah. Saudi Arabia should do it. I'm sort of saying I'll revert to type and say your favorite. We'll go back to it because I was talking up Indonesia and whatnot and realized that, yeah, as much as we'd like that, the prior big game experience is massive. Now, Lebanon have that too, but for Saudi Arabia, in this region, it's been done, it's been tested. So I'm saying 𝐂𝐄 maybe debatable. He can settle that debate if his team gets the win, and I expect him to do so.
Well, tell you what, let's go ahead and show the folks how we got to this game number 3 before we go ahead and tip things off. Don't forget, it was in game number 1 that Saudi Arabia took that big win. It was 56-42, but then the response was just as big, if not bigger, by Lebanon as they went ahead and won game 2, 63-40. A dominating performance from tip-off till the final whistle. And now the question is, what type of movement, what type of gameplay, what type of competitiveness are we going to see in game number 3? And I agree with you. I think it's going to be interesting, but I do believe that Saudi Arabia is going to bounce back. They're going to figure things out, and they're going to go ahead and get the job done. We've got 20 minutes of basketball remaining, and in those 20 minutes, we're going to figure out which of these two nations moves on to Sweden at the end of November. You've got Saudi Arabia taking on Lebanon. It is game 3 for all the marbles. Win or go home. You are got to get the job done, Nate. It's going to be a good one.
Bring it on, Lebanon to reverse sweep, however you want to say it. Apparently that's different from different nations around the world. Found that out too. We don't mind. You win 2 out of the 3. And in this case, you are through to Sweden. You get to play in the land environment. And in this region, I told you, it's a blossoming rivalry, a fierce rivalry. Expect a lot of chat, whichever way this one goes.
Just waiting for them to go and show the starting lineup here. And we are getting ready for tip-off. Here we go. It's Saudi Arabia taking on Lebanon. It's the best of 3. It's for all the marbles. The winner moves on to Jönköping, Sweden for the eFiba World Finals. That one's going to miss. Gets it over to the right side.
Man, like this, coming out with confidence basically, and then there's, you know, slight overconfidence. I think if I was Lebanon, I'd be delighted to see that taken. Obviously not made.
Oh.
Hey, have another block in there. Yeah, all right. Get that block highlight compilation happening. I don't care. Let's postpone. Yeah, the other finals.
This series has had the most amount of blocks, the exciting blocks that we've seen. But man, here we go.
Fortunate. You leave it Yumpa wide open and you send 2 to someone else. A few miscommunications that we've just not seen from Saudi Arabia all tournament long. Game 3 is not the way to do it. Let off the hook. Now Khalid's left wide open, and friends, this is game 1 script in the opening 50 seconds or so.
Are the guards of Saudi Arabia back? Will Lebanon be able to continue the hot streak? Here's Saudi Arabia. They get the steal. They get the shot. And they're looking to go up 6-0, and they do. And that's going to be a quick timeout by Lebanon.
Love that in response. I will say, love that in response. Khalid, incredible shooting. You deserve plaudits for your first minute. By the way, get comments like, what are you just talking about? It's just 1 or 2 minutes. Fam, 2 minutes of 2K24 is 10% of the entire game. It means a heck of a lot here in the opening minute. Will and Khalid, but I love that timeout. Do not let anything blow out. Any double digits, anybody getting take nice and early. Please no. That's a lovely take, by the way. Just there. Get yourself on the scoreboard, Lebanon. 6-2. Fouls, India, timeouts. I don't care what it is. None of these big runs that we're seeing. Not in a game 3 in this Middle East final.
6-2. Go. looking to bounce back from his game 1, or excuse me, looking to bounce back from his game 2 performance. Pretty sure the hotel that we're staying at might be haunted. I'm kidding. Totally joking.
Nah, but I read something on that, so it's interesting.
How many did you not stay?
So yeah, do you sort of want ghosts, or do you want ice? Is the current situation. Oh, Vince, we go into ice hotel. There you go. That's a vote in the cold direction. Yeah, a bit of frosty before we get spooky.
I'm so excited for this one, Nate, that I'm like standing up. You know what I mean?
Man, gotta get it happening. I know that we're here for the players, as we should be. Thought that might be a big block. 𝐿𝐸 too big, too strong. But yeah, anytime you get a broadcast or a little clip, of course I get to see India as we commentate these games. You can't help but get into it. Get out of your chair, get a little crazy with it sometimes. Drop a bowl of water all over you. However it goes, we get a bit excited.
Hopefully it never gets to that, but that shot from the left side, that one's not going to go. Lebanon with it. If you're just joining us, this is a best of 3. It's the Middle East Regional Finals. The winner of this moves on to the eFiba World Finals in Jönköping at the end of November. It's Lebanon in the white jerseys. It is Saudi Arabia in the green jerseys. It's Jumper struggling, gets it over to his teammate. He's going to take the shot, and it's just going to rim out.
Nice look, unfortunately. Not a look we've seen from that player that often, but oh no. Please, friends, decision making is the pressure. Welcome to a game where you can be going to Sweden or you're done for the season. It is really high stakes, land environment, €50,000 prize pool. I'm no one to doubt the decisions or sort of put too much of an emphasis on it. I will explain. If you're in the chat, maybe your first time joining, have a little bit of sympathy, a bit of compassion, a bit of understanding how much is on the line right now.
A bid to go to Sweden. That's what's on the line. For a lot of these players, as we've heard from other nations, it is the highest, it is the prime of their 2K careers. It is the highlight of what they've been working so hard towards, and we've got a good one here. I just hope it doesn't end in a blowout. Give me a buzzer beater. At this point, give me overtime as well. I'll take it. Jumper gets the crab down low for the midi, but he's not going to be able to connect on that one. Ball goes to Goat. Keep an eye on any cuts from the left-hand side. There's the wrap. Khalid goes to the right. Goat goes to the left. You mentioned they love that side. Khalid's going to look to work out. Trying to find some space in the middle. Getting bullied around by Jumper. Thought he had some space, but he reacted a little bit too late. Goat now takes the midi, fading inside. He's going to miss it, but it's the offensive rebound secured, and he gets it right back out to Goat. 10 seconds on the shot clock after the reset. Goat dots it over to Khalid. Khalid now a little bit too further away from a distance, so he's going to dot it to the right side. And you can see everyone on Saudi Arabia pretty much getting back on the defensive side, and it's not going to matter as it's Lebanon that get the dunk and get the 1-point lead.
As I mentioned, understandable, completely understandable, and yet Khalid open, 3 times behind the back, uses the screen, the right hash, he had it, didn't want it, didn't go for it. The wonderful offensive board by Achua, and then guess what? Lebanon defenders perfectly stationed on every single player. Like the levels are increasing, the intensity, the sweatiness, and the yams. Achua gets one back.
In a back and forth battle, as you would expect in a tight game 3. 30 seconds left till the end of the quarter. 10 seconds separating the shot clock and the game clock. Jumper rolls around to the left side, looking for a pick, gets it, but the connect isn't there as much as he would like. It's 𝐿𝐸 down low in the paint, and 𝐿𝐸 gets denied at the rim, but it's the rebound secured by YL. That one did hit the rim, so we do reset the shot clock to 14, and now you've got 6 of that left. Dots it over to the left side. YL's going to take that one. Looked like he got hit in the hand, but the ref doesn't call a foul. It's a very late release and a heavy contest, and that's going to be the way that the first quarter ends It is 9-8. Saudi Arabia with the barely of a lead.
I believe 6-4. The battle of the bigs on the boards. 𝐅𝐻𝐋𝐋𝐖, of course, on top. No surprise. But Chua after that. Game 2, much improved. Love that take as well, by the way. Get in front of the man with that distance to the rim. Defender is not going to get a chase down block on that. Excellent decision made. 10-9. Lebanon with the lead back, but for how long?
Goat misses that one. Lebanon looks to extend the lead, and they do. They are now up by 4. Will Saudi Arabia look to respond back, and will they be able to? Goat had the slip for a second, then the left corner defender dropped, so that was open as well. He's relying on Khalid to create some offense. Will he be able to help out Goat? Looking to fade away for a long midi. That is not the type of shot you want, especially if you're going to hit it late. Yumper, gotta find an open man as it's
right next to you. Out for 3. Like, there's no one even there for the O board. It can only end badly.
It's a good point out. Sometimes it's okay if you take contested shots if you know that your big man is in position for the offensive rebound and for a reset. As it's going to be the big fella that knocks down the big shot. Cuts the lead down to 1.
Yeah, man, if you make that mistake, you rectify the next play. That is professionalism. That is maturity. Comes well back on point. And that could finally, maybe for the first time, get 𝐅𝐻𝐋𝐋𝐖 out of that paint.
Is that your air ball noise? Is that what that is?
I think that's what that was. Like, it's better than a goose, so just bear with me. Baby steps, eh?
Go ahead and see what type of action we're going to get here in just a moment. But it has been a great... See, I told you I was standing. I told you,
Look
right?
at this beautiful man.
I told you.
Look at this beautiful man.
You thought I was kidding when I said game 3 action, we're going to just go ahead and stand up. I wasn't lying, chat. I was on my feet for that game 3. Sometimes you just got to get into the intensity of it. But as we go ahead and figure out what's going to happen on that reset, what do you think about that game 3 as far as we've seen it?
I'm just glad that it's like close, to be quite honest. That is so simplistic, but we've been doing this not just today, obviously. We've seen these teams from the get-go, roster changes, development of play, the 5-out, the sort of rivalries and whatnot. We want it to continue. We want it to go down to the wire. Respectfully, we've had some close games, and then even if we're waiting until midway through the 4th, it does go one way. And with the favorites, so hey, so far so good. Chua fighting for those boards, and I don't know if it counts as fighting, if all you're doing is getting to the spot. It felt simple to me. It's happening.
But we'll go ahead and update you through and through. Do you feel, as we go ahead and dive right into it, so there we go. It's Lebanon that's got themselves a 4-point lead, 16-12. 2 minutes left to go, and that's going to be an N1 for Lebanon.
And I got to ask, you actually sitting on that chair?
Why you got to do that?
Oh, I don't know. It's a genuine question. It seems like the answer's no now.
The answer is yes, you jerk.
Oh, it looks like it's just a prop. I feel like you're just doing like a little, hover.
Stop talking, man. You're on timeout.
Yeah, fair enough. Stream went down. Lebanon on the run, 21-12. Things are changing quick.
It looks like we did go ahead and have a player from Saudi Arabia that did go ahead and get disconnected. So now that's going to put Saudi Arabia in a bit of a tough pickle, because now you're going to have an AI that's going to be running all over the place.
Yeah, look at the reaction as well. Says it all. If it had to be someone, and you really hope it didn't have to be anyone, let's make that real clear. Big.
And you can see it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of obvious, which is why we pointed it out, because the man ain't moving, but his man is moving. How do you think? So let's dive into some strategy here. You just had an AI disconnect, or you just have now an AI because your player got disconnected in a crucial game like this. The rules are very clear, so there's nothing that can happen from there. But in terms of strategy, how do you adjust if you're Saudi Arabia with what you've been dealt?
just before we get there, because I don't like my man India getting flamed in the chat, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, friend. Just clear that one up for you. No worries,
What's
no worries.
KSI? Oh, sorry. Did he say do my job? Hey, listen.
Well, I didn't say do. I said defend your
No,
honor.
not you. Not you. I'm talking to Mr. Claymont Green.
In terms of the game and the strategy, man, defensively, it's not the worst thing for it to be a big. Like, there's other players where you can't end up scrambling. It's all over. You're like, oh, well, he's not helping out. You just go to that man's opponent every time. They keep putting up shots as long as they're not completely inept. Congratulations, you sort of won the game. And that's a rec, pro-am, any level. Offensively, you do need to stand up. With Chua's build, I am interested to see. I guess firstly, I expect a rotation out of there. But failing that, hey, maybe. Even on an AI, Chua could be the key to the game still.
That's going to be the end of the half. It is 20. Looks like they're still playing. There's no disconnect. It looks like he was just...
Try to get back in. As Indian said, we'll be back. Look, maybe right away, fam. Don't you worry. It's all good. It's all good. And like I said, strategy-wise, I still don't believe this one's done. Does it suck? Of course it does. You want to play. You want to be in there. You want to be fighting. You've got to look at the positives. That proper build, you can shoot. You can still space the floor. Defensively, hopefully, Saudi Arabia fans' point of view, if it's not going to dominate, maybe it can do a job at the very least.
See if they're able to find some way of adjustment, then you can go ahead and see it's the big fella. Oh, and there is React Sam. So now you have your 4 that has gone ahead and left the match. It is not what you would like if you're Saudi Arabia, but that's what we've got going on. And we'll come back to our lovely faces here to kind of dissect it all and update you on what the matter will be. But nonetheless, as far as we know, it is Lebanon that has the lead, and we'll see how the resets will work. Will there be any? What type of spread will we see? All that good stuff. But Nate, what do you make so far of the half that we did get a chance to see?
Man, it feels like it got so stilted there. I'm not so sure, and it's more just disappointing because I said key to the game, and the player who was stepping up made that 3. Achua, he had a big smile on his face, and it's not like he's off and downcast, but the big smile was like, all right, that's got to get the whole team sort of going. Our big man's getting looks. We can space the floor. Game 3 could well be ours. To get disconnected in the hands, we're in the head. It's a massive turnaround. It's nothing that you're watching, don't know, or can't see. I want it. We're talking about parallel universes before India. I just want this one. I want this game 3, man, because it had everything, all the ingredients we were looking for. Lebanon playing so well. Yenchi's still dominating, by the way, still on top on the rebounds tally, had a couple of points, but at least there was a bit of competition there. And then the smalls for Saudi Arabia on top. Khalid 2 for 2 from 3. Yeah, I'm still ready. I'm still on edge.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as we find out information, I know our operations team is hard at work, making sure they figure out not just what's going on, but the best way to solve it as well. We've got the easy job here, just being on the broadcast, showing our lovely faces and our beautiful voices as well. If we do go ahead and get a reset, however that may play out, you've got to go ahead and see the best way to come back. And this one is by limiting Yumper, right? You've got to have someone outside of Yumper go ahead and beat you, because he's been dominating ever since game number 2. And you just got to find a way to get GOAT going. I don't know what it might be. I don't know if it's some off-ball screens for Khalid. That way the defense is more geared towards him, and that way you can get a little bit of an open shot and some space creativity for for GOAT. But if you're Saudi Arabia, you got to come up with some creative ways to get the job done when we reset game number 3, if that is the case to be.
Yeah, I feel like I want to credit Lebanon's defensive work, though. The center coming up, and then, like I said, the roll to the paint, man. Like, Yenchi's just been there for every board, but doing really good work initially. Power forward getting involved. If not help defense, then at least like the threat, the sort of like arm in or pretending to go, and then going back. They're purposely paying that close attention to GOAT. I would say for GOAT, don't worry about it. You don't need to then take every shot. You don't need to fight that scenario. That means you got a player, if not open, look for the cut. Have some, what do I want to say? Focus more, on the playmaking than your shot making, because at very least, at very worst, Goat's got that mid-range in the locker. I didn't like him taking that as the first shot of the game. For me, that should sort of be nothing else is going scenario and tactic. Yeah, pass that ball off, facilitate, open up the floor for me.
We'll see if they are able to go ahead and do just that, because I'm sure they're tuning in, trying to get some, trying to get some insight, some info, some free tips and tricks from Coach Nate the Great. I do see them kind of loading up. We're just waiting for the final decision. As soon as we know, we'll relay that over to you. But of course, kind of just recapping how we got here, going back to the first game day, you had Saudi Arabia that beat Lebanon. Then the second game day, you had once again Saudi Arabia beat Lebanon. But it was that first game day where, even though Saudi Arabia was undefeated, they were in second place because of the skill boosters, but they went ahead and took back the first. Did you just howl?
It was like a skill booster howl. Yeah. I was getting.
I feel like we need to practice that sometime. I don't know.
I feel like I'm gonna have a rap over the intro song. By the way, that music is still in my head. Doesn't matter what we're doing; it sort of just stays there, no matter where we go. I can't remember what your original point was, by the way, so I hope you can.
I'll be honest, brother. I'm just, we got things that we're waiting on, but nonetheless, though, my main concern is this: how is GOAT going to go ahead and bounce back? Because we haven't seen him be who we believe he can be, right? I'm talking about the other FIBA tournaments that we've seen him play. He just hasn't shown up the same way.
I'll link it back in all the way back to game day 1, which is where Lebanon finished on top with the skill boosters, but I'll say it like a normal human this time. There we go. Flow. We got it back. And yeah, you're spot on. Even in game 1, I was, if not impressed with the box score and the looks, because I sort of said at the start today, don't worry too much about his stat line, because he's got that chemistry. Chua's going to be in there, grabbing the O board and recycle, and we're all good. It didn't really have the second part of that equation, didn't have the first of it, but I was like, okay, let's see for game 2. And then it's just nothing. Nothing was going in terms of the timing. Again, understand why that could be. So please, for like my sake, for your team's sake, we all know he can be him. We've seen incredible shot making throughout. We know he's got that midi, and I don't just mean that spot. All around that mid-range area, I would be so happy. He can still facilitate, can still be him, just in a slightly different way. I've spoken about V-Chopper and Sam getting involved. I don't need to go into that rant again. That's what I want.
We'll see if they go ahead and get you exactly what you would love to see. You got to give props to Mo, who stepped up in a big way for Lebanon. Of course, you have YL as well, and it's just a great performance. I mean, Yenchi, we saw the performance that he had in the first game, and they unfortunately lost, but they still got the job done. And then, of course, in that game 2, he almost had himself a 2020 game. But let's go ahead and throw up the results from the first game and the second game, so we can catch up the folks who might just be joining us. And you can see it was in game number 1 where you had Saudi Arabia that won 56-42. And then it was Lebanon that went ahead and got their lick back 63-40. And then, of course, now in game number 3, we're waiting to see what the final result, what the day of judgment will look like for both of these teams. Thankfully, we're not the ones making that decision. We're just the messenger,
And for those joining in and seeing that, being like, okay, what a piece. It's sort of the third week, if you like, the third stage of this competition. Game day 1, game day 2, where Saudi Arabia were undefeated. So that's kind of why we're emphasizing, making a big point there that, yeah, things are one apiece. It could go either way. How do you respond when you take your first L and it's in a best of 3 finals? We keep talking or thinking about Brazil versus Argentina and how one loss there might turn things around very quickly. I'm just loving this format, to be honest. India skill boosters, a bit of variety, making sure there's some objectives when you're playing games against the tier 2, tier 3 nation, but then we really get the best opportunity. No best of ones, fam. No judgment to other competitions the way they do it. It does mean that things got set up, and Lebanon got that chance to make history, basically, on the big stage.
They sure did. And then one of these nations will join the Philippines and New Zealand in Sweden. And of course, we've got Africa still yet to come later on today. and you also have North America. You have South America. So plenty of action, including Europe, that's going to send 2 nations and not just one. So much eFiba basketball left, not just today, but also on Thursday as well. Nate, if we do go ahead and have a reset, if we are going to play, say, till the half, again, no clue what's happening, right? Because we're waiting on the official word, so we're just having a conversation as a couple of pals. Really interested to see if there's any momentum shift, because in my opinion, it was going in favor of Lebanon. How is a reset going to impact both sides? And of course, let's be clear. This is the internet day of age, right? These things happen. It's out of our control. We just do the best with the cards that we are dealt, and that's what we're working through right now. So we appreciate your patience at home. But coming back to my question, though, do you feel like momentum is just going to kind of reset, and we're going to come off with a sluggish start no matter which team you're cheering for?
Almost definitely. It's so hard to stay locked in with the amount of variables at play without sort of going through them all and doing the draw. Yeah, there's so many different things. We don't know which way it's going to go, and both teams take a while to adjust regardless of servers and stuff like that. There you go. Said and say it one more time. No idea, fam. I did not think 2K would have the series that he had. I did not think Lebanon could back up that big talk about those defensive rotations and basically suffocate the Saudi offense. I thought Yenshi would be good. I didn't think he'd be 20-19 and then 16-19. Like, those numbers are wild against such a good opposition center. I've been pleasantly surprised. First upset. Do we have our first close game, please, India?
We will find out, but it looks like someone in the chat wasn't quite sure where the tournament will be played. It's in Jönköping, Sweden. Well, let's go and show the folks a little bit of a promo on what to expect.
Once again, my game is in ballers.
Welcome to the eFiba Season 2.
This is absolutely huge. Where's it going to be, Nate?
Sweden, mate. Jönköping?
Jönköping. I got it.
It's an honor to play against other players from all over the world.
Bang, and that's the record.
No mercy to anyone.
This is high quality international 2K.
Believe in yourself, believe in your game.
This is it! Oh, and he gets it!
You're playing for a whole country.
This is where legends are made.
It's right to the lane. Let's go. Get it, baby! Are you not entertained?
I mean, that's just exciting. Just as exciting to just watch the promo. I told y'all at rehearsal, my passport's on the way. I just got a notification like 20 minutes ago that's been delivered. So in my head, I'm like, please nobody steal it so I can go to Sweden. Thank you. But I mean, it's some exciting stuff, man. What are you most looking forward to when it comes to the eFiba World Finals in Jönköping, Sweden?
Yeah, probably the eventual identity theft where Made in India is looking rather different, but you got the passport, so it must be him. You just look different on the, remote broadcast, but maybe a little bit taller. We'll see. Friend, live audience, live crowd is nothing like it. There is nothing like it. We were saying before that this is commonplace. Again, it's not just eFiba Season 2. Friends, it's esports. It doesn't matter. Worlds, I don't even need to list them. It's every time. You have different rules, way to go through it. One of the weirder, but honestly, like, most attractive things to me, this competition, when I was asked to do it, was the emphatic, detailed rule set. It is being done basically, what you want to say, to a FIBA level. Damn, it doesn't really get any better than that. The players have been largely on board, if not all on board, with the decisions made prior to this. So to be honest, it doesn't bother me one little bit for this scenario. And when we get to Sweden, live event, crowd getting into it, also nowhere to hide. India, nowhere to hide for these players who have made some big claims. There's just no more excuses. Maybe we get a technical timeout. Fam, right back on that stage in front of that audience. The broadcasters just yelling, just screaming in your ear as well, everything that you're doing. It is a pressure cooker environment, but it does sort of unearth champions. We're going to get the best players in the world. We can say world champions, India, but for once actually mean it,
Oh, amen to that. And we'll see who claims to be the world champion. I do see the team putting in the code. So once we know the exact scenario, the exact situation in terms of time left to play, in terms of the spread, we will update you in the chat. But it is a best of 3. It is game 3, which is why we want to make sure that we take our time and do it right by the rules and regulations that we have set forward. which is why it takes a little bit of time. But we'll figure it out. As soon as we do, we will go ahead and let you know. The question again is going to be to see how Saudi Arabia comes back from the momentum that I believe was going in favor of Lebanon, and how Lebanon goes ahead and responds back with the lead that they had before you had the disconnects on that end. We shall see. I mean, Jumper, though, you got to give it to Jumper, because I feel like sometimes it is so tough to bounce back after you have such a game that he did in game number 1. And he did a great job bouncing back for game number 2, and he's done all right here in game number 3. So here's what's going to happen. Nate, are you ready?
Tell me, please, India. I need to know.
We are going to play 2 full quarters, aka a half. Lebanon is up by 11. But of course, we can't show you that they're up by 11, which means I'm going to do math. But I don't have 11 fingers. So
it's all right.
I'm not sure.
Friend, this sounds like a custom-made Nate scenario. Let's do it. I'll just.
You got Excel sheets? Is all I got. You know, I just have my calculator. That's all I got.
It's actually got
You know
there.
what I mean?
Ready to go. I'm just really glad. Again, we said close game. Game 3, whatnot. We get a half. Friends, thank you very much for your patience and sticking with it. You're going to get rewarded. It is also sort of backed up, not necessarily my claim, but my thought that momentum going into it, is it going to be a bit jarring and stuff like that? Yeah. Now we're into straight the second half. You've got 10 minutes remaining on the season. You're 10 minutes away from going to Sweden or getting eliminated. And also, I just need a moment to pause and reflect. Our first nation in the entire world of all 61 to qualify is New Zealand. Like, that's just a weird sentence in my brain. To say New Zealand and Philippines gives it like a bit more respect or like credibility in my mind. But as soon as we're done here today, I'm going to sit down and be like, New Zealand were the first nation to make it. All right. USA, Turkey, catch up to the Kiwis, friends.
I mean, look, I'm sure they'll love to go ahead and catch up, if you will, when they play them in Sweden, as we will go ahead and let them know. Now, of course, we got to go ahead and talk about overtime, because what happens if it's halftime and Saudi Arabia is up by 11, which means then with the spread, they are tied. If that is the scenario, if Saudi Arabia does win the half with exactly 11 points, then the overtime will be the first 3 minutes of the third quarter, which means 2 minutes will be triple zeros in the third quarter. But let's see if that ends up being the case as we go ahead and get ready for a tip-off. I think with the 11-point spread, I think Lebanon's got this. No?
Oh, look, I'm just happy with that result. It matters little what I think about it, but as someone who, again, is big on the rules and whatnot, I think that's just the best result we're going to get. Gameplay, we got the OT sort of stipulation, means that players' performance within the game going into a third quarter, but of course, overtime, it's going to get carried through in terms of takeover and stuff like that. I'm ready, man. Let's do it. Let's find out who the best nation is from Middle East, who's going to be there in Sweden, Ice Hotel or not. It's time to deliver.
Yeah, I'm a little scared, but here we go, though. It's Saudi Arabia taking on Lebanon. Lebanon, in this game 3, has an 11-point lead. We are going to play a whole half, so we're going to play 2 full quarters, and at halftime, you're going to add 11 to Lebanon's score. If they are up, they win. They move on to Sweden. If it is still tied, we will go ahead and play the first 3 minutes of the third quarter. And so the 2-minute mark will act as triple zeros. And good God, can you believe if we have like a buzzer beater situation where you got to go to instant replay and figure out how to go ahead and see who won? Was it in time? Was it not in time? Well, you know what? Let's just get through the first 2 quarters.
You're going to be way too excited with all those scenarios. I'm glad that there's rules in place and it's not just based off my emotion. Hey, it would look very different.
Saudi Arabia had a quick 2-0 lead, but Lebanon says, here's a 12-point lead for us. You know, someone's in the chat is going to be like, wait a minute, these guys can't count.
Well, yeah, we had the names and whatnot. Like, why are you saying India? India are clearly not playing this game. So I think after that moment, I'm down for whatever. They can say what they like. I'm going to write on my monitor 3 + 11 with a permanent marker. So get it done however you need to, you know?
There you go. Just make sure you can keep erasing it and going back to it.
No, mate, it's going to be +11 regardless for Lebanon. They're up by 11.
Yeah, and I was talking about the 3. Oh, you're saying the 3. Okay, you're gonna put it next to it. Is what you're gonna do. Got it. Got it. Got it. I need you to send me a
be
picture of
doubting
that.
me writing on my monitor, not like the method of doing it. But I like your
I
pragmatism.
need you to send me a picture. I need you to send me a picture of this happening.
It's not happening, man. I don't have the monitors or the markers spare. It's just a dream.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, thank you, Vince, as well. I appreciate you with the chat because they're going to come in, as India said, and we're going to be trying to lock in the actual live gameplay. Appreciate you always being here and helping out to clarify if you need it spoken into words. We've got a little reset action, so we're going to play a half of this game. Lebanon led by 11, so technically it's 16-4.
Got themselves the lead right now. Lebanon does. 3 minutes left to go as they're going to knock one down from the right side. And Lebanon may not even need the spread the way that they're playing right now. I mean, just what a beautiful turnaround so far from Lebanon.
22%. Don't worry about it. Chopper is him. Bring it on, friends, all the way through. As you said, the plus 11 to get started. And the tail of the tape, the big man in the paint. We got all the same ingredients that we had before. Surely they're going to cut into that 11-point differential, India. I know what you're saying. Right now, they don't actually need to. From Saudi Arabia's point of view, it's not even a negotiation. It can't be argued. It needs to be. We get this lead in this first. We go nice and hard at it. We make sure that the big man doesn't get his boards. That is the way forward. Extra possessions. They're really going to add up in just one half of 2K.
We've got Saudi Arabia that's cutting into the spread by 1. I mean, if I'm Lebanon, right, I'm holding on to the ball. I'm milking the clock 23 seconds. And if I get an offensive rebound, that's the cherry on top because I'm going to milk another 12. And there goes half a minute as Lebanon says, forget milking it. We're just going to get the points and the dunk instead.
As soon as Chuhat just heads to that corner, no one else on this Saudi lineup can take that big man on, get in position, stop him when you're there. Hey, you can dunk on the other end as well. Good. Spot on, mate. Please, force something early. It is repeating. 6 minutes and a bit left in this game, the way that things are going. Lebanon leading by 11 as we had a little reset.
That shot's going to miss. Lebanon gets the rebound. They're going to get fouled immediately. About 1:06 left in this quarter, which is treated as a third quarter because they are going to play till half with Lebanon having an 11-point spread. This is to determine who is going to move on to Sweden.
Watch for the board.
Uh-oh, here comes a big shot. Here comes a shot. That's going to be a foul.
Man, like I know, pressure cook scenario, and there's a lot on the line and whatnot, but jumping when you're already there with a second left, oh, that hurts.
Definitely a backbreaker as they go ahead and knock that one down. And the lead obviously swings back to Lebanon in the game. They've got the 11-point spread, so they never lost the lead. They were born with the lead. Goat 2KL. Goat L2K, I guess. Gets it down low in the paint. Can't get that one to go. Lebanon with the rebound now.
Oof. Yeah, pressure's getting turned up. And for Lebanon, it's working in their favor. They are keeping their heads. They are playing it cool. That little fake earlier, baffling when you're there on the drive. And a bang, a bang, a bang. I tell you what, there's a whole quarter left. Do we even need a Lebanon with poise, with timing? Beautiful.
Go, trying to respond back. Gets over to Khalid on the left side. Khalid knocks down the 3. And they get it right back, but the lead stays 12. Lebanon. They're going to go ahead and get fouled.
All right, help me, man.
No, that's fine. You don't want them to shoot a contested 3, but you'll put them at the line for 2. No, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool.
To go to Sweden, €50,000 prize pool. Like, you're down by 11. You got a half. Yeah, some of these decisions defensively, let's just go with not what I would recommend.
5 minutes away from Lebanon, ending up in Sweden. Or will Saudi Arabia pull a rabbit out of their hat? Do they have a trick up their sleeves? As they're currently down in the game plus the spread. That one's going to get denied. Saudi Arabia with the ball now. They're looking to push the tempo, and that's going to be a foul. That's a smart play on the defensive side by Lebanon.
That's the type of foul we like. Thank you.
Who's the guy on the camera for Lebanon? He's not even playing. He's 100% playing. And that's Mustafa, a.k.a. Mo, a.k.a. former 2K League pro, played with Mavs.
Yeah, in terms of the sort of in-sync and stuff like that, obviously India and I not exactly where, like to have the vibes, things like that. Make sure you got a bit of Antmos, see the emotion. In terms of being perfectly in sync, not gonna, go on record as saying that's what's going on, but certainly playing in this game.
Jumper takes a shot from the top of the key, and he's going to go ahead and drain it. It is Lebanon.
Bang. Big time shot. Again, up 11, friends. We're going to end this one at the half, unless we level. That is a massive 3 in response, but offensively, it's a, reset masterclass from Lebanon. Patience and poise, and then the quality at the end of it. Some big, deep threes. The cuts have been there. Chua's been a little bit better, getting there to the spot ahead of Yenchi, but basically, job done or close to. They've been magnificent since we got restarted. Respect.
About 3:32 left to go as we tip off here with the jump ball in the middle. And Lebanon's going to go ahead and win that one. Jumper. Got to shoot that one up. Are they going to be able to secure an offensive rebound? You betcha they do. Kicks it right back out to Jumper all the way on the left. And that's the bonus that we talked about. You get to continue milking the clock as much as possible. Looking to fade away. Steps in, takes the midi on the crab. Not going to go. And that's going to be a defensive rebound by Saudi Arabia. They dish it down low. That one does not go.
Hey, you're going to get there to Sweden. Shopping, hundreds, if not thousands of people watching. Pressure like you would not believe. You want to have game management, know what to do in these, look, maybe not ideal, tricky situations. Keep your head. And Lebanon have been superb, making sure there's been nothing cheap, nothing easy. Turnover, securing the board. And cue that, mistake made. Guess you can afford it. Run my face in it with 2:30 remaining. Up until that point, it's just those fundamentals, to be quite honest, for mine. India, extra possessions, nothing wasted. And defensively, look at that. Matching every Saudi cut step for step.
I kind of feel weird calling this out, but we had Mo tell us earlier in the game, earlier in the pregame interview that he was sick. You can just see him kind of coughing up as he's playing the game as well. And we said, look, if you win, you might feel better, and he might just feel better, as they're about 2 minutes and 13 seconds away from clinching their spot to the eFiba World Finals in Sweden. Down low in the paint. That one's going to go. They get the big jam, but they still trail by 12.
Nicely done, man. Quick math, indeed. So still doable. Job not done, as far as Lebanon are concerned. Into the final 2. These fouls could add up quickly. Or you can just get it nice and clean. Right corner, please. Holding it up, friend. There ain't no time to hold it up. You got your brother free that right corner. Well. Positives. Lebanon defensively. Back in position. Quick smart.
Brings it over to the right side. That one's going to miss. Lebanon's got it now. Get the stop at the rim, and now it's Saudi Arabia that's just trying to get something. They just can't. I mean, just even the loose balls are just not going in their favor.
Look, let's see some takeovers. Always looking at positives here. FIFA Season 2, baby. We've got highlights. It's been stagnated sure you're picking up on those vibes. Big shot or two, and who knows? I think we do know. I think we're all starting to read the writing on the wall. Saudi Arabia, magnificent throughout the group stage. Game day 1, game day 2, undefeated. Undefeated after game 1 of his best of 3, and then Lebanon. Something's changed. A big time. Everyone on point. Turnovers, mistakes. Where have they been? Minimal. Yumpa from game 1 to game 2. Just not recognizable. Or was it 3 for 17 shooting? Now this performance. Yenchi consistently brilliant throughout. We wanted a little turnaround. We got a big turnaround. Going to have our third nation heading on to Sweden. Jumper at the line. Okay, freebies, maybe not always the case, but repeating. Lebanon up by 11. We had a little reset, restart. It's technically 32-21. That's why we're talking about it the way it is. Another quick 2 that could have been. It goes, but I don't know. Big game pressure. Respect Lebanon. Kept their heads. Got it done.
They're holding on to it now, looking for a fluky steal. Are they going to get it as a traveling violation? They're going to call timeout because they don't want to risk it. Coach Jonah in the chat. Head coach.
Sorry, I was going to say, I think you could enjoy it.
Head coach of Magic Gaming. Leading things for Great Britain. Oh, that one's going to get stolen away. It's the Saudi Arabian team that knocks down the 3. The deficit is now 6. Nate's got a smirk little face right now. Are they going to be able to get another steal? That was a loose ball. They had a chance, but they barely get it past half court. That would have been huge.
That was the face, if that helps.
Lebanon looking to hold on to it here. They've got 6 seconds. Gets it over to the right side. No matter the results of this, it's Saudi Arabia that call a timeout. They need they need a lot of points than they can get in 1.1. They need like 6 points in 1.1 seconds.
School booster.
Congratulations, Lebanon. That is going to be the whistle. That is going to be the end of game number 3, as it's Lebanon that is your Middle East champion, and they will move on to Sweden to take on the 7 other nations for a chance to win 50,000 euros. I mean, just what an incredible matchup. You had a little bit of wonkiness. We absolutely had a nail biter, and it's going to be Lebanon that comes out on top.
Yeah, not at all the story for several different reasons. We thought that it might be, and it came down to game management, scenarios, sort of keeping your head, so to speak. And hey, defending. People don't like me talking about that. Crossed off my list. Talking about set pieces and inbound plays. Nobody liked that one. Bam, discipline. Turnovers, extra possessions, rebounding that basketball. I know I kept going on about Chuhai getting to the spot before Yenchi just getting out of the corner. Don't worry, switch that. It's clearly not working. Didn't happen. Fundamentals at the end of the day. And what was it? Yench O'Neal, Big Yenchi, whatever you want to call him, friends. He was dominant. He's clearly, for mine, the MVP of this series.
Amen to that. I mean, we're going to get a chance to interview the winning team, aka Lebanon, and also the runner-up, which is Saudi Arabia. But just what an incredible upset at the hands. I mean, just Lebanon outperformed them in that game too. It's not even that they came into today and they dominated from the start. No, they struggled. They kind of got blown out in that game 1, and then they came back to win game 2, and then they forced a game 3, obviously, and then won that as well. So just a great way for Lebanon to show up and just have the upset that we didn't really see coming at all.
Yeah, and led by their point guard. Like I said, was a 3 for 17 shooting that first game. Irrecognizable in terms of shot timing, shot selection, even more than that. Decision making was impeccable. Every single play. Was I a bit frustrated that Yenchi, of course, was sort of uncontested in the paint a lot of the time? Sure. But it started in the hands of the point guard, slowing things down when necessary. We focused on that. Well, I've certainly focused on that point guard center combo a lot Apologies if that's been overkill, but it has also been the game plan. It has been rinsed and repeated and now perfected here in this Middle East Finals.
We get the interview again from the team of Lebanon. It might be Mo, it might be someone else. You'll have to kind of stick around to find out. And Nate, the sun is finally rising. I mean, it's been rising, but like now it's noon here in the US. It's like smack dab in my eye. So I'm trying to like duck it a little bit. So you might see me move around. And that is the reason for it. But we appreciate y'all in the chat for hanging out and watching. But of course, we're not done yet. We are not done yet. No, we've still got Africa to go to, where we are going to have 2 semifinal games, which are going to be a best of 1. Then the winner of those games will play in a best of 3 to finalize their spot in Sweden. I mean, that's going to be an exciting one. I cannot wait to get your predictions on it and see which way the cookie crumbles in that region. But as we do go ahead and wait for the interviews with the winning team, how do you think Lebanon is going to face, or how well do you think they're going to do when they face the other 7 nations? So far, we know it's the Philippines and New Zealand.
Yeah, and obviously big day coming up on Thursday, friends, so make sure you're back by that. Man, yeah, form guide is just an interesting one in terms of just spread. I feel like that's not worked for me today. If that's been on point previously, if you're sort of like awaiting at least in terms of where they stack or where they fit in. Looking at the results throughout game day 1 and 2, if you want to sort of go the whole tournament, then ahead of New Zealand, behind on Philippines, based on the best of 3, or maybe even just based on results against Saudi Arabia. If the learning, the improvements, the rotations, damn, look at that first game against Saudi Arabia. To look at this today, like I said, almost irrecognizable in that department too. That is a huge, huge improvement and a testament to the professionalism. Now, I'll be honest, India, I haven't thought about the format for Sweden in terms of when we're actually there. I have not thought about it one bit. I don't know how it works. I refuse to look at it until I'm there and I can actually believe I'm in Sweden. The more opportunities they get to play, the better they'll perform.
It'll be interesting to see exactly how things get broken down in terms of seeding, randomness, all that good stuff there. But for now, we know that it's going to be Lebanon that's going to be there. It's going to be New Zealand, and it's going to be the Philippines. And of course, we will wait to see what happens with the Africa region. Then in North America, the way that it's going to work, chat, in case you're just joining us, is you've got Puerto Rico that's going to play Dominican Republic in a best of 1. Then the winner of that matchup and the winner of that game is going to go ahead and play the United States in a best of 3. Let's go ahead and get on with our interview. It is Mustafa from Lebanon. I mean, just an incredible, incredible journey. Hey, buddy, you feeling any better? Because it's Lebanon. That's your Middle East champion, and they're moving on to Sweden. How you feeling? Hopefully a little better.
Is that muted? Anyone?
Not sure if it. Hey, Mustafa, come on. I know you won, but are you muted, buddy?
My
Are
mic
you
was
muted on your
muted.
end?
Sorry.
Yes, you are.
I'll move. Yeah. Overall, I'm really excited, really happy. Yeah. Overall, like really excited, really happy. You know, there's a lot of talking going on right now. There's a lot of talking going on in between the game. At the end of the day, we came through. We won. We did our job. We gave them game 1. We spotted them in game even, and then we just came back game 2, game 3. They couldn't score a bucket on us. You saw what I said. When they don't have takeover, they're literally bots. Like, we just backed it up.
Yeah, I don't know if like literally bots, because they were AI, at least one of their players at one point. So fair play, good use of the word. In terms of your improvements, game 2, I was saying irrecognizable, friend. I just couldn't believe it. Your individual performance, talk me through what changed for you, even just by yourself.
Honestly, we just started greening. Like, literally, game 1, we shot so bad, and they got so many boards over us. Game 2, we came around, we started greening, we started passing the rock. Our defense, honestly, is what won us all the games. We held them under, literally, I think, under 50 points every game. So, overall, like, you know, Yenchi went crazy, too, on the boards. He had 20 boards one game. So, overall, like, a great team performance. You know, I'm really proud of all the people. Like, we have guys playing in Lebanon, and, like, y'all know what's going on in the world right now. So, it's just really proud of all my teammates, what they have to go through, and where we're going to be headed.
Sometimes it truly is more than just a game that you're fighting for. But man, look, it's great to have y'all get a chance to head to Sweden. What are you expecting out of your team once you get there?
Honestly, I know we're gonna face a lot of tough competition. It won't be the Middle East no more, so I expect a dogfight. We'll do our best, and we're happy we got. Step one is making it out of the Middle East. We've never made it out of the Middle East, and just continuously trying to build on it. Let's go for a Cinderella run. I don't think anyone will have us winning a game probably, but that's on us to prove them wrong.
Well,
that
you've
you
done
will,
it.
yeah. No question about it. That you have done because, you pulled off the upset against the juggernaut that is Saudi Arabia. Had not lost a game, but they dropped 2 of the important ones at the hands of you. Thank you so much for joining us, man. We wish you the best of luck, and we will see you in Sweden.
Thank you. I appreciate eFiba. I appreciate all of you guys for hosting. We really appreciate all the work that went into this tournament. Thank you.
Absolutely, man. I hope you feel better just a little bit, and maybe some soup will go ahead and get the job done. But Nate, I mean, just what an incredible day that we've had so far. When it came to Oceania, you had New Zealand that went ahead and moved forward. Then we traveled to Asia, and you had the Philippines that stamped their ticket. Then we came to the Middle East, and we found out that it's going to be Lebanon that can pull off the upset. They'll be hanging out with us in Sweden, and we'll be back in just a few moments with Africa. That's going to be 4 nations that are left standing. We'll play the semifinals, best of 1, and then we'll play the finals in a best of 3. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back. You are watching the eFiba Regional Finals, and what a jam-packed day we've had. You've had some favorites that have taken the crown, such as New Zealand and the Philippines, and then you've had some underdogs that had a little bit of bite in them in Lebanon that upset Saudi Arabia, and that one went all the way to a best of 3. Welcome back. My name is Made in India. That is Nate the Great, and Nate, we now focus on Africa, but before we do that, we've got the Middle East graphic to show you. Again, it was in game 1 where the Saudi Arabia team took it. Then Lebanon forced a game 3 with their victory in game 2 of 63-40. And then, of course, it was decided in the end, 47-41. Spread or no spread, it was Lebanon that was taking that one.
Yeah, I think quite right to reflect one last time on just the Middle East, because hey, coming from behind, you got the underdog story as you mentioned, and the joy, the jubilation in some difficult times as well. But Lebanon, I don't know, just a smile on your face to see the way that they went about it, the confidence, backing it up, saying nowhere to hide in Sweden. It was a fitting end to a region that's had a bit of everything.
Well, hey, that is done. We are done with the Middle East. Let's focus on the here and now, and that is Africa, because we've got 4 nations that are remaining, and it's going to be a good one because we've got 2 semifinals to play, and then we'll have a best of 3. But there you have it. Those are going to be your matchups. It's Algeria taking on Egypt, and it's Morocco taking on Cote d'Ivoire. I was trying to focus on making sure I said it right, that I forgot how to say Morocco for like a millisecond. It's been a long day.
Mate, you've read the first 2. There's only 2 left. Where we struggle, Cote d'Ivoire, friends, Ivory Coast, very fun to say indeed. Morocco, Algeria, start as your favorites in either one after today, and particularly for the semi-finals, which again are best of 1. So it would be foolish India of me to make a prediction. Please don't ask, please.
So who you got?
Cote d'Ivoire. Just because
it's fun to say, and so we can keep on saying it.
Again, when you've got the favorites, and we'll talk about the stats, break down the game days and how we got here. The actual finals, the Africa finals, will be best of 3, but yeah, best of 1's, friend. After what we've seen today across the 3 different regions, we had the pleasure of calling. Form guide, stats, mate, I'm gonna lock in, see what the connection's like, see how fired up these homies are, and look at the chat on social media and see what gets backed up. Because don't forget, there's a lot of Ghanaians watching on that maybe don't like us saying Cote d'Ivoire too much. Those skill boosters, meaning that nation, made it in the 4th, and the poor Ghanaians thinking they were in there, not meant to be.
Well, you know that those skill boosters come into play, but you know what else comes into play in improving our broadcast and everything that we're doing here? It's the survey. So make sure you smash !survey, because you genuinely have a chance to have a big impact on our shows, what we do, what we've created, all that good stuff. Everything is at stake, including prizes. So if you want to go ahead and chance to get those nice little hoodies, if you want to get some basketballs that are FIBA branded, if you want to get some NBA 2K game codes, jump in the chat, write !survey, and help us keep improving this product that you all love so much. I know I definitely do. No question about it. But Nate, of course, since the graphics showed that the matchup was on the left-hand side, that's the team that we're going to go ahead and watch first. That's the game that we're going to be casting first. It's going to be Morocco taking on Cote d'Ivoire. And it's going to be fun, man. You have Morocco that, defending champs. They've got some things that they want to hold on to. You have Cote d'Ivoire that finally just barely snuck in there as well. We've already seen an upset. Are you expecting one here? But keep in mind now, it is a best of 1, chat. It is a best of 1. So it's one and done. Morocco, Cote d'Ivoire. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, again, anything can happen. I'm excited for the Moroccan passion in the chat. Every single game, they brought it right in the stream, getting some flags in there as well. There's a reason that they're favorites in the group. There's a reason why they are. I'm sure you'll probably hear from their mouths directly based on what I've seen again on Twitter and whatnot. We are in Sweden. We're a lock for Sweden and that type of chat. So it'd be amiss of me to say anything else.
We will see how it all goes down, man. Those those best of ones are tough sometimes because you're just kind of playing with those high stakes, the jitters, the butterflies, the mistakes that you make are just kind of accumulating so much, and they just have such different variances to them, and they just impact the game so much as well. It should be a fun one. It should be a great one. Like every single game that we've seen so far, there's always that one quarter where the team runs away with it. Oftentimes, it's either the first quarter or it's the third quarter. So pretty much whatever game plan you had coming into, one team executes it to perfection, and we'll see what happens. And of course, after that gets done, then we will go ahead and watch the other semifinals to see what exactly our matchup in the finals will be like. And that's where we go ahead and play the best of 3 matchup. It's going to be a good one. Are there any players that you kind of have in mind or anything you're watching in terms of keys to the game? I'll go ahead and start if you want to give us some time here. It always goes back to me, the second chance opportunities, right? We saw how big of an impact that was for Lebanon. The rebounding was just crazy insane, especially because they were going up against the popper. So that gave advantage to Lebanon to get those rebounds, to go ahead and dish it out for those second chance opportunities. What are you kind of most looking forward to in terms of keys to the game for either of these nations?
Yeah, firstly is that everyone's nice and healthy. That was my sort of weird little laugh before, to be like, it's not a very funny topic, and yet it's been a consistent theme. There's been a key player on every team, and it's affected the results of games, not necessarily in the same way, but players reacting differently. So firstly, hope everyone's got a clean bill of health and ready to put their best foot forward. Côte d'Ivoire's perimeter shooting. Put that as a key to the game, and that I've just felt like it's not got going. It's not won them games specifically. I'll go a bit deeper into the stats and the way that I've worked that out. If that 3-ball is going, and honestly, by going, I'm saying like 1 in 3, just give me a little something, then maybe they can start to contest. It's going to be difficult, as we've seen. You said first quarter yourself. Shots don't go early. In a best of 1, if shots don't go early for Côte d'Ivoire, Morocco can start thinking about that final series, that best of 3.
And we'll, of course, go ahead and see if they're going to pay attention to spreading the rock out the perimeter to knock down those threes, or if they're going to look to take advantage of the pick and roll and slice up the defense and get those easy points. But, of course, it's that half-court offense. Are you going to be able to score when it comes there, or are you going to continuously rely on the fast break opportunities? Because if that's going to be your bread and butter, that can easily be shut down, especially if you face a team that kind of plays at a slower pace. But let's kind of zoom out for a second, and let's kind of work backwards as we're still waiting on gameplay. As soon as we have it, we'll bring it to you live. We're focusing on Africa, but we just finished with the Middle East, right? Recapping that, game day number 1, Saudi Arabia beats Lebanon, but Lebanon stands as number 1 because of the skill boosters. Game day number 2 in the Middle East, you have Saudi Arabia that once again puts the whooping on Lebanon, and they regain position as number 1. But then you come into today, Saudi Arabia, completely undefeated, hasn't lost a game all season long, and then they drop 2 in the worst possible timing at the hands of Lebanon, who come out victorious. And I mean, you had Mo say some strong things. These aren't my words. These are Mo words about how if they don't have takeover, they're not that good. I'm using better words here.
Yeah, I was going to say, that ain't what he said, man. I'll say, he said they're literal bots, and I was like, well, I guess I'll try and meet you somewhere there and be like, well, one sort of was AI for a little bit. You got to back it up. With talk like that, maybe he's sort of going in with that nothing to lose approach. Some people I've seen be like, that's disrespectful. Hey, you can cut it up however you want. Winners going to Sweden. The circumstances again around the restart, it still felt like, and then I'm sure you would agree, the best team on the day is going through. That even with the restart beforehand, you were saying Lebanon are going a bit of momentum, and maybe it will affect them. Everyone's playing under the same rules, same conditions. I think the only thing I can think of to say to it, give me a best of 5. Best of 7. You saw me type out ! survey in the chat, man. Just like a best of 14. It's these E matchups here: Philippines, Indonesia, Brazil, Argentina.
I would love.
I want more.
I would love for the Africa semifinals to be a best of 3. I think that'd be a lot of fun. I think that'd be great. But unfortunately, we only have a best of 1, but we will have a best of 3 when we get to the finals itself. So that's the Middle East, where Lebanon does go ahead and move on. Let's go ahead and backtrack a little bit more, where we go and visit Asia. You had the Philippines taking on Indonesia. Indonesia barely lost the first game, I believe by like maybe 3 points. I think it might have been 32-29. Then they go ahead and lose the second game. in terms of game day number 2. Still the regular season, still group play. They lose that one by 1 point. I believe it was 60-59, and they lost that one in overtime. Such high expectations for Indonesia coming into tonight, and unfortunately they get swept. They kind of fall flat. They get blown out. They made it look a little closer in the final moments of fourth quarter in both the games, but it was the Philippines that just dominated from the get-go, like I think they even expected, and they'll be meeting us in Sweden. What do you take away from that matchup?
Man, first thing I'm taking away is your incredible memory, because I got those written down. I got those typed up in terms of results and margins, stuff like that. You're exactly correct on all of those things. Well, in India, the actual games themselves, I want to say, what about shout out to the nations that didn't quite make it, Mongolia and Singapore. That's how good Indonesia were. And again, we can talk about skill boosters and other results and whatnot. There was a roster change based off a game that actually helped. In fact, was a massive, massive reason, propulsion of why they even got there in the first place. Indonesia getting to a top 2 spot. So they've gone on a journey. They've found ways to improve. Unfortunately, when you meet the Philippines at the end of that story, your roster, the way that you've gotten there, the results, the skill boosters, they are number 1 in the region. That fairy tale result, maybe, probably, at least mathematically, would not have changed a thing. We didn't get a best of 3. Don't get the fairy tale. We still got like a little bit of hope for romance that, you know, an ex turned friend might turn back into something more. As long as Indonesia are back for season 3, ready to fight again, get Fuego behind that controller with his big smile, I'll be pretty happy.
Well, we'll definitely see how things play out in Sweden when it comes to the Philippines, but they are the squad that is moving on. The worst part of today was just seeing the heartbreak on Fuego's face. You know what I mean? Like, we had a little bit of fun, we joked around and things like that, but you can truly see a representation that we saw through Fuego, but also what a lot of these other players who we don't get a chance to interview, they feel, because they really want this. This is something that is kind of like a big deal to them, as it should be, because you're getting a free trip out to a completely different country that you may or may not have been to, and you get a chance to compete for the big pie of the 50,000 euro prize pool. And that kind of sucked, but you can just tell the passion that a lot of these nations, a lot of these players have for what we're doing here at eFiba.
Certainly, in a group, then there's the nations that don't make it through, and I'm saying that's a key sort of quality performance indicator of how good the top nations are. What about the nations that aren't even in eFiba Season 2, rather? There are so many quality nations, so many players that want a shot at this, that so far it's not happening. Again, exclamation mark survey. Make sure you contact your local federation and say, you know what, we want to take part, we want to take over. It still hurts, man. Anyone, like, we're going to have one winning team. We're going to have 5 players that are up there in Sweden lifting the trophy, and we'll be so jubilant for them every step along the way. And we say goodbye to some of these nations, some of the interviews. Some of them just been like so heartwarming to see the love of basketball, the love of 2K, truly all across the globe. There's never been an esports competition like this before. I really hope we do get more nations, get more players involved. For the ones we have to say goodbye to, thank you very much for your good sportsmanship. Of course, your excellent gameplay and quality, but for bringing, I guess, that local flavor. Everyone apparently has got a basketball hoop and basketball court that looks completely different. That's a good start. And we've been talking about the call outs and plays that got different names. I just love seeing the passion. It's the same, but it's unique in every region, every country. It's a pretty beautiful thing.
It indeed is. And again, that was the Philippines. You have them moving on. You also then go ahead and have Lebanon moving on. But let's go ahead and start with where we started the morning and the broadcast and the show. It was Oceania, where you had New Zealand taking on Guam. And I know this was your...
I said I was going to do it all show long. Yeah, I just decided to do it once at an inappropriate moment instead.
I just didn't think you were going to do it, so you threw me off. But I appreciate that. Thank you so much, because I thought you said something completely different, but I know who you are, and I know you wouldn't say that. But anyway, that was
I'll
a
type
fun
it in
match.
chat just in case.
That was a fun matchup. That was a best of 3, and it was New Zealand coming away with the win there, coming away with the sweep. They take care of business. They come on the show. They come on for season 2. They win 2 games. 2 hours worth of work, and now they'll be flying 30 hours to Sweden. What do you take away from that matchup?
Oh, again, just the happiness where it was job done. I sort of went with that line. Kiwis, our New Zealand friends, kind of like, oh, okay, yeah, no worries. Like, it's very chill. And so if you try and make it a bit bigger, if I tried to hype it up, if I talked about their game plan, is anything more than what it was, I'd get called out by the entire country. And fair enough, that's not what they went in and did. You heard it from Horsey, Sensei messaging me later, by the way. Happy birthday, Sensei. Got the W on his birthday. It means just so much to them. They were so happy, a little frightful even that they might, blow a big opportunity with Australia not being in there. They're fine. They're laughing. As I said, that plane trip for them for Sweden, big smiles all the way through.
Indeed, it was. And just to clarify, he said up the guap. Just making that very clear. It's in the chat. It's all out of love. I just want to make sure that no one pulls you off the broadcast. No one yanks your access. No one deactivates your link or anything like that. But
I'm sorry to know what I might have said, what it sounded like. But yeah, chat's got my back.
Do they though? I don't know.
As in, I've got my back in the chat. If you can't, defend yourself, then who's gonna?
There you go. Well, we've kind of recapped all the action that we've seen thus far. And of course, we are just waiting for Africa to get going, as we are going to have 2 semifinals. Matter of fact, if we could throw up the graphic and the results, or the bracket, I guess, to show what is going to go down and what we are anticipating for things to be like tonight for the remainder of the broadcast. We've got 2 semifinals that are going to go down. The first one, of course, you're going to go ahead and have your Morocco taking on Cote d'Ivoire. That's going to be a best of 1. That's the first one that we're going to go ahead and watch. Now, the second one, we haven't really talked about it yet, but is there a team that you're kind of leaning for one way or another?
Algeria, Egypt, and it's the former. Respect to Egypt because they came through and progressed. The deeper we got into game days, surprising me at a minimum. I think I had them as like, top 2, Morocco, Algeria. We'll get that as a lock. And then Egypt, I think first game day, maybe I was saying, again, based on a little research, chatting with the players, looking at their local competitions, whether that's semi-pro or the top league. Yeah, Egypt maybe for top 4. They started to slide into that 3rd position very quickly indeed. And it became about just that fight, rather, for 4th spot. So, hey, Egypt have already exceeded my expectations by getting into 3rd and doing so comfortably. To beat Algeria, it's a big step up. The top 2, I like that for a reason. Best of 1s, India. Bring it on, man. Who knows who's rocked up today? Who knows what variable will have some AI that rocks up, mate? A literal bot? Bring it on. Apparently, it's like prophecies that are getting spoken in to eFiba Season 2 game day today. So anything can happen, mate.
Amen to that. And something that you want to kind of also see is getting to Sweden is great. It's cool. It's a big accomplishment. Don't get me wrong. But it's not just about getting there, right? It's not just about being invited to the party. It's about actually winning it, right? And no one wants to just sit in the corner and be like, yeah, I went to the party. No, you want to be the life of the party.
No, I do. No, I just want to be there sitting in the corner, man. I thought that's sort of what
I feel like, well, I mean, look, I talk a lot of smack, but like, I would love to be the guy who just sits in the corner with his wings and chicken tenders and Mountain Dew and just kind of leave me alone. You know what I mean? But my point being is, you don't want to just show up in Sweden and just be like, yeah, we made it. Cool. No, you want to win. You want to dominate. You want to win the whole shebang. You want to get the biggest pie possible for 50,000 euros. And of course, everyone's, let's be honest. Let's call a spade a spade. The favorites on paper are going to come from your North America and your South America regions, which only tells me, in my opinion, that everyone else is going to have a chip on their shoulder, which I believe they kind of already do, saying, hey, we can go ahead and beat the North American team, whether it's the United States, whether it's Puerto Rico, whether it's Dominican Republic. And of course, you've got South America to worry about as well, whether it's going to be Brazil or whether it's going to be Argentina that you're going to face. So there are a lot of teams that I think folks might be underestimating, but ultimately, you can talk all the game and all the smack that you want. It's going to be in Sweden when somebody's yelling at you, telling you were a mistake, telling you should have never belonged here anyway, that they're going to have to prove them wrong. And I don't know about
that
you,
weird
but I don't know if I can
Australian
handle
guy in the corner with his wings and Mountain Dew. I think that's probably who's yelling the abuse, whoever that might be. I know we've already done this chat before. We don't need to rehash it, but Turkey are defending champions. And so I think anyone listening might be like, if you're saying USA, sure, but you've got to have us there as sort of the two number ones. Brazil, Argentina, I'm looking forward to that so much. Alarm is literally set, so I don't miss watching it. I'll be in the Twitch chat. In terms of like where your what's the right word here? Priority is, I actually think in their heart of hearts, 2 of the 3 nations are like, we made it to Sweden, like that's fantastic. Bring it on. We get to be there. The guy in the corner is a bit weird, but everything else about DreamHack is cool. The Philippines, again, without knowing the format specifics, they're thinking what? Minimum semifinals. They're thinking final. I know everyone there is going to be like, we hope we can win the whole thing. Good young 18-year-old fella. I'm glad, you know, that you're getting there in life. You got high ambitions. Philippines, so far, of the 3, for mine, the only realistic, like, semifinals or higher.
All right, so Philippines are 3. Your top. Okay, I like that. I'm not mad at it. We'll see which we don't even know which European teams are going to go ahead and make it to Yin shipping, right? We know the 6 that had the opportunity to do so. Poland being the one that snuck through the back door as a 6th seed with the lucky loser. But you've got 6 European nations that are going to compete on the 9th. So just in a couple of days on Thursday, you'll have Chris and Vince guide you through all of that. And only 2 nations from those 6 are going to go ahead and move forward. Now, whether that ends up being Turkey, Great Britain, Spain, Poland, however that ends up looking, it'll be interesting because I think we're bound to have some upsets going on that night. You know what I mean? Is there anyone that you're kind of like thinking is the favorite on paper?
That you mentioned, everyone that you mentioned, where it's just
so
like
it's a wild, wild west out there.
Because that's what happened on the game days. You're quite right, India, where there has been no predictability. No, this team's better than that team. Turkey, fair enough. I think about even the likes of Croatia and Greece. After game day 1, I'm not saying they're a lock for a top 5 spot, but I was certainly thinking at least one of them will cement it. Neither even make it through. Greece, I think, not even on the first page, basically, of European teams. Portugal, one for mine that I know I get called out for not talking about enough. So at least if I say their name during a broadcast, not featured on, that might help me out a little bit. But Spain, for mine, one of those, they're sort of the almost beans of Europe. I reckon they're ready to step up on that big stage. Good mentality, got the vet experience. Yeah, I'm sticking with Spain as like an outsider for that title.
Absolutely, especially when you've got Ave Mario, a little bit of experience in the NBA 2K League, got that professionalism in terms of, and then of course he got a chance to be a part of Dukes Infinitos as well and watch things a bit from behind the scenes. But let's go ahead and check out why exactly is Sweden a big deal, right? We've been talking about it this whole time, but what exactly is going down in Sweden? Why does it matter about the 8 nations that go ahead and qualify for that? We've got a little promo to show you why.
Once again, my game is in ballers.
Welcome to the eFiba Season 2.
This is absolutely huge. Where's it going to be, Nate?
Sweden, mate. You're shooting?
Done something. I got it.
It's an honor to play against other players from all over the world.
Bang, and that's the record.
No mercy to anyone.
This is high quality international 2K.
Believe in yourself, believe in your game.
This is it! Oh, and he gets it!
You're playing for a whole country.
This is where legends are made.
It's right to the lane. Let's do it. Get it, baby! Are you not entertained?
I mean, look, I don't know about you, but I fully have been entertained. And I 100% absolutely do plan on being entertained once we touch down to Yin shipping.
Yeah, man. Ice Hotel, bring it all on. Haunted Hotel, wherever we want. More importantly, the live environment, like LAN esports, fam. A offline final, we got different words for it. In-person event at DreamHack, please. Bring it on. The atmosphere is just electric. You got a crowd that's going to be knowledgeable about the game that we're going to have sort of, you know, like, what do I call it? Like a feature spot. That's all right to say. Not saying too much there. Point being, anyone who's there, weird guy in the corner, one last reference for that guy. It's going to be an insane electric atmosphere, and I'm really excited that we get to call world champions. It's sort of it's not even cliche. It's like a cringe point where people from outside the US are just like, guys, if you win, 2K League, can you really be world champions? I think we got the world record title down, and I think if people are backing that up, I'm quite comfortable that world champions will be crowned and they will be accepted by the greater 2K community. I think it's really going to put a spotlight on federations that didn't make it as well when they see this incredible live final. Welcome to season 3, when we've got surely many more than 61, maybe the 100 near.
61 nations competed in trying to make it to Sweden. I think we've got a question in the chat. Are the finalists of Africa on the plane to Sweden, or only the winner? It is only the winner. So we've got 4 nations: Algeria, Egypt, Morocco, Cote d'Ivoire. Love the way I said it there. And only one of them
enjoys his own pronunciation. I can pick it up from there. Dory, good to have you, friend. It is only the top one. Europe is where we got the top 2. So if there's been any confusion there, totally understandable. But as there are a different amount of nations in each region, just done things a little bit differently. There's been like a standardized leaderboard to sort of make sure we know exactly who's the best from each region. I could go on with those exact points for each region because I started to memorize them. Just like the skill boosters, they're kind of moot at this point. They don't really have a role to play, other than to say 2 from Europe. The top nation from every other region today has been New Zealand, the Philippines. Tell you what, African nations, I was about to sort of jump in there before we even talk about Middle East and whatnot. There's too much going on. Lebanon, apologies. It's been a big day.
Yeah, indeed it has. But yeah, as you mentioned, 4 nations remaining. Only one of them is going to go ahead and move on. Matter of fact, you could let us know in the chat, Dory, who's gonna make it out there, who you believe is gonna make it out there. By the way, I just want to give a quick shout out to our operations team. It's there are a lot of things that happen behind the scenes that they got to kind of figure out in the best way possible, create a win-win situation to make sure that we have a great product for you, the community, in the chat, because you are the #1 reason that we do this, which is why you should hit !survey and let us know exactly what your thoughts are so you could help us improve this product and make it bigger than the 61 nations that have competed in it. You also might get a chance to win some stuff. You might get a chance to win free NBA 2K game modes, or game codes rather. You might go ahead and get a chance to get some FIBA basketball. That's pretty cool. Shoot it up in real life, if you will. And you also go ahead and get a chance to win a nice hoodie. That is pretty sick. We've seen Truly Honcho wear it. It looks good on him. I'm sure it'll look good on you at home as well. So make sure you type in !survey and let us know. You've got Dory saying, if we watched last year in the qualifiers, we are a big favorite. Who is we? I'm curious who we. Oh, I think I read it up. Is Morocco?
Well, Dory, Holland, Netherlands,
because of what they won,
wanted to see, because we've sort of got crossovers, and we've had a Cote d'Ivoire, Yaya Toure or Didier Drogba sort of question. What I have learned is basketball is very much a global sport too, very much so. It's something that I think, like, intellectually I would have said, to experience it, to live it, to see people from all around the world, and it truly is all around the world, and get behind it and share their basketball and 2K culture. I said it's been a beautiful thing. It's also been an educational thing. I've learned a heck of a lot, particularly about where Lego comes from as well. Never stops this stream. India, the things you learn.
Yeah, no, you just wait. Matter of fact, this would have been a great time to do trivia. I should have looked some things up ahead of time. That's
never a good time to do trivia.
We should
you didn't invent a word today, by the way, on my notes. Late surgence, I think, was a word that you came up with, being like a late surge, and combining that with like a resurgence. Late surgence. I actually really like it.
I think I said resurgence. Did I say resurgence?
You said late surgence. I wrote it down straight away.
Okay, so I appreciate you, Stock. But resurgence is a terminology. Just, whatever.
No, late surgence. When you make a late run. Yeah. It's great.
A late surge in the 4th quarter. Whatever. Anyway, we do want to give a shout out to all the nations that did go ahead and compete for a chance to be here. We had 14. So since we're focusing on Africa, we'll give you an update on that. 14 nations went ahead and competed in the Africa region qualifiers. You had Algeria, you had Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire, DR Congo, Egypt, Ghana, Mali, Morocco, Senegal, Tunisia, Zimbabwe, Nigeria, Gabon, and Burkina Faso, I believe. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly. All 14 of those competed. And then you were left with Algeria, Egypt, Cote d'Ivoire, and Morocco. Morocco, of course, being the former champs. They're trying to get the job done once again so they can book that one-way flight out to Sweden. So that's just Africa, though. If we can stay here for a moment since we're waiting on gameplay. Europe, I mean, just look at how big of a competition that was on the European side, right? You've got Italy, Lithuania. All those nations are competing, and only 6 of them have made it to the next stage. And of course, out of those 6, only 2 of them will be invited to play in Sweden. Then we go over to the North Americas of the world. You've got United States, Puerto Rico, Guatemala, Dominican Republic, the Cayman Islands, and Barbados. Another fun nation to pronounce. United States, Puerto Rico, and Dominican Republic are still alive. They will play on the 9th, along with Argentina and Brazil from South America. One of those teams from Argentina and Brazil will be invited to Sweden, and one of the teams between United States, Puerto Rico, and Dominican Republic will be invited to Sweden. Then, of course, we just figured out today that out of Middle East, it is going to be Saudi Arabia that gets eliminated. They get upset by Lebanon. So Lebanon gets extended the invite to join us in Sweden. And it's going to be a great one. Of course, you can't forget about your not favorite, because we're not biased, Oceania, where you have New Zealand taking on Guam. What is up the Guam, by the way? Is that like a phrase? Am I like a complete noob and tourist here?
Nah, not at all. It's like Australia. If you're going for something, you're barracking for something, you're behind something, you say, you know, up there, like, you know, I'm behind it, I'm ready for it. So as Australia, we're not there. The Guam were, yeah, up the Guam. But yeah, I'm terrified saying that phrase ever again. I'm gonna get the young shopping and
yeah,
try it, and I think I'm gonna annoy a few thousand Swedes. So it's been shelved for now.
Probably. And, you know, it can mean a little different things somewhere else in the nation and somewhere else in the world as well.
Yep. I'm well aware, but so I hope people understand I'm coming from a place of love and trying to get a bit of passion going for some of our tier 3 nations. You know, we want to see it grow. India. Talk about India and how, oh my goodness me, like the results and whatnot, not what we wanted for that nation, but the improvement and the passion. We got to have the interviews. Yeah, I'm all about the underdog all the way through.
Well, we are going to go ahead and get some gameplay going here because that's exactly what you wanted. So that's exactly where we're going to take you, as we are just seconds away from tip-off. You've got a good one here. You've got Morocco taking on Cote d'Ivoire for the semifinals. It is a best of 1. I can see just how happy Nate gets every time I mention that nation. It's adorable. But we are just a second away from tip-off. Matter of fact, let's go there right now. Here we go. Best of 1. Woo! Cote d'Ivoire taking on the champ Morocco. Best of 1. The winner of this moves on to a best of 3 finals. Should be a good one. We're in for a good one. See how things play out here. Of course, a favorite on paper, I would say, is Morocco. I think people would agree with me in the chat with that as well. Swinging it out to the right side. On the way to the left. Dots it over to the right. Takes a shot. Morocco with the defense. Morocco with the offensive rebound. And Morocco looking to get a quick start. Flings it all the way across court to the right side. Dots it to the left. Swings it with the extra pass. And Morocco is your first nation on board for the Africa Regional Finals. This is the semifinals.
Oh, man. It's going to be a long game 1 if it's a best of 1. And that's what we're seeing. Clinicality, not a word. Response, by the way. Yeah. Cote d'Ivoire on the board. Yes, please. If I'm letting you have late surgery, if you don't want it, I'll just take it off you. Go with clinicality, which is just to say being clinical, being efficient. Every pass, every off-ball movement there in the opening play in Morocco, like it was out of the storybook. It was beautiful to watch. Cote d'Ivoire, yeah. Well, what are you going to do? Transition points, perimeter shooting, I said, was the key. There might be a whole keychain of keys at this point.
Got Morocco that's got themselves a lead here, 5-2. Shoots from the right side. That one just hits the front iron, but they get the raw ball right back. Cote d'Ivoire. 6 more seconds of defense was needed, and they just give up the easy 2.
7-2 start. Said how George is going to be a key. We're talking perimeter shooting. It's not been close to a bread and butter, in fact, I think he said. Look at my notes, about 33%. 1 in every 3. I would take that from Cote d'Ivoire. George is going to be the one to step up for them. It's not how they've made it. Go on, George.
Bruh.
And there it is. India. Confidence thing in 2K more than anything else. You wanted my key to the game and I gave it to you. There is the perfect example. It's what separates the top nations from the rest.
Let us know in the chat who you think is going to win between these 2 nations. Of course, this is a best of 1, and so far Morocco's off to a great start with a 9-2. 3 minutes left to play in the first quarter. Dots it to the left side. The defender just fell asleep in no man's land, and they're blessed that they missed it. Morocco's got it now. And of course, we are going to go ahead and get the other games tipped off. So we're going to do a little red zone action, little NBA League Pass, bounce around. Bounce Pass Tuesday, Taco Tuesday, whatever you want to call it. I don't know where I'm getting this energy from, Nate, but hopefully it lasts, you know what I mean?
Let's go, fam, for the best of 3. When we get to the actual finals, after the semi-finals, take over for a bit. If you want to go on deep breath, man, 'cause you're crushing it. Last time out.
Yeah, it's just you. It's a one-man podcast, you know?
Mate, I told you, I'm the guy in the corner. I don't even know why they let me on. I'm just enjoying the ride, mate. Mastua 23 and 6, so 24 and 4, but 8 steals. It sort of killed the momentum early for Cote d'Ivoire. That second quarter was 17-2 with 4 turnovers early on. George hitting 2 of the 4 threes in the game for Cote d'Ivoire. Mala with 2 of his own, admittedly at a worse clip. Position points, inside shooting, that's the way forward for Cote d'Ivoire. 33% from 3. Give it to me, please. Show me that green.
Swing the rock, and sometimes that loose ball ends up in the wrong hands. I'm just curious why the big fella hesitates to shoot the 3, but then eventually does and ends up being a late release. Would love to see a bit more confidence out of him. 2 seconds left, got to chuck it up. They're not going to be able to get that one in. And right corner, oh my, just cherry picking, and he misses it. You can't cherry pick and then miss the shot.
Stewart with the O-board. Wouldn't have had many of those going forward. Takes the shot, says, I should be claiming it. Get that back, George, just please. Getting in the way, making sure that one's not too easy. And hey, head to the line, surely for 3 as well. Didn't see where that foot ended up. Friends, been calling it like it is today. Trying to be upfront, be honest with y'all when saying the only way that we're going to grow eFiba by giving more nations a chance to get exposed to the top level of NBA 2K. Morocco #1 after the group stage, #1 heading in today, and they #1 right now. It's 16-4.
And of course, the other game is tipping off here as well, so we'll get you that action as we bounce around the world. It is 16-4 Morocco on top here. It is 4-2 Algeria on top over there. I'm not even exactly sure which team is going to come out ahead in that matchup, so that'll be exciting. As soon as we finish this game, we'll go to that game. We might just bounce around a little bit as well, depending on which one's a blowout, which one's not. The best way for you to get what you want is to let us know in the chat. We love to give you what you want.
It's been really enjoyable seeing sort of the, I won't call them arguments, spirited debates about, nah, because this nation's the best, but then it's like, these nations are going to have a close game. We've had the Twitch polls going on. A really exciting development for eFiba Season 2, and wonderful to have the Twitch chat, as you say. Let us know exactly what they want, making no mistake with their demands.
Just don't demand, like, you know, a hoodie, because I ain't got that for you.
Exclamation mark survey. You might
I tried to. I entered the giveaway, but maybe I should have done it for a burner account. There you go. That's the confidence I want to see. Obviously missed it, but still want to go ahead and chuck it up when you've got the opportunity to do so. 21-4 Morocco got themselves a nice little lead here. Passes it to the right side. Looking to attack the paint, right? Okay, so they're like feeding this man, the Rock, quite a bit, which is interesting because he keeps missing.
Being left open, maybe it's for a reason. It certainly looks like it's a bigger build. I don't
It
disagree
is.
with
I mean,
you
to
on
me,
that,
he was like
which
the
is-
big guy.
He was
I'm
playing the
talking about
shooting
the
guard last time these two played, so we can find out together.
Well, nonetheless, what we do know for a fact is that Morocco, there's a reason that they were the favorites. There's a reason that they're the champs. And they're looking sitting pretty to move on to the finals, which is going to be a best of 3.
Marquinhos, 24-19, also 6 assists, 2 blocks and a steal, 9 for 10, field goal, 3 for 3 from 3-point. That is an efficient center. Immediately, Warner, the opposition center for that game. Who knows? Maybe George has gone there now. We'll find out together. As I said, 12 and 11, and so there's a bit of a battle in there. The efficiency is what separates it. The extra possessions from those steals as well. How quickly, how often do we see the center being the first player to get take? If not first player to get take, certainly the first to get Mamba, and it starts to blow things wide open. Horse on the boards, the screens that you get hit on as well. Get a bit brutal in the best possible way.
Morocco shoots that one from the left side, drains the 3.
There's a flop in, yeah man, there was a flop. Instead of going and guarding him, he just decided to flop and let him shoot. We're a minute and a half into the second and you're down by 22.
It's the sign of defeat sometimes, you know?
You don't like it, eh? Can we talk about that more? I don't know why it makes me so happy seeing you be like, you respect, you know, play out that final possession, how dare you don't be flopping, you know?
I mean, yeah, yeah, but it's kind of like, yeah.
Go on, I want to know. I want to know.
Like, you're still competing, you know what I mean? You just got to go ahead and play. I think it's just, yeah, we'll leave it at that. But Morocco, though, want to continue piling it as they're going to miss that shot, get the rebound secured as Cote d'Ivoire. We're sad that we won't get to say that name after 45 minutes have passed. Yeah, we'd be like, Morocco's got the lead in this one. They beat Cote d'Ivoire, by the way, to get here.
Exactly, or just completely irrelevant. Who even cares? Like, great to be here in Sweden. Did you know there's a nation in Africa called Cote d'Ivoire?
Well, I'll tell you what. Did you know that there are 2 nations right now tied up at 13 apiece? Let's go ahead and jump to that game. It's a little bit more entertaining as it's Egypt taking on Algeria. Tied up at 13 apiece with about 33.2 left to go in the first quarter. Only one missed perimeter shot between these two teams. Trying to swing the rock around. Of course, these two teams are also playing in a best of 1. The winner of this will face the winner of Morocco and Cote d'Ivoire. Looks to be Morocco, the way things are shaping out. Right, Zane.
Reference Dory as well. Obviously, we have moved on different games and sort of the way we've done it when we've had multiple ones. The quick attacking from Morocco, says Dory. Insane every single basket they concede. Only 3 passes later, it's a basket for Morocco. Now from 2K23 to 24, the input for that outlet pass, your break start if you like from a rebound, it got removed. It's meant very little. Centers going heavy on passing as they should. You do need to input a different manual control, really pick the person that you want. They still get absolutely dotted, so you're quite right, Dory. Great observation. A miss can turn into transition 2, even 3 very quickly, and you can get blocked in the face. Egypt, Algeria. We'll walk right back in here to start the set.
Something so interesting is that obviously when I play in the United States, it's called a violation. Looks like the game mode they're playing in is called an infraction. So just those minor things are a beautiful thing about the game of basketball, as that one is an infraction, as it is going to be, okay, I don't know what that says, but I assume it might say, like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't even know. Like, out of bounds, kickball, something?
We'll have a look-see, I'm sure, when we get you know, a bit more familiar, a bit more into it. But you're right, it's fun. A little. Oh, I've sort of heard of that word, but I haven't at the same time. I can tell you that George has greened a 3 for Côte d'Ivoire at the other end. So shoot in here.
That is great to see. That is great to hear.
Man said that with zero authenticity, but respected that I can. Thank you.
I am a professional. At the end of the day, as that one doesn't drop at the rim, as that's a foot. I know what that is. I mean, I know what it means. It means foul. As they're going to shoot the free throws, misses the first one. But I'm glad that this one's shaping up to be a good one. Trying to bring it up the court. Got a man looking at the pick and roll position. Got the roll, got the cut from the left side. Back inside. That one's going to drop for the easy 2. And that's Egypt.
Team 15, Algeria number 2, Egypt number 3, and Lokai earlier saying put more respect in Egypt's name. Well, I thought I did a decent job at saying that they were for mine. The fringes of 4th, surpassed my initial expectations, making 3rd a lock. Very nice shot. I don't know, maybe you're right, Lokai. Maybe I need to go a step further. That 3rd is just the beginning, and maybe they're unlucky to not finish top 2. Maybe Algeria should be worrying a little bit more.
The pass pack was beautiful on this side of things. That one's not going to go. Looking to run the fast break one more time. Gets it down low in the paint, and it's Algeria taking the lead again. If you're just joining us, it is Egypt in red, Algeria in white. The home and away team. The extra pass wasn't there. Smart decision, just hold on to it. But then, of course, it's a careless mistake as they lose the ball, get plucked, kicks it right back out. Trying to slow things down to the right side for the long 2. Nothing there. Dots it over to the left. The point guard way too small to guard anything. And that's going to be a 3 from the left side to give them a 5-point lead.
And Egypt, we won't quite say like, well, I won't say hanging in there, but it was the corresponding quarter. 15-8, the moving quarter. It's what I've coined it. 30-3 last time out. 78-30. I hope that's a bit more context for why I'm saying Egypt extremely well done to get to 3rd. Deserved it. Algeria just that level above. Adax, for example, 19, 22, and 13 in that game. We could go through some others if we've got time. I'll go through some more. The battle in the paint, it was emphatically won by Algeria. A bunch of extra possessions. Got the job done more than comfortably early on in that 3rd quarter.
Fades away from the top of the key. It's going to be a 3 for them, 23-20. And I appreciate your stats and insights, man. It's always good to see what they've done and what they can do in today's matchup as well, or today's game.
Yeah, if you want the straight up honesty, when we're getting started, 61 nations. I reckon I would have had 6-8. That off the rip I would have been comfortable talking about without any prep or research. So that's 8 maximum of 61. And I was like, I'm hitting not just the books, man, I'm hitting the field. As you know, I'm getting in the DMs. If I get ghosted, don't even care. Just send me through as much stuff as you can to learn as much as possible. And even then, expectations upset. Maybe Egypt here gonna provide me with one more my last time before I see you in Sweden.
I'm just expecting a big old binder when you show up in Sweden.
Dude, I actually have a big old binder.
See, there you go.
Oh no.
This is great. This is great. Even at the age of 33, I'll be copying somebody else's homework. It's awesome.
I'll have like laminated printouts or something.
Oh man. 27-20. Algeria on top. A minute left to go in the 2nd. Bringing it up the court is Egypt. Takes a shot as he thought he had the crab. He had it opening, but it couldn't get it to go. That's a late release. Looking to swing the rock. And that's going to be a turnover. Waited way too long to go up with that one, it seemed.
Just a quick little update, if you like, in here. 42-20, Côte d'Ivoire. Back-to-back 3s, but Mastua, just, I got to be honest, it's like shooting practice. think they're quite happy, Morocco, to let Cote d'Ivoire do their thing. They feel pretty comfortable. 2 minutes left in the third.
Do they come back? That is the question. With about 7 minutes left to go in that game, doesn't look as likely. Here you've got a better chance as it's a 9-point lead for Algeria. Less than 30 seconds left to get it inside the paint. That looks to be a foul.
To line. Mohamed Yunus had the DC last time out. So the battle of the paint, he was already getting one and lost one way. But you want to at least be able to take your free throws in this one if Egypt are to get eliminated. 15 seconds with our half, plenty of time left. If, as the underdogs, they do have to get eliminated. Hey, staying in that game, being able to play through, test yourself against the best to the end, least you can ask for.
You're not wrong, my friend. You're not wrong. As they missed that shot, the lead just kind of slowly but surely extends again and again for Egypt. They are on a crazy run right now. I believe it's a 16-2 run. They end the second quarter on a 19-4 run. And just incredible domination from Algeria as Egypt did their best to kind of hang on tight. They actually had the lead at the end of the first quarter, but then have since then started to trail by 14 as we enter the third.
Yeah, without sort of blaming or not even blaming, to be honest, just focusing on connection and stuff like that. Backside can take a little while to adjust. I wonder if we can put that as sort of the main reason, because it's only been Bash that's been happy with the three-point shooting, as if not predicted, sort of talked about beforehand. Adak's dominating with the big triple double last time they met. He's already got a double-double with 12 and 13, 3 times so far too.
And the assist will continue as it's 34-20 here. Quick little update on the other score, 45-20. As they're about 15 seconds away from closing out the third quarter. It does look like it's going to be Morocco that comfortably moves on, which means all eyes from them will be on this game. They might get a chance to do a little bit of scouting to see how things play out. $37-20.
Best of 3, to be honest, India. I think if we do get the matchup, that at the very least I'm hoping for, with your top 2 as being the theme of the day, I'd love to see it go 3 deep. For Egypt, right, same. 2 for 8 shooting overall, 1 for 7. We'll get the chance to right those wrongs, because last time out, 2 for 12 from 3-point range. I just start to stutter on my own words there because it feels a little mean. But hey, this is the time to test it, see what you're like against the best. If your point guard is happy taking those shots, if your team is happy with your point guard taking those shots, going to be onwards and upwards for Egypt. Big game experience.
I agree with you. I would love to see a game 3. Make sure the best team moves out of Africa and on to Sweden for the eFiba World Finals. Trying to find an opening, gets the crab, but he can't get the shot to go.
Adak's running this up the court. Love it.
Look at Dory. Exclamation survey helping us out. Yeah, let us know how we can get better. We want your opinions. We want your insights. And if you want, you can reach out to Egypt as well, because they are just not able to. I'm not even sure how they were up 1 at the end of the first quarter. Now they're trailing by almost 20.
Yeah, again, just the adjustment period's the best that I can go with. Finding your shooting range, finding who's got the high hand, working out what the connection is like. It was similar in that last encounter. 11-10. Again, Egypt did lead after the first, so very much to type once more.
$47-25. Algeria. Oh, beautiful shot.
Yeah. All right, there's nice slow loose handles. Yes, please. Like 20-point game, okay, but have a bit of fun with it. Get nice with it.
Of course, Algeria responds back with a bucket of their own. That one's going to be turned over. Going the other way is Algeria, and they're going to cross 50 as it's 51-27. So far the favorites have continued to dominate and hold on to advance.
Yeah, 56-20. Morocco's offense, their shooting has not been good. I'll just call it out. Against that opponent, I was going on about Côte d'Ivoire's shooting in terms of their chance to win the game. Morocco should be winning it regardless. Maybe connection, maybe trying some different things. We'll try to keep it positive and think about the ways that they might change. If you're Algeria, you'd be delighted to hear what's going down right now. We know that they'll step it up. If you finish number 2, best of 3 series, I have a chance to see our second upset the 2 seed overcoming and going through the swing.
54-29, Egypt trailing in this one. Looking to make a miraculous comeback as we are about a minute away from the end of the third quarter. So 6 minutes of basketball left for Egypt to come back from this deficit.
Ooh, Hazard with the hand in the face. Say yes, please. Get everybody fit and firing and shooting if you don't mind. Get everyone some opportunities. Shooting guard, typically getting more action. 2K24, the point guard not able to completely take over the game. And Rash, KB24, however you want to cut it. I'm more than happy to facilitate. I feel like that's a classic. Point guard gets that ball early. Maybe, just maybe, Algeria, the one team where they're like, you know what, Hazard, you take over. You know what, Adax, you run it up the court. It's nice to see some variation. Is it a successful meta? Is the right way to do it? Probably not. It's just really nice to have that variety, and you never know who's going to facilitate, start that playoff, India.
You indeed do not, but what we do know is that it's going to be Morocco that's going to move on to the finals for the African Region Finals. Let's go ahead and jump to that game and watch the final minute and 19 seconds. As it's Morocco 65, Côte d'Ivoire 23. George tried to what?
You're good. Yeah, I saw the head and I'm like, I'll try and get there ahead. It was too slow. I'm wondering, just maybe, if both these games are somewhat formulaic, and I'm saying, oh, a bit surprised Morocco haven't increased their scoring or been more successful from 3, taking better looks. Is that a testament, actually, to the skill boosters? That in this type of game, in the group stage, could have easily played out like this, whether that's like not motivating or for a viewer, you want something else if the result's going to be the way it's gone. I reckon that's just another testament to a wonderful introduction, something different. Again, if you're new to eFiba Season 2, Dory, if you're just watching, skill boosters being objectives, you got a point if you completed a particular objective. If you did all 4, you got 5 bonus points. My points, I mean, in addition to the result points. It's making me think back, not just for a fun Nate bit. It's like, oh, Nate likes skill boosters. I genuinely think that added a lot to the competition and made every game having something on the line.
Yeah, definitely, absolutely. I mean, you just saw, you know, Côte d'Ivoire get it over Ghana. That was huge for them. Just a couple of other countries that got their opportunities as well, thanks to the skill boosters. That's always big. But ultimately, I do believe we will see the best of the best teams out in Sweden, which is truly what will make it a World Championships. The best players of 2K in the world. And what you're watching right now is a best of 1 matchup. And that's going to pretty much do it. It's going to be Côte d'Ivoire that takes the exit, and it's going to be Morocco that moves on to the finals. As we go ahead and come to this one, it's Algeria taking on Egypt.
Clinical, job done. Say one more last time. Bit surprised that shooting performance wasn't a little bit better, but I think they sort of just let Brax have some fun with it. 39 points, bunch of, you know, running up the court. Look, you're entitled to play it the way that you want. I ain't gonna fight. I ain't gonna complain. It worked. You got your dub, your first foot in the final. You are 2 wins away from your trip to Sweden. Yes, please.
66-35. Egypt, they started off strong, but they just kind of sagged off a little bit Or either that or Algeria just kind of figured them out from the get-go as they continue to look to pile it on, and they're going to miss that one.
A 10-33 and 10 game for Marquino, and as I said, Brax, however you want to cut it, 39 points on 17 of 21 shooting, a bunch of assist and steals in there as well. Mastua, I don't know if these looks are quality looks, if it was just let's have some fun. But Côte d'Ivoire, I was hoping for one in every 3 3-pointers. They made 6 of them out of 27, just not meant to be.
Be a fun matchup between Algeria and Morocco. I think it's safe to say Morocco might be the favorite into that one, but I'm sure Algeria will look to do what Lebanon did and pull off the upset.
Yeah, I'm changing on that real quick, India. I know it's just based off one game, and I've given the reasons as to why Morocco performed the way that they did. Algeria, based on evidence, what we got in front of us, more locked in, green time and better. I don't know, more cohesive team performance.
Something like that, right? You think so?
Yeah, I wonder, will it sort of have Morocco being like, I wish we took that a bit more seriously, and know that they would have believed they're always going to win? I'm pretty sure we all believe that, but best of 3, it's better than best of 1. It's still very much fine margins, and with so much on the line. Yeah, might be coming to that point a little bit later, we'll wait and see.
74-37. Egypt just knocked down the 3 to make it 40. That one's going to be taken away. It's Algeria looking for the easy 3, but they're going to go ahead and miss on that one.
Recycle. Recycle?
Right, exactly.
All day. All day. Goodness me. 77-40, risking that score being doubled. Algeria doing a really good job. I'll say it one last time for you. Recycle. Positioning is what it's all about, friend. If that shot keeps not missing, you will eventually get sort of weird bounce, and then your positioning doesn't mean as much. You play the percentages. Heard it from Horsey earlier. One of the fundamentals of playing the 5. It's formulaic here in this game, let's say.
Almost doubled up the score, 79-40. About 1:20 left to go.
Hey, take it. Oh, please. Fair enough. Feed inside. Get fouled. Good to see Egypt really sticking to their defensive application until the end. The pride is one of those things that maybe goes underlooked, at least by myself. I'll just go out and say it. For me, it's almost, of course you Of course, you're playing for your country. Why would I even need to mention it? And then you forget that the journey that some of the nations have been on from Season 1 to Season 2, for the nations that aren't even here yet in Season 2, then you feel like you've got a region that you need to represent. It's been lovely to see the cultures and whatnot that I've gone on about a little bit. It's better, even better. Doesn't matter which nation, doesn't matter which region. Yeah, players playing for their country. It's something they won't ever forget.
Oh, no, absolutely not. Just what a great experience it has been. And for some, the road stops here, but for others, they get the blessing to continue. As they go ahead and dot it up to the right side, nothing there. Dots it over to the left. And that shot's not going to go. Rebound secured by Egypt. They're trying to go ahead and put some points up on the board, but that's not going to happen. Rebound secured. Going to the right side, all the way down the lane. Back over to the right. They go ahead and green that shot.
India, every game, mate. Every game. Yeah, we'll start fouling. I reckon we can really bring this back, guys, if we just get a quick inbounds play and then do that 22 more times. We could be in with a sniff.
Yeah, they might just have a chance to come back at that point. (85-43). Côte d'Ivoire had a great run. They go ahead and get the exits. Egypt had themselves a great run, making it all the way to the semifinals. as that shot from the logo is going to miss.
If you're going to play until the end, that's the way to do it. Give us a little highlight, not a foul flop and whatnot. Senegalese fans might be happy, by the way, to see Côte d'Ivoire eliminated. The Skill State incident of 2023. And there's a flop as well. India, what's going on? I get it. We know they ain't listening to me, but it's freakish how regularly that goes.
Amen to that. But that is gonna do it, as that is the final buzzer. It is gonna be Algeria that move on as they defeat Egypt 85-49. Just what an incredible game we just saw. We now know, based on the two semifinals, which were the best of one, who our winners are gonna end up being. It's just been an incredible game so far. You have Algeria that's going to go ahead and face Morocco. That's going to be your Africa Regional Finals in a best of 3, Nate.
Yes, please. I said best of 3. It's enough for me for now. I'll get on that survey and I'll say best of 17 to make this broadcaster happy. I'm glad it's more than a best of 1. I'm glad we will have that best nation. No argument, head to Sweden. I'm glad it is the top 2 to finish off the day. If it is a bigger region, we've had a different process. Still the right result, if you know what I mean.
Oh, absolutely. I do believe, again, that the best countries are the ones that are moving on. We will look to go ahead and see if we can get you an interview from the winning teams before they go ahead and start their finals. Of course, that is still to come. We are ready for an interview right now. Let's go ahead and talk to them because we've got ourselves a winner. How's it going?
Hello. How are you going?
We are doing well. Welcome back to the broadcast. Congratulations on your success this far. How are you feeling right now knowing you're moving on?
Yeah, we're happy. We won the game that we want to win. That sounds logic. We was better than them. So now there is the big game, the big series. It's now to show the level, what we learn about this 2K against the big team of Algeria. Sorry. So we are ready and let's play to see who's better.
Hey, I'm glad to hear that you're ready, Marroquinho. It's been wonderful to watch your journey so far, but that's my question for you. You've already answered it. It's not job done just yet. This is the matchup that we have wanted. Do you think you have what it takes to win this best of 3?
Yeah, I think we can beat them in best of 3. Like I said you before, we know them, they know us. We play a lot of game against. Because we are all players of a team in Europe, so I know how Pick is play the pick and roll with attacks, point back how we play defense, and they know us too. So I think it's gonna be a game on the head, a very mentality game. So yeah, so let's see what's going to happen. But we are ready, and it's okay for us. I think we can do something.
How has the team kind of evolved, right? Since day one of the regional qualifiers, game day number 1, all the way to now when you're about to play in the Africa Regional Finals, how has the team evolved, whether it's on the court or off the court?
On the court, like I said to before, Braxo speak a lot with us. So he's the manager on the court, we will say. So we listen a lot of Braxo, sorry, and behind the court, we watch a lot of game of US people, you know, and in the US to see what they do, and because we know they are the best team in the world. So yeah, we get inspired by them, we prove.
I love that. I love to know that you're watching other nations and learning from them. Does that mean that there's a player, maybe from the USA, that you think that you play like? Because that comparison's been made before. Or do you think you're your own player?
I try to play like him. I'm American. I play like me, but I look a lot of Defy. I like how he's playing. His stream I see a lot. And also that both times, the two sons of the USA, I see them a lot playing. So day 4 is a big one, and I want to play him. If I go to Sweden, I hope I can play him. Then I can show him what I can do.
Well, hey, I
Bring it
love
on,
it.
Day Fry.
Both of those individuals are champions, 3 titles among them. So those are great individuals to kind of have your game catered after. Thank you so much, and we wish you the best of luck in the finals.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Ola. Thank you.
All righty. Absolutely. We'll watch them go ahead and play in just a few moments. Nate, I mean, we're getting closer and closer to figuring out which additional nation is going to move on to the finals.
I love that passion, man. Such a good sort of lead into it, and maybe as well, a really good explanation for anyone watching along that hasn't been on this journey with us, maybe is new to 2K esports, new to 2K24. You can't really study film. You can learn sort of set plays that are done, just work out patterns, work out whether it's a plan A. We can sort of break it down wherever you're watching around the world to simple language and simple patterns and things that you can be like, okay, this is what they're going to do. And on the flip side of it, the fandom as well, where, and I think it might be in the Twitch chat. I can't remember. Maybe I asked somebody about it, and they were saying, yeah, we see ourselves, we see our players, our nation's players as like versions of American players or versions of players in the 2K League. And it was just like a really cool moment to be like, yeah, it's not just, we sort of want to be up there. He gets to play against his hero. If he gets through this best of 3, what an opportunity. Maybe you play the USA. It would be a moment come true for Marquinhos. It would be a beautiful thing.
Oh, I mean, absolutely. No question about it as well. You definitely want to take on the best of the best to be crowned the best. And so far, before they get that opportunity, they do need to have a face-off. You've got Morocco taking on Algeria in a best-of-3 in the finals tonight. In just a couple of hours, we will know which additional nation is going to move on. We've already invited 3, New Zealand, Philippines, Lebanon, and we've got one more to invite before we move on to the other regions on the 9th of November. So it should be a good one. I'm curious as to both of those teams in the finals, right? Morocco and Algeria, they played opponents who they blew out. So I'm really curious if that's going to impact how they play, if they're kind of overconfident coming into the game in the finals, or if they're a little bit gun shy, or whatever the case may be is, because to me, you sometimes can be overconfident. If you beat an opponent by like 60, then you come in and face a tougher foe, and it's not the same things that used to work that are still working.
Yeah, I certainly think, or at least hope, that I phrased that not that it was like binary, not that it's right or wrong, but just that it was interesting to see Morocco's different approach. Like, they were just happy to be like, we got this in the bag, let's have some fun with it. Algeria, not having fun with it, just didn't we'll start until the end. Like you saw, a timeout, whether it's a flop or whatnot, we're sort of competing. This is a big moment for us. Again, not saying one's right or wrong. Maybe it makes you more fresh. You switch on in a best-of-3 series when you need to, if you took it earlier before. Different ways of going about it. I can speculate. We'll find out which strategy proves more effective. They play each other so often, India, know each other inside out. So the fine margins, there could be everything in this best-of-3.
Well, let's go ahead. We had the interview with Morocco. Let's go ahead and talk to Larbi Ahmed from Algeria. How's it going, man? Welcome to the broadcast. You've made it to the finals. How you feeling?
Hello, everybody. We feel good. In the semi-final actually, so we feel good. And I want to say GG to Egypt. That was a very good team, but we played probably better than this team. And now that will be the better match. Playing against Morocco, and we're gonna play like we want to win. So I'm gonna say we're gonna play the better game.
I hope so. Yeah, definitely. As a pleasure to watch you do your thing. Playing at that shooting guard position, the number 2, is that what you enjoy? I want you to be honest with me. You prefer that, or would you like to be the point guard?
I play SG actually, so I played SG like two years ago, and I like this position in the court. And I had a very good PG with me. Pick scored a lot of points, so it's a pleasure for me to play SG. No problem.
How do you do? Well, I was just gonna say, wish I wanted to wish you the best of luck. But before I do that, your team obviously blew out your opponent, right? How do you kind of reset yourself to make sure you're not overconfident when you're going up against a tougher opponent?
We know the guys of Morocco. That's our friends. So, like I said, next time we play all days against this team. And, it's 50-50, it's okay. So we're confident. We're sure we can make that. And we can go to Sweden. So we're going to play like the best team in Africa and the best team going to win,
All right. Well, we appreciate you for hanging out. Wish you the best of luck. That is going to be Mr. Ahmed from Algeria. We look forward to seeing what you guys can do in this best of 3 finals.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
What a legend. I love that honesty so much because, yeah, in India, I'll probably go on about it for quite a bit if you can afford it to me, man. Point guard, shooting guard, there's always that contention. There's always sort of that dilemma. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. Do you want to be him? Or when you step up for your nation, do you know what your best role is, where you're going to be more efficient? Yeah, big fan, personally.
Absolutely. I mean, that's exactly the type of play you want to have. You want to make sure that if you're the hot hand, you can take it, but also knowing if your teammates are hot, you dish it out to them because a common goal is to go ahead and get that W. Let's go ahead and throw up the bracket so we can see how we got here and also what is still left to come. Nate the Great, if you could go ahead and walk us through this, that would be great.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. It would be my pleasure. Friends, again, different amount of nations, different regions. Here for Africa, it meant we had some semi-finals before the final. A bit different to what you might have seen if you've been watching throughout the day. Term blowout, I'm not sure, however you want to define it. They were comfortable victories. Morocco 74-26 over Côte d'Ivoire. Algeria 85 over Egypt 49. Welcome to your best of 3. So if we had best of 1s for semi-finals, and we did, when we get now to the finals, as is the standard for each region, making sure there's no excuses, no doubt that we'll get that top dog, the number 1 nation, Morocco and Algeria. If you're watching from the Americas, Europe, it might sound a little maybe a little odd to hear. Yeah, we know each other inside out. We're friends, in fact, as someone from a region where maybe it's a little smaller. No surprise there. And the individuals playing alongside another, sometimes on the same team, depending on what type of competition, even just sort of chilling in Pro-Am, even in Rec. We were speaking with Azar earlier, and I really appreciate his honesty about happy to play his role is probably the summary, and yet could be him. Could be the point guard. This national pride, when you get to regions, when you get to the likes of Africa, it's what it's all about. It's what's going to be on the front of their mind because, of course, only one nation can make it through to Sweden. We got 2 from Europe, but fam, one nation through and through, all the way through, and the players are already starting to load in. So make sure you don't go anywhere. We are so close. If you haven't yet, please, !survey, give your feedback. Have you enjoyed eFiba Season 2 so far? I certainly hope you have. If not, fam, straight up honesty. Let us know if you'd like to see any changes for Season 3 and beyond. !survey in the chat right now. You can win yourself an eFiba hoodie, FIBA basketballs, 2K24 game codes. Fam, it's got it all. So, hey, shape a global competition and get a little something for your trouble as well. Just confirming, you can see the players starting to load in and getting ready with it. The semifinals, at least by my form book, somewhat straightforward. I know we had Lokai and others in the chat maybe feeling like Egypt didn't quite get the, I don't know, plaudits. I don't know if that's a fair enough term, a fair enough word. I'm going to back it and say India, 3rd position, slight overachievers, or their maximum potential. There's nothing to be ashamed of. 3rd, of the entire continent, entire region of Africa. Like, that's an incredible effort.
Oh yeah, amen to that. I wish I could finish 3rd a lot of times in life. You know what I mean? I'll happily go ahead and take the bronze. No worries on my end whatsoever. But of course, the gold is what you want to go for. And this is theoretically, but you obviously get the bid and the invitation to move on to Sweden, Jönköping at the end of November. That's what we are all playing for. And then, of course, your main job is to go ahead and win. But you can't win in Sweden if you don't get invited. And you don't get invited if you don't win at least 2 of the next 3 games. That is Morocco taking on Algeria, as I'm sure we are just a couple of minutes away from them. Both of these teams, of course, know each other quite well. They've played each other a lot. They know the tendencies. They know what plays they might run. They kind of know what to expect. So it'll be interesting to see what type of wrinkles any of these teams come up with to give themselves a little bit of an edge to go ahead and come out on top and finish first. That's going to be the key here. Going back to the keys of the game that we like to talk about before the tip-off, you want to make sure you limit the turnovers, right? Both of these teams, when it came to the second quarter, they had already kind of blown apart their teammates in terms of the score. Like, it was already somewhat decided midway through the second who was going to win this game just by the margin of victory that they had at that time. So you got to kind of limit those turnovers, keep the pace to where you're comfortable. Just because the other team knocked down a 3 doesn't mean you got to come up and score 3 in 4 seconds as well. Control the pace, control the flow of the game, and make sure you limit the turnovers. That, I think, is going to be the key of success for both of these squads.
Yeah, Morocco much more likely to push that tempo when you're playing a nation, a team that you're so used to playing. The game ends up getting played at the same pace. And of course, nations don't set out to do that. It's just eventuality when you sort of got two things of equal force. You sort of meet at the middle, and it's a bit of a grind. It's a bit of a repetition. You saw that particularly earlier today with Philippines, Indonesia. You sort of get dragged to a level, and it's not necessarily saying good level, bad level. It's why rather your intent is so important. That's why Morocco will need to be very, very careful to play it at their level and sort of not get dragged, so to speak, to Algeria's. It's sort of why I'm starting to flip-flop a little bit, as you've heard. India leaning towards Algeria that little bit more based on those semi-finals and the way that they're up for it. Morocco favorites, but I'm going to tip Algeria. Just got a bit of a feeling.
So are you saying that Algeria has a better chance to win than you had expected coming into today, or are you picking them to win?
Yeah,
Come
I'm
on,
picking them to win, but
Okay.
Morocco are favorites. It's to be like, I'm changing my mind. I try not to do it, but something's changed today. I'm trying to work out where it is.
Well, the way that I see it is you didn't change your mind. You made a decision based on new information, which was a semifinals, and that's the way you're calculating life. Yeah, I know, right? Look at that. Bazinga. Put that on a Hallmark card. Put that on a Hallmark card.
Please.
But it just
like embroidered.
in just a couple of minutes, we are going to go ahead and get the finals that are going to be happening between Algeria and Morocco. They're going to be joining the 3 other nations that have already made it to the finals. You have your team in Philippines, and then you've got your team in Lebanon, and you've got the nation of New Zealand. All 3 of them will be heading to Sweden, and it's going to be a good one. And here is the tip-off. Game number 1 in this best of 3. It is the Africa Finals between Algeria taking on Morocco. Both of these teams very confident, but only one of them can be the one to back it up. And we will find out together, me, you, Nate, and everybody else, which one of those nations it'll be. As they're looking for the first points in this one. Couple of missed shots. They continue to get the rebound, continue to get opportunities to knock it down. Here comes the inbound. Trying to find a little bit of space. The defense was all over it, and that shot's not going to go. Contested and everything.
Just pausing and waiting to see what was going to go down. Maybe an indication, like I was saying. Morocco going to try and force the tempo when they need to slow it down a little bit. We're not going to have that poise. It's still being played. We can't get too much. And then, to make it 2-0. Yeah, I'm reading too much into India.
Yeah, no, not just yet. No question about that one. Trying to get inside the paint, getting a little bit bullied around. 10 seconds inside. Is that going to be a 3? Oh, he stepped out of bounds? Is that what that is? I believe he might have stepped out of bounds. Let us know in the chat who you've got winning this ball game. It is the Africa Finals. Got it inside. That's a nice little pass. And of course, it is going to be, I know it's a little weird, chat. I know it's a little weird, but it's Algeria that's in the green jerseys, and it's Morocco that's in the white ones. I know the green might throw you off. I know.
It's only because it's the most beautiful kit. I think it's my favorite, to be quite honest. So, yeah, that shade of green, man, stood out my mind big time.
He's going to throw me off a couple of times as well, chat. Don't you worry. we've got at least 2 more games and possibly a third one if we go ahead and split the first 2. Both of these teams went ahead and completely dominated in the semifinals. What can they do here in the finals? That shot from the right corner looked open, but it was contested, and that's going to be a foul. Didn't want to give up the easy one. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, we've had way too many easy rebounds and even easier twos, and in the finals, if not the semifinals, then the actual finals, yeah, the games have gotten grindy, so to speak, you know, really tense, really tight for these two nations that are playing one another yet again. Yeah, little decisions like that, and another lovely 2 points. Morocco 6-3, Marquinhos backing up what he was talking to us about before, full of confidence to get started.
And just a reminder, because I know it gets a little confusing, Algeria is a team in green, Morocco is a team in white. As they try to run a cut, little pass back, give and go, dots it to the left side. Nice little play call. So let's just talk about what just happened there. You had the corner defender slip on the cut. Then you had the hash, I believe, drop. So it was like a little give and go between 3 people, Nate. And finally, you had a couple of options. You can either pass it back to the man who passed it to you, or that individual can go ahead and dot it to the left side. One of those should be open, and it was a left corner that got the open shot to knock it down, giving them a 9-6 lead.
Fundamental basketball play as well, which is what I like about it when you have that translation, sort of go to high school, college teams. A 3-point shooting, by the way. India, we've been waiting for it. Those green lights, maybe this best of 3, our finals here in Africa. We've been patient, we have been. Gonna see that thing fly, gonna see that green beam. Not deep, but with takeover, without takeover rather. Yeah, it's we've been waiting, we'll just put it that way.
We indeed have been, as that's going to be a shot nowhere near as great of a chance to go in as he was on the floor after the release. No foul by the ref. As Algeria looking to pass the rock around, looking for the open man, and they knock down the 3 to cut it into a 3.
Mate, exclusively 3s, honestly. 12-9. Might be missing something there, but I feel like have I only seen 3 so far?
Yeah, why not? Why not just have a little bit of fun, you know? Who doesn't like that?
One more?
Gets it to the right side. Wow. Just raining 3s at this point.
Mine's in heaven or something. Because this is what I wish 2K was like, at least when I was playing.
I know, right? Why can't I make shots like that? Finally a 2, but of course it's not going to go, and that's going to be another foul.
It's the trade-off. We traded off every other game and said, if you give us a best of 3 exclusively in 3s, yeah, we'll wait for it.
(15-11). Less than a minute left to go. You're watching game 1 of the African finals. It is a best of 3, so no matter who wins, we will go ahead and play another one. As Morocco is the team in white, Algeria is the team in green. Morocco, the favorites coming into this, but Nate is looking for an upset. He believes Algeria has a real chance to pull it off. And so far, they're hanging in tight, staying within striking distance, as we're about less than 20 seconds away from the end of the first quarter.
I don't want to make sure I get any plaudits there because I started off the day tipping the opposite as that gets tipped out of the hands. Azar wisely, oh man, I was going to say holds it for the last one, or not. Morocco, other way through, foul to give if not mistaken. Smartly done, 2 seconds left.
Imagine if it wasn't.
I trust.
Oh God, they almost gave up a wide open 3. But there wasn't enough time on the clock to get that shot off, or else that would have been a big blunder.
Yeah, some other games, some other nations, regions, India, less confident, but I trust Algeria, Morocco, switched on to the game situation.
Let's see just how much trust they have in each other to continue playing well, building that chemistry on the offensive and defensive side as Morocco knocks down the 3 to extend the lead one more time.
calling that a pretty smart foul as well. I'm not saying there's necessarily an open three there, but a bit of space net the hash you can sort of get caught sleeping just a little bit. Corners less likely, so nowhere to go. Not sure what that means about the contest. Apparently, none. Size mismatch. Anyway, we'll go back to the feed side. The 3 shooting fest was good, India. All good things must come to an end. It's come with some fundamentals, a few cuts, some nice easy twos, fair enough.
Well, we'll see if on the fast break what they want to do is knock down the 3 or not. As it is a 5-0 run in favor of Morocco to start things off in the second quarter. Has a cut from the left side, back over to the top. Got the right, but the defense is all over that. Look at the swing right now from these nations as Morocco gets the stop on the defensive side, gets the rebound, launches it for the fast break, and that puts them up by 9.
Yeah, solid little run, might even get extended, and if 9 doesn't seem like a lot, we don't expect these to be particularly high scoring. Personally, pleasantly surprised. The space has even been there for the 3. That's a lovely pass. The dish, the dime, the jam. That run is over. It's just to say that a double-digit lead in these finals, particularly in this Africa Finals series, a bit bigger than you might expect.
We're in for a good one, as Algeria's not going to go away quietly, and that one gets denied. Blocked. That's going to be a timeout.
We had ourselves a block party today, India. Honestly, what was that? We're going near 50 for the day today. It's been wild.
It indeed has been, especially the matchup between Lebanon and Saudi Arabia. That was a really good one. It's going to be a foul, 22-15. About 3 minutes left to go.
Like that. Smart. Mastua. Oh, beautiful. And you got to apologize for the silence just occasionally. And you get that from the inbounds as a real risk that if you start dribbling, you don't even sort of lose the handle. You just get pushed out of bounds. Pass in the center. Bit of netball, if you will. Safety first. 3 at the end of it. Big man on the roll. Bit of bait and switch. Running out. Trying to guard the 3. Thank you very much for that space. 25-17.
Yeah, a bit of a takeoff mode there by them. Gets it over to the right side. Morocco can't get it to go, but they secured the offensive board, and they're going to take a shot from the top, get it to drop, and that's another 3 to give them an 11-point lead.
Prince Bilal, that's my prince right there. The deep and without takeover. Goodness gracious me. Shooting for days. Oh, please, not again. Yeah, fair enough. Too good to be true. Big man from that range. I can dream, but it remains a dream.
Get the easy free throw. That was a great play call. Faked it like he was going to go inside. Came right back out to the top and drains the 3. (29-17). 2 minutes left in this one. Morocco. They've got a comfortable lead, but comfortable doesn't mean anything if you blow it in the 4th. They got a cut from the left side. Back over to the right. Look at the ball movement and the play call that they're having right now, which leads to success as they knock down another shot. You don't know where the rock is going to go because of all the chaos they create on the offensive side.
It's beautiful, wonderful passing play because I feel like Algeria have had a decent bit, or 2 of themselves, a bit of violence on the slam dunk as well. It's my preferred way of watching the game, viewing the game, everyone getting the chance to create and add to the offense. It's just this maturity of Mastua. The fines. So that block is indeed released. It's good enough, hand in the face. But Mastua's vision, and to be honest, not over dribbling, because how much have we seen, not just players losing stand today, India, players giving it away, basically over dribbling, behind the back spam. It's not 2K23. You've got to be efficient. Mastua not even starting his dribble if he doesn't need to.
Especially if you don't want to put together combos that just take you out of the play. Throws the slip inside. Great rotations there. Defense was all over it, but just not good enough. You got to get a little bit taller.
Wish it was a little bit taller.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah, stood a little closer to your man as well. There's no song for that, but it would have been just as good. Bang. Inside bigs, man. And by inside bigs, look, maybe they're poppers, but dominating the offensive glass. I just can't remember a 2K where they're that proficient. The bounces are maybe not ideal, but have a look at the difference between these builds. Your vertical, your strength. It's never really been about the physicals, or if it has been, not as much as in 2K24. It's so hard to compete with a few of these builds, a few of these players. They're skilled, don't get me wrong. But yeah, it's watching a different game. Back to 8, Algeria, hustling well.
Yeah, Algeria's not going away easily whatsoever. They're staying strong. They take the shot as Morocco push the lead right back to double digits. 16 seconds left in the second quarter. Here in this game 1 in a best of 3 African regional finals. Looking to go inside. Nothing there. Top of the key. The pick. Oh, and that one gets swatted away. What a block by Algeria to deny that one. And Morocco says, you don't want to give me the 2, we'll take the 3 instead. And just like that, it is going to be Morocco with 38, Algeria with 25. Morocco looking strong on both sides of the ball. And if they can hold on, they'll secure a 1-0 lead going into game number 2.
What quality. Shout out both teams. Algeria, yeah, and Morocco just elevating beyond what I thought they could be capable of. It's not a complete performance just yet. With the passing play, the vision, there was 0.8 there, India, from the inbounds play. You've just been emphatically blocked when you've green timed it. It would have been really easy to get down or demoralized or just think, okay, maybe it's not our day. No, less than a second. Plenty of time to drop something and green it at the end. Bravo.
That one's not going to go. Passes it right back outside. A lot of offensive rebounds here for Morocco, which has helped them with their success here thus far. Morocco trying to find a little bit of a midi space. Oh, that one's not going to go, but he has the right corner open, but a beautiful and a smart foul is going to deny the opportunity for a free 3 coming from the right side.
I'm sure where Mr. was going, but it was fun to watch. Sort of danced around 3 defenders, found a 4th. He got closer to the rim.
Close, but no cigar. That was going to be a
how
tip
tall
ball,
is that build,
Morocco.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
How close could he really get at that height? I don't know. Of all the point guards, I think the 6'2", 6'3", I've seen a little bit. I don't know. Mr. just looks tiny out there.
Gotta have the bigger build, but you want the flexibility and the acceleration as well. Great rotations coming in from Morocco. Denying ball to Algeria right now as they're up by 13. Gets it to the right side, and of course you have a little bit of a lapse there. Can't make them pay is Algeria. Dots it to the right side. Morocco looking to go up by 16, and up by 16 they go.
Keep on keeping on, friends, for what it's worth. Mr. You and I have had a little chat about Twitter bios and how I'm sort of saying, as we get the competition going in India, sort of seeing people be like, oh, I've actually won this many rings or this many trophies, and it's made their way in. Mr. simply says your point guard's favorite point guard. Believes he's him quite comfortably.
Shot from the left side. That one won't go. Great contest coming in from Algeria. Morocco gonna go ahead and foul, slow things down.
And yes, I am on his Twitter desperately trying to see how tall his build is. I know I'm not going to find out, but it's nice to dream.
I would tell you to send him a DM, but I hear they don't respond to you.
Mr. would be one of the few that did, but middle of the game, maybe less likely.
Well, I'll tell you what, send him a DM right now, see if he responds in the middle of it. Middle of games 1 and 2.
I would not. Could you imagine being responsible if anything ever changed? Oh, man. Because I know he made a 6'4", and so I assume that's probably what he's got. It just, like I said, looks tiny. Maybe that just means everyone's on taller builds, so I'll drop it for him.
If they get to Sweden, that might be some research you could put in your binder.
It's funny because it's true and it's going to happen.
My boy gonna walk in with a box of Kinkos. Shot from the right side is good for Morocco. Anytime Algeria makes a bit of a run and you feel like they're about to get closer and closer to tie things up and be within striking distance in the fourth, Morocco says, this is where you stop. This is where we take over and push the lead right back to double digits.
Fortunate to get in the hands of Bash there. Azar, 5 remaining behind the back. It's not going to be separation. Hey, pull him back. Lands in his hands. We'll take that. That's got to go. Friends, it should go. At Axe. How is Bash open again? Are they letting him have it? India, whoa, bizarre sequence.
I'm not even sure, but that might be the reason that they're trailing. Just can't seem to string together a couple of offensive or defensive possessions. (47-32), Morocco on top. Minute 32 left to go in this one.
Have a look again. He ain't dribbling that. Straight into the hands. You want to get it back? Wide open. Mastua.
Oh boy. Bonk. Huh? I don't know what noise is he making.
Talking goose for the rest of it. That was so lined up for Nate Brilliance, and so of course it ends with just... I think it was only slightly late. I'm not sure about translation, but it felt a lot worse.
Definitely looked a lot worse.
Yeah.
About a minute 10 left. Takes a shot from the right elbow. That one's not going to go. That's a loose ball. They're going to be able to save it. They are. Then they call timeout. Possibly a smart decision here. Don't want to give the other team...
Yeah, like they're running out of bounds, I guess. There's 4 defenders around him, a little bump there. And I know you call them like bird of the timeouts. Generally, I think I use that when I'm like, you probably didn't need to use one. I don't know if that's what you're saying when you say that, or you just like, they're just using it. Suffice to say, I feel like that was like nicely done, smartly done, play it safe in a big game. Oh, and then you get a 3 at the end of the possession as well, up by 18, just over a quarter remaining. Algeria staring down 𝐿𝐋𝐋𝐖. A 1-0 series deficit, you put it in a nice way.
Looked to be a bit of a closer game, but I believe it's clear that Morocco is making a statement on why they are the best team in the region of Africa. Now keep in mind though, Saudi Arabia did something similar. They won convincingly in game 1, but then they lost in games 2 and 3 to Lebanon, who pulled off the upset. Can Algeria repeat the same? TBD, to be honest.
Yeah, in terms of quality, historical results, certainly there's some similarities there based on the output of this game. We're not worried about connection and stuff like that. Man's got Mamba now as well, 20 points. It's been a lot more emphatic from Morocco, and sort of brought back to when you asked me about the blowout results in the semi-finals, and I was talking about how impressed I was. Algeria taking it really seriously, Morocco resting. Would that be a good strat? Man, yeah, apparently put your feet up, chill. Have some fun with it in your semi-final. Make sure you're fresh as possible, locked in, ready to go for the best of 3.
Rested up and doing great here is Morocco, as they took care of business against Côte d'Ivoire. And Algeria beat Egypt to make their way here into the finals. A 16-9 run for Algeria, for Morocco. What you eating, Nate?
Bro, I was like, I want a lolly. I want one heading into the floor. We call it a lolly, mate, but like candy?
Like a lollipop? Okay, got it. All right.
Something sweet heading into the fourth, like I'm dreaming of an Algeria comeback. I want to be locked in and ready for a big play regardless. And
there's the flopping. There's the flopping, and there's a 3 by Morocco.
So I know the chat's going to be all about it. Moroccan fans have been brilliant throughout. Algeria fans sort of hoping finally not number 2. Change that story, change that narrative. I ain't going to call it panic passing, by the way. Comment in chat. Don't agree with that. I think there's been over-reliance on it. I think I'd like to see a few more handles, considering the passing hasn't been working. You're going to see it from a Stewart now, who has been very hesitant, playing it safe early on, stopping those turnovers, transition points that have been kind of everything, to be honest, in the series we've had so far today. And now a bit more self-expression. It's lovely movement, off-ball movement. That was superb. Little dip to the corner, maybe even using that right stick as a bait. Sprint back out, top of the brim, bang money. And 13 for 19 3-point shooting. I don't even need to look it up. I ain't even got notes on it, India, but I know that's the best 3-point performance of the day so far.
Yeah, they're definitely dominating on that side, which is why they have such a big lead as Algeria takes a contested shot. Not going to go. They've got about 3 minutes to pull off a miracle and come back in this one, and giving up a wide open three from the left side is not the way to start.
Yo, community. Well, fam, I'm also rating with the party at 27. Thank you very much, friend. Not the first time either. Might not even be the last if you're back on Thursday. Appreciate you a lot. Huncho in here as well. Where you say, friends, community-based tournament. Appreciate you all a lot. Reminder, or if you're just joining, brand new information. This is the best of 3 here in the Africa Finals. Game 1 that you're watching right now. And yeah, third quarter, moving quarter, backed up once again. Players starting to have some fun with it, or if flopping's not fun, if you're India, we're doing something with it.
Nate. My leg feels.
Yes. Not all what I thought I was gonna receive on the end of that.
Morocco, instead of driving inside, just going to take the midi from the right. They've just continued to click on all cylinders here thus far.
Well, as long as it's only your leg, India, as long as you're not actually falling asleep. I know Sensei was saying,
No,
Nate,
never,
wait, you're still up.
never.
Was doing that math real quick. Fam, my eyes always look tired. I can't help it. It's who I am, but the brain, wide open. Like the shoot, it's been magnificent. So, oh my goodness, I was like, as soon as I say that, as soon as I start going in about the quality and everyone's playing through to the end, I was a bit worried that was going to be a closeout moment. Yeah, I know that this one is done and we're keen on game 2, but some highlight plays for yourself on the eFiba socials, if nothing else.
Appreciate the love that y'all are showing in the chat as well. Yuri, MLD, Truly Huncho, of course. A guest of the show, a guest of the broadcast. Always a pleasure to talk to him. As we're about a minute 30 away from Morocco getting their first dub in this best of 3. And then we talk about what Algeria needs to do and come back in this one.
Just gonna just check my internet. Oh no, it would appear that I have, as a coincidence, disconnected from the game. That is a shame. Fam, game 1's in the books. We might switch feeds. Who even knows? But we know the result. We know that we got a best of 3. I'm not even bothered, to be quite honest, because bring it on. You talked about it before, India. The switch up, mate. Saudi Arabia, Lebanon. You could have never imagined that it would be not just reverse sweep, but so emphatic. Such a different performance. What was it? 3 for 17 shooting, turning it into lights out. Maybe the best thing is just to put that out of your mind, refresh, go again for game 2.
Yeah, they did a great job to hold on tight, but how can Algeria go ahead and bounce back? That's the biggest question. Unfortunately, I don't think I have the answer. I think they're just possibly outskilled in terms of the offensive side, which doesn't make it easier for you when you're on the defensive side as well, because then when they get a stop, they're just going down and getting those easy buckets, putting more pressure on your offense. And again, it's a cycle, you know?
Yeah, and I really want to try and be more analytical about it. The players themselves will be like, we missed open shots. And hey, you miss your first 3, or for me, if a player misses 3 maximum in a row, you can almost wipe them out for the rest of the game, if not the next quarter or 2. It's what we saw. They weren't attempting less 3s. They just couldn't hit them. 13 for 19 was the last 3-point shooting split as far as a team for Morocco. On the other side of it, that's where you start to get the blowout territory. That's the point of difference. Close up, test the internet. Overall might go down, lock in for game 2, and make your first few. That's the only joy I can see in that scenario, but very possible because we've seen it before today, India.
Yeah, amen to that. Now, just a heads up though, chat, we haven't received official word if Morocco has indeed won game 1 or not. So we will wait for the official word, and then we will go ahead and communicate that over to you. But I'm with you, Nate. Let's hop on to game 2.
I sort of just, as you know, call it like I see it, get it wrong a heck of a lot of the time. I would guess I was more explaining what I would do from my point of view. If the question was like, Nate, if you were playing for Algeria, then yeah, I'm not sure I'm testing my internet, but basically, at least in my short-term memory, goldfish memory, game 1, what game 1? We're starting again. Hey, look, I greened my first shot. Yeah, I'm locked in and I'm feeling good, ready to go. I don't know if I fully understood the extent of the shooting slump, adjustments and whatnot, and whether you even want to call it an official shooting slump in the way that it appears as the information on your screen, or whether you just want to say, yeah, your percentages are going down until start kicking it in Pro-Am. Again, shout out to the NZPL guys for inviting me along and being like, yeah, this is where you're good. This is what we're trying to do. India, that's why I came up with my sort of formula of 3, because I could not green after missing 3. 99 3-point build, it just didn't matter. I got my takeover and then finally I was back on it again. How did I get my takeover? Not by taking 3 points, mate. Assists, defensive plays, it is a grind. It's a battle out there if you can't get that shooting going early.
I mean, you've said it best there. By the way, we have now received official word that Morocco has won 74-41. So congratulations to Morocco for winning game number 1. However, they still have an additional game to go ahead and win. So job's not done yet, right? There's still plenty more basketball left. They're 20 minutes away of basketball from guaranteeing their spot in Sweden. We'll see if it does come to that, or if Algeria has something up their sleeve and they go ahead and come back to tie up the series and then force a game number 3. Let us know in the chat what you believe is going to happen. If we have any of the mods to throw up a poll, that would be great as well. But from the chat, though, I'm looking at it, it looks like it's just all Morocco fans.
Man, they've been like that, like I said, since the first game on game day. And I think Vince and I are a bit like, oh, okay, fantastic. You're not playing right now, but good to see your passion. Yeah, massive over there. It would be huge for them to be in Sweden. Don't be surprised, by the way. Don't know if this is going to be factual or not, but from what I've seen on social media, some of the Moroccan fans fly over. That's right, fly over to Sweden. I believe at least one DreamHack ticket has been purchased just in the possibility that they make it through, or maybe that's some incredible self-belief. Either way, Moroccan fans, we see you. I know you're passionate about 2K. Back it up with some presence in Sweden. I'm sure we can find a way to make it extra special.
I mean, yeah, that's just great confidence when you go ahead and book your flight to Sweden. You know what I mean? To go ahead and know that, hey, you're going to go ahead and get there and you're going to play the best of the best and maybe pull off some upsets as well. Who they end up facing is still to be determined, because after tonight, we will know 50% of the teams that are there. We will know that it's going to be the Philippines. We will know that it'll be New Zealand. And of course, you have Lebanon as well. Those 3 have already been decided. Now we go ahead and wait to see if we're going to have Morocco join us, if they win one more game, or if it's going to go ahead and be Algeria. But of course, if you want Algeria to go and win, you need 𝐻𝐻 to go ahead and get some more buckets. Got to have a lot better of a performance, a breakout performance, if he's going to continue wanting to take his team to the promised land in Sweden.
Yeah, and I don't know if he explicitly said it, because I talked about, or maybe even asked the question, point guard, shooting guard, and things like that. But the volume of threes that he gets at shooting guard, superior to most other teams in that, yeah, shooting guard's got to step up in 2K24. He's getting it. He's getting it early. He's very happy to get in his bag and create his own shot. Doesn't necessarily rely on assists from teammates. Algeria, at least compared to teams from this region, I think it's okay for me to say they like to pass the rock around, but at the end of it, there's either a hesitation or some dribble moves and whatnot. So that assist to points or things that we were calculating for skill boosters, actually not as high as their contemporaries. So to sort of quantify that a bit, happy to pass the ball around, but it's not necessarily to an open man who hits the shot. It's more just like who's going to be the focal point of attack. And 𝐻𝐻 has been profiting off that in this system.
Well, let's go ahead and show the folks what exactly the bracket looks like, because we did go ahead and have the semifinals. As you can see on the left-hand side, you had Morocco that took on Côte d'Ivoire. They went ahead and dominated 74-26. That was your semifinals. That was a best of 1. And on the other side, you had Algeria take on Egypt. Again, another decisive win, 85 to 49. And here in game number 1, Morocco continuing that domination, 74 to 41. Just
can you see India? I'm gonna jump straight in there when I'm like that Moroccan performance wasn't that impressive. Like 74 against Cote d'Ivoire, and I'm saying that's why I'm a bit worried. And then they put up the exact same amount against Algeria. Are you at least vibing with me at the reasons why I started to change my mind and be like, oh, I think there's some concerns there. I realize now in hindsight they were just chilling, but
yeah, and that's the thing, right? I have the advantage of hindsight, but to me, in a game of 2K, when there's this big of a skill gap on paper, typically it's going to go ahead and play out this way. It gets a little tough to see if there's a 50-50 possibility and if we really do get a swing of things. So it's a little tough to call. Obviously, hindsight is in my favor, but let's go ahead and, we've been talking about Sweden and why we're looking to go and what's going to happen there, but I'd rather have the folks at home see what exactly is supposed to go down instead of just yapping away about it. So let's check out this quick promo about Jönköping, Sweden for the eFiba.
Once again, my game is in ballers.
Welcome to the eFiba Season 2.
This is absolutely huge. Where's it going to be, Nate?
Sweden, mate. Jönköping?
Jönköping. I got it.
It's an honor to play against other players from all over the world.
Bang, and that's the record.
No mercy to anyone.
This is high quality international 2K.
Believe in yourself, believe in your game.
This is it. Oh, and he gets it.
You're playing for a whole country.
This is where legends are made.
It's right to the lane. Let's go. Get it, baby. Are you not entertained?
_25th and 26th of November, we will be in Jönköping, Sweden for the eFiba World Finals. Man, I mean, just amazing stuff that's going to come out of that tournament. 8 nations will hang out with us there. 8 nations will compete. Of course, you have 7 regions, so 1 from each region, 2 from the European region, which we will find out on the 9th of November, along with North America and South America. But so far today, we've already decided 3.5. 3.5. The first one is New Zealand. The second one is the Philippines from Asia. New Zealand, of course, from Oceania. And then you had Lebanon that pulled off the upset. They got the job done with a gentleman's reverse sweep, as they will go ahead and move on to Sweden, as well as Lebanon did go to upset Saudi Arabia. And then now the half is Morocco. That's, I guess you could say, maybe third of the way there, depending on if we go to a game 3 or not, whatever the case may be. But I'm going to say half of the way there to be invited to Sweden. Now, Morocco is going to be one of those teams that is going to be putting up a fight against especially some of the other nations that we mentioned. I'm talking about the Philippines and Morocco. I'm quite frankly not sure how that one goes down. What do you think?
Yeah, Moroccan fans would be saying something very, very different, to put it that way. To their credit, I will say Morocco is probably one of those nations for mine that can and will step it up. That is, elevate to match sort of a better opponent. We've talked about playing at your own pace and things like that. And I said openly, very concerned or somewhat concerned about the pace of the game. Morocco going way too early into the shot clock. Bam. Mastua from the inbounds, just sitting there, actually not even dribbling. My concerns were, unnecessary. The maturity is there, acknowledging playing the odds, playing the percentages, no cheap turnovers early on. Make sure your first few shots, if not going at least wide open, giving yourself every chance, compared to, if I'm allowed to say so, like a GOAT 2K contested midi as their first shot of the game. Little things like that where I believe they're ready to elevate their game, match it against the best of the best. I will say, unlike the Philippines, I'm not sure if I see them in that final 4 spots. Moroccan fans, let me know how and why I'm wrong.
Well, it'll be really fascinating how we have all these questions that are going to get answered in less than 3 weeks. I think that's the beautiful part about it all, is we will go ahead and figure out what's going to happen. But you know what's going to happen right now, my friend?
ISO.
It's time for us to figure out which of these museums are located in Jönköping as the only one in the world. You ready? Number 1, or A, Nail Museum. 2, Match Museum. 3, Hair Museum. And I wonder if they'll take donations from me when I get there. Oops. I might have just given
or maybe withdrawals if you Vince, yeah. I'm in so much trouble. My defense, Vince, and I don't have much. I have about as much defense as the nation of India in this tournament.
Yeah.
Trivia brings out the worst in me, man.
Along with my people, what's happening there?
I just decided that trivia actually defeats me. Hey, I got nothing left, man. I'll just take shots on my way down to the floor. Man, what was even the question? Was it the odd one out? Like, which one is actually the museum?
Which of these museums are actually located in Jönköping as the only one in the world? Nail Museum, Match Museum, Hair Museum.
Dude, I can't even think of a fun way to answer that question. Like, all right, India, man, you know, we get to hang out. We're in Jönköping. Do you want to go to the nail museum? You want to go to the hair, to the match? None of those words are fun. None of those words end up in a second date. Like, it's all over, man.
I feel like, yeah, you're definitely right. They wouldn't, but I feel like a nail museum would be a little bit more interesting because of the different styles.
Match museum. Match museum.
Did you Google this?
No.
Why'd you say
that's
match?
The one word that I'm not allowed to say. I'm meant to say game, and I can say match is a word.
Well, I'll tell you what. We won't break the rules. Let's dive into game number 2 between Algeria taking on Morocco. And by the way, Nate, you're absolutely right, my friend. It is natural.
Sometimes you got to break the rules to make the rules, baby.
There you go. Way to nail that one. But here we go. Game number 2 between Morocco and Algeria. You're watching the Africa Regional Finals. It is Morocco that already has a 1-0 lead. And if they go ahead and win again, they stamp their ticket to move on to Jönköping, Sweden for the eFiba World Finals at the end of November. November 25th and November 26th. You get to hang out with me, Nate, Chris, Vince, and all the other crew that's going to be there. Unless, of course, they hate us and they'll just produce from, Denmark. I've seen that happen. You know, I never saw my producer a couple of years. Actually, I've never seen my 2K League producer ever. For the 3 years I've worked with. Never seen him in person.
How many people that I've worked with, I have no idea. If I met them like IRL, it might take me a moment or two. It's a weird thing, but in a nice way. Like, you're connected with people from all around the world. There's people from countries all around the world we get to watch, work with. It's really nice.
Looks like I'll finally meet the producer that mutes me. As we get the first bucket for Morocco to go. Algeria's got the lead, but obviously it's so early. Are they going to be able to hold on and maintain it? Tied up at 2 apiece. We're going to give this one everything we've got in case it ends up being the final African game that we watch. As it is going to be a win or go home situation for Algeria. They go ahead and step up, take that shot, not going to go. Rebound secured. Dishes it out to the left pass. Nice little extra. That shot's going to go. 5-2 for Algeria. Now we're going to go ahead and flip chat. So if you're watching Morocco, you're watching the team in red. If you're watching Algeria, it's the team in white. As Morocco knocks that one down. Morocco again in red, Algeria in white. The way you know that is the team on the right is the team wearing white. Call me to rap.
I've crushed that today again.
Oh my geez.
I'm not even jealous. I'm just proud of you, man.
Thank you. Thank you. I feel like after this, I'm gonna listen to that "I Wish I Was Taller" song. I think I've got it on my Spotify, locked and loaded.
That is pretty much like a lyric from that. I know it's not actually. It did have that vibe, eh? It did have the.
It did. When I said it, it resonated with me there. As that shot, ooh, beautiful one. Thought it was going to be contested quite a bit, but just like that, it's Morocco that go ahead and take the lead.
Peak in response, fair. That is very much an ego shot. You make that, you're a hero. It's like, Mistua, come on, man. You've been taking these regularly. You didn't do it in game 1. You've been chilling. You're barely dribbling. I love that from Peak. In response, it's like, Mistua's shot, just better.
Continuing to dominate here in this game, too. What's interesting is I feel like he looks at the screen. Maybe he looks at, because he looks this way, which means he's looking at the webcam. But what else is he looking at, right? Is he looking at the game view? Is he looking at the broadcast? Like, what's happening there is what I want to know.
Yeah, I would find it fascinating if more players made more content, but also content around their setup and sort of their environment, how they prep. There's some players that have been playing on a TV monitor. If that sounds really normal to you, that's fine. You might be a casual 2K player, and it's all good. for even myself, not even close to comp, anything other than a monitor, and it just feels like a bizarre experience. So yeah, players, let us know. Twitch chat, fans, monitor, TV is one of those particularly weird to you, because there's something going on. I agree, India.
Of course, for the folks at home that are wondering why does it matter if you play on a TV or a monitor, it's because of the delay, the latency, the nanoseconds, the microseconds that are the reason you're missing. Not because you stink and you can't time your jump shot. It's just because, you know, it's the TV's fault. As we're tied up at 9 apiece, can Algeria hold on to this one? Cut from the left side, had it open, but decided not to dot him up. Morocco looking for a three. They get it on the left side. That shot's going to go up, but it's not going to go down. Passing it all the way right side is Algeria, and that's going to be a foul. As we're going to go ahead and beat bonus at 111, looking to get 11 points in the first quarter.
I enjoyed the look. I enjoy it from Astua, who, as I said, starting to, whether it's confidence, different game plan, I don't even know. Look at that. Straight to the spot. You know it's green. You know it is. The weird fade forward that I keep talking about. Yeah. Mastua is ready to try and seal this. To his credit, Peak is matching him shot for shot. Who do you think's taking this next one? Ooh, has to dish it off. Adax doesn't get it back. Again, I'm going to call it an ego game. I don't think I've said that in a nice way until today. Peak has been him and matching it, making those big shots.
Oh, and that's a big one there to go ahead and take the lead for Algeria. Will they go ahead and force a game 3? Or will Morocco take care of business here in game 2?
The jumpers. Look at the jumpers. Man, they worried. They worried about Mastua with tape. Don't worry about just sending 2. We'll send a second. He's going to jump at you near the halfway line, man. Ooh, it's getting interesting. Bring it on, India.
Especially with a game this close, every point is going to matter. We saw it multiple times with Philippines and Indonesia as they lost by 160 to 59. Here comes the inbound play for Morocco. Down by 1. 11.7 seconds left in the first quarter. Here comes the inbound. Gets it all the way to the right side. Off-ball screen's not going to work. Looking for a little bit of space. Defender doesn't jump in the air. They throw the slip. They got the rotations on point for Algeria. There's nowhere for Morocco to go. Are they going to pull something out of a hat? No. Oh, they got it, but it did not count.
Not even green, but yeah, not even good, unfortunately, for Mastua. What about just taking it early, straight back? Nuh-uh. That might be the first rush shot that we've seen. I expect Peak to try and make full advantage. There you go, early pass. Azad, lead up by 3. Ooh, friends, don't let your big game mentality. I'm just going to use that word ego again. It's not meant in a negative sense. It's to say the point guard typically steps up, needs to. That's a much better look. And thank you, man. You got shooters around you if you're Morocco, that's for sure. I've been saying about Saudi Arabia, it's equally as true. This Moroccan team, let it rip.
They're going to be able to hold on to the lead that they had. Obviously now it's all tied up, but they're looking to get it right on back. Oh, that shot looks so good, but they get the rebound, and what a steal there by Morocco. Just swinging from the hash to the corner. They get the steal. They got it to the right. The 3 is up. The 3 is good, and the lead is 3 as well.
Yes, sir. I said some of the most lovely, high-quality 2K that we've had for quite a while in the first half of the last game. Some of these passes, oh, man. It's one thing to be like, oh, just stop the car, just get in front of them. When they're greening at the rate that they are, yeah, you got to be ready. You got to make sure you track it inside, and there's
momentum going in your favor. We saw a similar story with Lebanon. That one's going to be taken away. It's Algeria with the block. And they've got a chance to continue piling it on here. They've already got a 5-point lead. Make that 7.
And please stop dribbling it into ball and back. His number 1 advice is probably actually tips 1 to 5 at the moment. Take activated as well. In fact, what's that? 3 with take. Algeria, this run, this punishment might not be done yet. I said stop dribbling into it. Mastua, look at those arms swinging around, brother. He's still got the ball, so credit to you, but he's coming at you.
He's going to go to miss that one, but they get it right back. A chance to cut into the deficit. There's defenders flying at him, but it doesn't matter as he knocks down the 3.
Smile on the face there as well. I think Yeah, you can laugh as well in here if you want, because it was a bit of, please keep it away from him, and just did the exact opposite, got away with it. Respect, okay? Everyone else is getting plucked for no reason. Mr. The exception.
Algeria is doing a great job of responding back here in game number 2. Oh, looked like that one was going to get swatted away. Thought he had the crap for a second, looking for a better shot. Takes one from the top of the free throw. Man, Algeria really stepping up here in the second game, in the second quarter. Did he go ahead and step out of bounds, or was that a foul? I believe that might have been a foul call.
Yeah, that classic Mike Wang line. 100% of the time, that will now be a foul. So I go on that advice and wisdom every time I see someone jump anywhere near a player.
You tickle me, you get called for a foul. Shot from, oh my goodness, what a beautiful shot. Defender right on his right shoulder, but he finds a way to get it to go.
Yeah, now I'm crossing out my thing about balling back. I said, keep it away from him. Mr. has done the exact opposite. Assists, now making 3-pointers right in his face. I'm wondering if there's a better take that Mac could have selected, because so far he's doing worse than he was before. Less plucks, less bumps. Doesn't make much sense to me, but something to look into perhaps.
Less than 15 seconds left to go, less than 10 seconds left to go here in the second. Dots it over to the left side. Defenders right there in front of them. They got to make something happen. Looking for some space. Oh my goodness, they do get that one to go this time. The first one did not count. The second one does. The cheese is real. As the 2 drops, and it's a 4-point ball game in favor of Algeria, who's staring at the barrel of a 1-0 deficit in this best-of-3 African Regional Finals.
I'm going to say the word Momo, just because a power forward so underrated in 2K24, so overlooked, and I don't think I'd said his name yet. So I'm so sorry, friend, if I'm not seeing you lead that defense, not talking about it enough. If you don't know that box score, it's a bit hard to organically do it. So there you go, I'm just saying it.
Got the shot to go, and now it's a 2-point lead. If you're Algeria, you're feeling a little bit nervous because Morocco can turn it on any point in time. But if you're Morocco, you do not want to go to a game 3. That's where anything can happen. Fading away from the top. That one's going to miss. Here's Morocco's chance to tie it up or take the lead. It's been a minute, and they get a little bit too aggressive.
So, to their credit, they haven't done that often. Their decision-making has been really good. That game 1, I could not believe Mr. was poised, chilling, waiting. The most play the percentages, I guess, effort half game I've seen from a point guard for a while. Things are starting to get a little bit loose. Game 2, 3rd quarter, 2 players on there. You pass that, no thank you. Then you go up with it, the double, no thank you. Yeah, 1 error can lead to 2 and so on in here.
Indeed, my friend. Here's Algeria, still has the lead. Oh, that's a lob pass, a soft one, and uh-oh, big foot could not get the catch animation they wanted as they go ahead and turn this one over. Morocco, once again, an opportunity to take the lead with a 3. Is this going to be the one? No, it is not, but they get the offensive rebound. The right corner was right open, which is why that's a smart foul.
Right hash is looking pretty tasty as well. Is it overhelp, over rotation? I don't know. You foul at the end of it. We don't need to worry. It's just getting, I think I said a little loose before. Maybe that's the perfect word for it, because there is only a little bit of space there. Or you got about 3 players wide open. It's one or the other at the moment. So it's either like a blitz and it's been done on purpose, or yeah, players losing their heads just a little bit.
Uh-oh, loose ball there. Oh, looked like it was going to be a turnover, and Morocco was going to head the other way to take the lead. You can see the frustration on the side of the Moroccans? I don't know.
Yeah, Moroccans. And confirmation that's getting loose indeed, man. Like, there is no poise anymore. Every pass could be stolen. Every shot. Yes! Yeah, man. Reclaim some authority, please. Just a standard big drive into the paint. not had a standard play, a normal play for quite a while now. Until that.
Dots it to the left side. Morocco regains the lead by 1. It is 38-37. 3 minutes left to go here in the third quarter. Back and forth we go. Now it's Algeria with the lead. By the way, is the sun coming up for you right now?
Hey, how could you possibly tell? Is it that giant thing of sun in my background? Yes sir, yes sir. You got like the subtle version of it before. The sun is literally rising in Australia, and mate, it's it always makes a statement. That is with all windows and blinds shut.
That is insane. We truly are a worldwide event. I'm in the United States, you're in Australia, and we're calling a game in Africa. It's Morocco and Algeria. Algeria with the lead, but they're on the defensive side. Morocco looking to reclaim it one more time. It's been back and forth. 2:22 left to go in the third. Dots it to the left. Passes it there, rather.
Well,
Takes the shot closer to the right elbow. Nothing there.
I like the look. It's just not gone for him. I was going to say in his best of 3 series. Look, we're still barely 1.5 games deep. Something that he did game day 2, if I'm not mistaken, not so much game day 1. My prince at least has the confidence to take it. Oh, green time, yeah. It's been a while since we've seen a green time standing dunk. Algeria just edging in front every second possession, we're going to say, because there you go. You get the hand there, you still don't get the ball. You grab the board, then you miss your next shot. Please, can we extend this to a 2-possession game? Just this one time, Algeria.
Wouldn't that be great for Algeria? As that's going to be a timeout call as Morocco.
My question was so confusing, they called a timeout, apparently.
Yeah, they're like, huh, let me see. Let me think about that.
2 possession? All right.
It is Algeria that has a 3-point lead, and they have ball, so they can absolutely go ahead and extend it to a 2-possession. Oh, the left corner. There's the shot. There's the miss. Oh, there's the big rebound coming in from the left side. Algeria.
That's vertical.
5 seconds to work with here. They get it to the right side, looking for a little bit of space. Nothing there, so they bring it back to the left. They're going to shoot that one. Do they get the offensive rebound once again? No, it's Morocco that's got it. Do they turn it over? Yes, they do, and now it's Algeria from the left. Right corner is open for a second, but the defense gets back from Morocco as well. Looking to attack the paint, gets met with a defender, so they look to kick it right back out. Top of the key action. Looking to swing it all the way to the left. Finds a little bit of space. The hand is up. The shot does not go, but that's going to be an offensive board, and that's going to be a foul. It's the one to give as we are inside the 2-minute mark here in the third quarter. Here comes the inbound. Oh my goodness, who is guarding that man? Nobody. Maybe that's why, as he misses. Almost another turnover. Careless passing here from Morocco, I feel, Nate.
Mate, both teams, because to be quite honest, I said we were stuck at a 1-possession game. We're locked in for all eternity. 41-40, we'll probably continue it. It's got to be a mental thing, because there were 2 good looks there, and then when they didn't go, as you said, both teams just throwing that rock around whimsically, carefree.
Algeria, scary pass inside. Oh, and the domination under the paint. The slam puts them right back up by 3. About 1.5 seconds separating the shot clock and game clock here in the third quarter of game 2. Looking for a bit of a slip. They go ahead and take that shot. Knock down the 2. Plenty of time left for Algeria now to respond back with a shot of their own. Algeria, oh, they almost had the slip. They couldn't pass it. The animation is going to make sure they don't get a shot off. But Nate, it looked like they had the slip, but the animation and the bump just could not give them the opportunity to get the pass.
Well, yeah, I risk that they could have made it a 2-possession game with the 3, so we should probably just turn this over, make sure Morocco score, and we can keep this 1 for 1 for 1. When you played each other so many times, friends, it's got to be the same thing. Because every possession, like the last 4, I started making notes on it, so apologies, it could be 5. Mustua has gone for the midi, been allowed the midi, and made it. It is when there's been a defensive manual play, like an attempted strip and whatnot. It just gives you the animation, a bit more space. And of course, after missing the last few, you're now green a 3 to keep it a 1-possession game. It's just the way this is meant to go. India, we are sticking with this all the way through. Can anyone extend it to 2 positions? Can anyone stop Stewart from making his beloved mid-range?
Or are they going to knock down a 3 and take the lead once again as we get inside 4 minutes? There's the midi that you've been talking about, and there is the green as well, and we're tied up at 46 apiece. Nate, you've been nailing it so far. But who's going to come up clutch between these 2 nations?
I'm just going to voice record 2 or 3 lines. Catch the early morning sun, and I'm pretty confident. Final 3:45 is going to go this way. Oh, separation! Hey, separate that scoreboard out. I know it's the 1 possession, but the first time he's been sagged off. Good to see it. If not punished, made the most of. Punish seems so harsh. When you're playing really good defense, and it's so hard when you're in a quarter sitter, and he's not cutting, and Bash has been very, very diligent in just holding that position. The one time you go to think about helping, of course, the one time that pass is made.
Down by 3 is Morocco. They dish it out to the top of the key, down low inside. Their defense is just impeccable right now for Algeria. Morocco looking to get anything. They don't need a 3, but they'll settle for a 2 if the opportunity is there. Great defense as that one gets blocked. It's going to go out of bounds, though. It's going to be a shot clock violation, it seems. So Algeria is going to maintain possession, or regain it. Up by 3, looking to force a game 3.
Who's stepping up, man? We're going Adax into the paint because he's being big in there. He got through. And I know that Bash just activated his takeover, but please, 2 possession game. I'm asking for one thing. This time, the head in the face is just there for show. Make that back-to-back greens from that corner, and Algeria finally 6-point lead.
A big shot there by Algeria. And here's Morocco looking to respond back, and they do with the 3 of their own. We're getting set up for a good one here between these 2 teams for the African Regional Finals. Algeria down 1-0 in this best of 3, but they're up 3 in this game 2, looking to force a game 3. Dancing around is Algeria. Great job not to go up with it. Patience, and gets the power to pound it for 2. Morocco, the team in red, loves to hit 3s, but so far the defense of Algeria is just becoming a lot of trouble. He had the shot, waited a little bit too long. Defender knocked on his door, and Morocco, and they're gonna get the foul! They got the foul, they got the and 1. Can they convert at the line?
Put a great and 1.
2 minutes left to go, and Algeria's got themselves a 2-point lead. Calls a cut. Now he's going up to the paint. That one's going to get denied. No foul call whatsoever. Morocco's got it. Down 2. Got it to the right for the 3-point shot, and that's going to give him the lead. It's Morocco with the 1-point lead.
Your timeout, because that will have been frustrating. Mustua, as we all know by now, has been getting to his spot, allowed to his spot, but been good enough to green from mid-range. Now it comes across. Guess who's there to make it not just interesting, more than interesting. They've got the lead for the first time, I believe, since that 2nd quarter.
Algeria now. They've got take. They're only down 1. So 2. Oh my goodness, they just threw that one away. It's Morocco with the ball. Morocco's got the steal. They're slowing things down. They've got the 1-point lead. Where is Morocco going to go with the ball? They dish it out all the way to the right for the reset. Got to be smart with it as you've got about 10 seconds left on the clock. The shot clock, that is. They're going to take the shot. Is it a good one? No, it's not. Heavily contested. Now it's Algeria going the other way. That's going to be a foul. It is a foul to give inside the 2 minutes. The next one is going to put them at the line. Algeria
corner was open.
Down 1 with ball. Who's going to step up and make a play? They've got the crab for a split second. Smart decision not to shoot that one, though, as the defense comes right back in front of them. And they're going to go ahead and miss that one. Now it's going to be Morocco that go ahead and take it to the house, and they're up by 3 once again with a minute left to go. The sun is out in Australia. As you can see it beaming through Nate. But here's Algeria, dots it to the left. Interesting, Morocco didn't try to go for the steal pass, as Nate goes ahead and leaves the broadcast booth. Here it is, here comes the pass. That shot goes, and that one's not gonna go. It's Morocco with it. Morocco with the lead, Morocco with the timeout. Nate, I don't know what he's doing. Maybe he's distraught. Maybe he's upset because he can't believe Algeria was so close to winning this one. Here it
I'd try and
comes.
put another thing in front of the window, but I just need this game right now. This is what we want. This is a thriller.
Morocco's going to hold on to the ball. 8 seconds separating the shot clock and game clock, which is why you don't need to foul. But you cannot give up a 3, and they miss it. Here's Algeria with it. The chance to tie it up. Algeria.
Peak.
A little bit of a shaky little pass, and they're going to call foul. Ooh, I like this one. I like this one. I like this one, but only if you can convert your free throws on the other side and you don't have a careless mistake, as you saw Morocco just beam on by to get the rebound. Here we go. Do we see a fluky steal? That's going to be a timeout. That's a smart play call. Give yourself as much space so you can take it in the backcourt for the inbound pass. You've got about 6.1 seconds. Both of these teams have a timeout. Here's the inbound for Morocco. Keep an eye on the defender. Oh, they didn't even pass it to him going all the way right. Didn't want to take the chance. So they have to go ahead and foul them one more time. 5.5 seconds left. Morocco looking to hold on to the lead, and they've got...
I dare you. That is bravery. That is game. You hold on to that every single time, apart from here, eFiba Season 2, when a series is on the line to send Algeria home.
There's no way he shot that. There's just no way he shot that.
Baby, we saw it. They ain't even gonna try it and respond.
There's no way they shot that, but what there is a way that it's Morocco that is gonna go ahead and move on to Sweden for the eFiba World Championship, as they are crowned the champions of the Africa region with a victory over Algeria. I cannot believe he shot that.
Again, friends, if you're used to 2K League, some Pro-Am tournaments, it doesn't matter what level, that's getting held every single time. You could have found a 3-point player, by the way, there at the end, and maybe we take this to 60-60. That type of confidence, the bravery to take that shot, we talk about like a dagger, like, oh, that's the dagger, and that ends the game. Like, that's dagger on a few different other levels being like, no way. He was him. There was an opportunity. I will say as well, the bravery to throw the pass in the first place. It went to Mastua short on the first occasion. I believed it was going to happen again. Bravery for the pass. Even bigger bravery to make the second. I'm keeping on saying that word. There's another word with B that I keep looking at. I'm not going there.
Yeah, it's you look like a individual who took a risk that may not have been worth taking, because if you just held on to it, you shoot free throws and you've been okay. Because keep in mind, they were up 1 and he shot the 3. If he misses it, Algeria gets it with like what, 3 seconds on the clock, maybe give or take, and I believe they had a timeout as well. So anyway, doesn't matter. Woulda, coulda, shoulda, what could have been, what ifs. But the point being is Morocco holds on, but you got to give it to Algeria. You got to give it to Algeria for hanging on in there and being there as well. We've got an interview ready to go, so let's go ahead and get right to it. No reason for us to wait, because it's going to be Morocco that's going to be hanging out with us in Sweden. And there is the man himself. Morocco is your Africa Regional Finals, and they are moving on to Jönköping, Sweden at the end of November for your eFiba World Finals. That is your Africa Regional Finals. What is going on, man? How's it going? How's it feel?
We are all stress go off. Now it's just this. Because yeah, it was a tough game. Game 2, it was crazy. They score, we score. They score, we score. I can say, wow, when we're gonna make the defense? And yeah, I think the mentality, like I said to you before, take the lead. So yeah, we're happy we won, and I don't know what to say. It's a very big moment for us because it was crazy finals.
Look, there was a big play at the end in your Eric, and I'll let you ask about that one, talk about that one. I'm going to bring it back a little earlier for you saying shot for shot, possession for possession. Mastua getting to that mid-range. I believe, again, on my count, I had 5 in a row, maybe 6 in a row. And that was incredible. To get that space and make it, what is your reaction as a teammate when he does that so consistently?
I think Master trying a lot this midi because every single time I play against him in Europe, like I told you before, he take every mid-range, like he win every shot. And every time he say to me, Marokino, go on the paint, I have my mid-range. I say, okay, no problem, you don't want screen? No problem, if you score, there is no problem. I go on the paint, I wait. Then he take mid-range, he green, and we are happy. But yeah, Master going crazy. I think he's the man of the final because if he's not here, if we don't score every single time, we lose. And I think too, Algeria, like on their head, I think they say if Master score every time, we're not gonna win this game. So that's why that's how Master carry us, and we are happy to have him with us.
Just absolutely madness. I mean, you got to give credit where credit's due, but before we let you go, we got to ask for the flag. Vince is asking for it. I'm asking for it. Nate wants it. So do the people.
He's there. I told you, bro. Yeah, every time.
There you go.
Let me drop you.
There is the flag of Morocco. As they... Tell me what you got. That is exactly where you're headed, my man. Started from Morocco to Sweden we go. That's the journey. Absolutely love it. Congratulations once again to you and your team on behalf of all of us for winning the Africa Regional Finals. And we'll see you in Sweden in just a couple of weeks.
Yeah, I hope. See you. Thank you a lot. See you.
Absolutely, my man. See you there. Let's go ahead and throw up the bracket to see how we got till the end of the night, because what a great tournament it was. It was a semifinal. It was a best of one between Morocco and Cote d'Ivoire. They go ahead and drop. Morocco advances. It's Algeria defeating Egypt 85-49. Then in a best of three, it's Morocco that just dominates game number one, 74-41, and then barely squeaks on by with what could have been a careless mistake, but it was the hero with no cape, 60-56. Morocco is your Africa Regional Finals champion. Just a marvelous game two, to the point where I know we were kind of sweating in the background of what could happen, just because it was such a crazy game.
I love the summary for the man himself, and I'm so glad he's happy to be honest and be like, oh, man, I want to do the accent. Don't know if that's the way I should finish it off. So to leave that alone, saying, Mastua, if you wanna lose the game, man, by just taking the two every time, that's fine by you. You want to lose the game, you can make that decision. In the end, it keeps them in the game. And then, of course, the sort of bait and switch where they got it from that inbounds play the first time. And with takeover, no doubt the comments were, you know what? Give it the right corner. I wonder if the comments were, though, to shoot it or not. How about we just leave it as a bit of romance, a bit of mystery, and know that that shot was greened and it broke Algerian hearts. Moroccan dreams were made. I like as well, at the end of that interview, says, I hope to see you in Sweden. They're definitely going to India, so I don't know what that means for you and I, but Moroccan done well. India, Nate?
Well, I mean, hey,
have a little think of our performance.
We sure do, but we're not done just yet. We want to quickly show the other nations that have gone ahead and advanced as well. 8 nations are going to be invited. 4 of them were decided right here tonight. You have New Zealand, you have Philippines, you have Lebanon, and you also have Morocco. Those are the 4 of the 8 nations that are going to be invited to Jönköping, Sweden for the World Finals for season number 2. The other 4, of course, will be finalized on November 9th, because you've got South America, you've got North America, and you've got 2 from Europe. So we still have half slots to give away. But before we go to end things, give me your final thoughts, Dave.
Oh, just a wonderful day. I know that we didn't get the best of 3 that we wanted, but that's the way to end the day. Another big shot. How many times does that happen with you and I here in the to finish off, I guess, a region a day? So last thing from me, though, for those nations that did get eliminated today, you'll make up this competition. All 61 of you. It's been wonderful to be a part of it. Please come back bigger and better for season 3. Congratulations to those that qualified for Sweden.
Congratulations indeed to everyone that competed. All 61 nations. 4 have been finalized. 4 more will be finalized on Thursday. On behalf of myself, Nate, and all the men and women behind the scenes that make this all possible, we thank you for watching, and we'll see you Thursday.